What's going on, yo? What's going on? What's going on, yo? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Okay. All right. Some of y'all checked it out. I'm gonna read a couple of the comments off already. And the one that got me first was Indigo. Indigo says, shout out to Z because I don't know if I could sit through that. Not today anyway. And then where's the one from Vince? And Vincent, same Indigo. Even the first 5 to 10 minutes, I'm showing my girlfriend and we both like roll eyes, right? And he has the three roll eyes emoji. Yeah, I think before we, because you better believe Mr. Z got a couple of some of the screen. I screen grabbed and I got some of the vocals. So we'll listen to it. I'm not gonna torture you guys with the whole hour plus of this, but there's certain things that was said that I think needs to be confronted and pushed back on. No pun. Okay. What? Hmm. FD said he's gonna have to grapple with this again. He thought that there was some type of respite after Kevin died. No, because the women are assholes and they're using men like you and women like Claudia Jordan to try to regulate us. And we're not going. How about that? What y'all don't appreciate is that the men are having real experiences. Once again, this is not a defense of Diddy. Say it, Z. This is not a defense of Diddy. Say it one more again, Z. This is not a defense of Diddy. Say it again, Z, because you know somebody didn't hear you the first 3, 4 times. This is not a defense of Diddy. Say it again, Z. This is not a defense of Diddy. Z, say it one more again. Z was in middle school, and even in middle school, Z, and we're talking about the late 90s, early 2000s, not in 2000, Z could tell there's something not right about Diddy. Diddy, come on, seem a little off. This is not a defense of P. Diddy, Puffy, whatever. What did he call himself for a little bit? Mr. Love. That's, I don't know, that's questionable. But once again, this is not a defense of Diddy. Z, you might have to say it one more again because I don't think they heard you. This is not a defense of Diddy. Okay, I think they got it. I think they got it. I think they got it. Right? They probably still didn't get it. All right. With that, y'all are going to hear certain questions posed that the answer is so obvious, but we did this once on the Rudge Report show years and years and years and years ago. 7 doors in front of them, they'll go through the wrong door a million times instead of that last door. The last door has a neon sign on it, gold arrows pointing to it. This is the door. This is the door to walk through. This is the answer right here. We're telling you what the answer is. It's right here. 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 And they'll still go through the first 6 doors over and over and over and over again because it's about narrative. Huh? It's about narrative. Huh? So this hatred of black women, this hate, they hate us, they hate us, they hate. Just because they're not bowing and kissing your ass doesn't mean they hate you. Just because the young men are saying the women are not infallible, y'all speak about in relationship to black boys and men. Black girls and women are not infallible. That is at the foundation of all of the argument. You know that last door that you refuse to go through, door number 7 with the neon lights and the golden arrows pointing towards it, with the red carpet, huh? Door number 7 with the red carpet on it. In relationship to black women, black men are not always wrong. They're not always on the wrong side of history. Z, you're being hyperbolic. That's not what we're saying. That is what you're saying, huh? That is what you're saying. Dear ladies, y'all could send Garrison, y'all could send FD, y'all could send Foreign, y'all could send Conscious Lee, you could send whoever you want. We're not budging. We're not going to break ourselves for your entitled, rude, snarky, mean, condescending, materialistic, consumerist daughters because she has a college degree. Tell her to go get it from the white man. Anwar, the LGBTQ brother, he got a white man for them. Go get it from a Latino, a Asian. Yeah, they're not going. Anyway, huh? They hate us. They hate us. It's because of our rights. It's because we have rights now. Wait a minute. When did black women not talk to black men crazy? Could anybody give me a year, BGS, if you out there? Could you give me a year when black women didn't talk to? Weren't black women talking to black men crazy on the plantation? Yes. Jim Crow? Yes. Reconstruction? Yes. Post-Reconstruction? Yes. Writing crazy books about black men? Yes. Weaponizing the institutions against black men and acting like they're not? Yes. Huh? When were black women this super afraid of black men? Wait a minute. Didn't some of the black female rights leaders say that white women were trying to get them to act like they were scared of black men? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Didn't we have black women civil rights leaders saying how white women were trying to use them against black men? Huh? Yikes. And Leon says, Z, chill and take a red pill. FD is just trying to make his comeback after defending black male education. Yeah, you know, that's possible. The thing with me is FD now is moving to this space now where he's saying, well, the real issue is that okay, the regular ideas about women, about black women, it's only 5 feet. It's right around the corner from red pill culture. So that's look, man, FD, you're never, ever, ever, ever gonna get young men to not believe their lying eyes. And I want everyone over there to appreciate that that is what you're saying to the young men. What you're telling the young men is to not believe their lying eyes. If a woman lies on you, if one of these girls pushes you or bullies you in school, and if she want to play victim, hey, it's on you. You should have just ate that push. You should have just ate that curse out. You should have just ate that. Huh? What you don't appreciate is that the boys and the men don't think that they were born wrong. The boys and the men don't think that if I emote a little bit more like her, then my life will go easier. Goddamn, Mr. Z Ramen. And they're not going to do it. The masses of boys and men are not going to do it, including the black ones. They're just not. I heard what Garrison said. You know, you follow these people following the rabbit hole and they follow this path. And how does it work for them? How does it work for the women? The men said, the men with some money said they get their passports and they're leaving. The men with some money are not even going to Western places. The men with money, the white guys are not going from America to Britain, America to Germany. The black guys aren't going from America to Britain or Germany or France for wives, for girlfriends. Huh? What are y'all talking about? Z, you gonna show this one more again? Mr. Z gonna show one more again. A new study shows millennial men are not interested in going out as much as women. Huh? What are y'all talking about? And the other brother saying, you know, I don't hate women. I don't hate women. These men don't hate women. They don't hate women. They're staying away from them, though. Let me get this right. Y'all really think y'all are gonna pull more and more young men to vote what Democrat, sounding like this? And I just want you to know everything about you is wrong, unless of course you're kissing her ass and coddling her. Imagine saying we coddle black men too much, and then the response to that is, hey, everything she ever says is right. Everything that you ever say is wrong, and we're gonna question it. I'm gonna flip it upside down, and we're gonna interrogate it, and then wonder why those young men don't vote Democrat. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. Let me know how that works for you. And then keep on saying, no, it's hate. The reason why you're not considering what she's saying, and by the way, they are, unfortunately, the reason why you're not considering what she's saying is because you hate her, because you hate black women. Huh? Not Claudia Jordan acting like Claudia Jordan is a goddamn Xer, acting like she don't know why these men are moving the way they do. I don't want to hear nothing from no black women Xer acting dumb. Hopefully acting. What happened? Where did all this hate come from? They hate women. Why do they hate women? Not Xer women. Not the number one generation of baby mamas. Not Xer women. Yes, Claudia Jordan does not have any kids. Not an Xer woman acting like she don't get it. Huh? Not Toni Braxton and Adina Howard's generation acting like they don't get it. Oh no. Not an Xer. Huh? So FD Garrison, I forgot the name of the other brother, because I saw him on Little Bill also. Look, ladies, you could keep on getting these guys. They make y'all feel good because they tell y'all what y'all want to hear. And as a matter of fact, you know, Claudia pretty much says that to Garrison, like, how are you guys like this and the other men are not? Trust me, FD and them are fronting. They know what it is. FD, you ain't never gonna get these young men to budge. Think about what you're asking them to do. You're asking them not to believe their lying eyes. You can frame it however you want. No, I'm asking them to consider what the women are saying. You're asking them not to believe their lying ass eyes, their lying ass ears, and their lying ass experiences. Everybody sees that y'all putting a thumb on the scales for the women, which is perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. And get the men that you have now. Imagine saying to the men, okay, we're gonna quote unquote correct the sexism by putting the thumb on the scales for the women and the girls, but don't worry, we're just gonna make everything equal. And then the young men running to the women that are supposedly supposed to be equal, and the first thing out of her mouth is, what do you do for a living? Oops, goddamn. How much money do you make? Goddamn. What school did you graduate from? Goddamn. Where do you drive? Oops. You can't afford me. Yikes. Huh? Imagine telling men, Xers, even younger boomers, but Xers, millennials, and Gen Z, that we're going to even up the odds. We're going to make everything's going to be equal. Everything's going to, and then you fast forward a couple of decades, women are attending college more than men. Okay, fine. Huh? Black women are attending and graduating college more than men. So they say, okay, fine. And those same women say, oh yeah, I'm not marrying like beneath my station. I mean, who am I? Wait, I thought you said equal. Equal means that some men are they're gonna date and like marry women that don't earn as much as them, and then some women are gonna date and marry men that don't earn as much as them, and then some men and women are gonna be somewhat equal. And the women that are in the somewhat equal, and the women that are supposed to date and marry guys that earn a bit less than them said, yeah, about that. Nope. Huh? Okay, fine. We're not even going to just mention the relationships and intimacy and sex thing. Shout out to Edward Anderson, the sexual politic, and we ain't even going to talk about that. Let's talk about Meg the Stallion and Tory. Meg the Stallion is a violent drunkard, bro. Once again, we're not defending Diddy because somebody's going to mention it. Meg the Stallion is a violent drunkard. She admitted hemming up her boyfriend when she was 19. Everyone knows that Meg the Stallion is a drunkard. A violent drunkard. A violent drunk. And yet for y'all narrative, we're supposed to pretend like we don't know it. She admitted she lied about having sex with him. Y'all ignored that part. No one mentioned, none of those folks over there admit that. They never mention it. She looked at the camera in front of Gayle King. See, y'all keep on showing that clip of R. Kelly crying in front of Gayle King, right? It's a meme now. That thing is everywhere. It's him crying. It's him use your common sense. Everybody's using it as a meme. Make the Stallion look Gayle King dead in the face and lied and say, I didn't do that. I didn't have sex with her. And then she admitted it. And she look how smug and dismissive she was about it. Yeah, you know, sometimes we get drunk and yeah, we did every once in a while. Ole, aren't you an attorney? You're a lawyer, right? You don't understand how that complicates things? No? And the fact that she lied about that on oh, okay, all right, all right, all right. Huh? Man. So now here we are with the FD said, and FD will be waiting. FD said he gonna come back to this, and then he make money off of this type of thing. Yeah, because and FD knows this. He appreciate this. He knows this, and he actually mentioned this on his conversation about college and university with considering black men or concerning black men. Better yet, the women use him, men like him, as a weapon against the masses of us. He knows it. Foreign knows it. Consciously know it. They're gonna act like they don't. FD exposed it. FD said it. That's all they are. FD, foreign, consciously, Garrett, all they are is supposed to be black women's whip for black men. Unfortunately for you, more and more black men are staying away from black women. Black women, and this is why that whole um um thing about harassing black women or abusing them. Don't worry about that. Give it some time. Black men are not even going to be around you for you to even lie about it. Huh? No, Z, they'll find a way. You're right. Y'all better go get it from the white man. I guess y'all will be accusing white men of groping y'all or touching y'all or raping y'all or whatever. They won't do it, Z. You right. They won't hide for the white man. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Huh? Imagine in one breath are black women saying black men are out here chasing after every snow bunny. Imagine video after video is showing black women at matchmaking events or speed dating events, mixers, and they're complaining that no black men are showing up. It's 100 black women and like 10 black men. Imagine that. Imagine black women complaining that in their workspace, the black men are not even paying them any attention. And in the same breath, are black women saying, yeah, you know, he touched me like this and he did this to me and then he cursed me out like this. Wait, so we're not around you and we're ignoring you and we're staying the hell away. But at the same time, we're touching y'all and groping y'all and being inappropriate with y'all? Dear black women, y'all got to meet up with each other and get your lies together. Get your lies together, black women, for your own good. Get your lies together. You and Latina women and white women and Asian women, y'all got to sit down and get y'all white worshiping man ass lives together. Huh? Oh man. Get your lives together, black women. How are black men avoiding you and touching you inappropriately at the same time? Huh? Anything that's not worshiping at the altar of black women because they're not white women is somehow hatred of them. Is it hatred? These young men are staying the hell away. More and more young men are popping up at the family event with Latinas and white women. And y'all think it's hate. No, it's that y'all demand that they bow. And you think FD gonna make them. You think Garrison's gonna make them. Why? Because Garrison intellectualizes your misandry? Yeah, let me know how that works. Huh? Little Bill? Huh? Y'all think consciously antagonistic ass is supposed to what? Get these young men's minds right? Let me know how that work. Huh? We're gonna have more and more mixed babies running around here with black dads, black women not wanting to claim them as black. Nobody cares what you think when it comes to that. We know why. Huh? It's only black if it comes from a black womb. Black men said yeah about that. Middle finger. Huh? Imagine black women want to stay assholes and then somehow hold hostage black men by saying it's not a black child if it doesn't come from a black woman. We said yeah about that. Huh? Yeah about that. Yikes. Huh? Unfortunately for you.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
Huh? And it is. Huh? Y'all gives you a second, actually. If I could find this, that would be great. If I could find this. Oh, okay, maybe not. Okay, that's not happening today, apparently. Y'all gives you a second. Okay, yeah, that's not happening. All right. Nope. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna play some of this and we'll get to it. This is a reckless streams. Reckless, don't put it in the comments, don't put it in the comments. But before we do that, let's read KMS's comment. We're gonna read Trail's also. Reckless stream, but not as reckless as usual. Don't put it in comments, don't put it in the comments. And let's read KMS. And KMS says, F it. I'm in my mid-40s. We used to call Puff Blackula, the Negro Prince of Darkness. No one is defending this evil man. However, it is looking more like toxic relationship between two drugged out hedonists. She knew. Yeah, well, so when you listen to this, they bring up the age difference. Essentially it's he took advantage of her. He took and FD and I want everyone to listen close. We're getting in a real scary place. Dear men, this is for all men. I don't like doing the all men thing. I like to stick to black men, but listen, they're getting into a weird place now where women can retract their consent. If you listen close to what FD says and what Garrison says, we're in that place now, everyone. You want to talk about postmodern? Now we in the places of, yeah, she might have consented at the moment, but because it wasn't like in the perfect situation at the perfect time, and you didn't have her sign a piece of paper, and even if she did sign the piece of paper, was she drunk? Or was she just a little bit inebriated or intoxicated? I mean, so if she was, then we can't take it, at face value. And even if she wasn't, if she decides to retract that consent, then guess what? It's great. Yeah, we're in that place now. Uh-oh. We look, man. Imagine saying we coddle black men. Imagine saying we coddle black men. And now we're in the place where y'all are saying consent is not really consent. A woman's consent is not really consent. It's consent. But if she decides to retract that consent 10 years later, then it wasn't consent. And yet we coddle black men. Ooh, FD, you want to say this to men. It doesn't matter how you frame it, bro. 1 million subscribers, it doesn't matter. You want to say this to straight men and tell them, oh, look, if you don't agree with me, then you sexist. If you don't agree with me, then it's misogyny, and it's misogynorism. Hey, y'all, let me know how this works. But I agree with KMS. People always been looking at Diddy funny style. I was a teen and a preteen looking at Diddy like, I don't know. Huh? FD literally sat there and said, it doesn't matter if she was organizing some of the freak offs. She's a victim. Okay. All right. All right. She's a victim. Okay, cool. All right. If we're going with that, what y'all are saying is I think y'all in that bubble so much, you don't really appreciate how it hits other men's ears. Because you and Conscious Lee and Garrison and all of y'all are in that bubble. Y'all think we're the widows, but y'all are in that bubble. And what you don't appreciate is the way it hits men's ears is, oh, in relation to black men, black women are infallible. It don't matter what she do, player. We will always question you about what did you do wrong. And we'll always walk up to her there. Shout out to all the black women complaining that black men are not showing up to mixers and speed dating events and matchmaking events. And then you see them walking out with Latinas. Uh-oh. Huh? You see them walking with white girls. Yikes. Imagine a community that demands that you kiss black women's ass, and we're going to call that egalitarian, and we're going to call that equal. Y'all could try to frame it however you want. The men are not as dumb as y'all think, Kim Foster. You can frame it however you want. It's not equality, it's not egalitarianism. It's deferring to and kissing black women's ass. It's allowing her to use you for a leg up, you are stepping stone Stacy as a black man. And because more and more young black men are saying, yeah, about that. Nope. If I want a sister, I'll go to Africa. I'll go to the Caribbean and find one of them that's not westernized. I'll go to Latin America. If I can't do that, I would rather date in America a non-black woman. I'm not dealing with this. Okay, if the white girl's on that, I'm going to deal with the Latinas. If the Latinas on that, I guess I'll be single. You're not going to get young men, period, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, to not, don't believe your lying eyes. We just want equity here. We just want egalitarian relationships. We want fair and balanced. We want equal power dynamic. Yeah, right. The women said they want men with more money, more status, but with equal power in the relationship. Look, it took everything in me for me not to drop this F-bomb just now. Woo, woo, man, it's like holding a sneeze. Man, I came so. It took everything for me not to give y'all the F out of here, like New York style, the F out of here. Oh, that took everything for me not to say that. Whew. Whew. Okay. We got our breath back. We're back. We're back. Huh? Imagine. These people are telling the men and the young men not to believe their lying eyes, their lying ears. To defer to the women and the girls. Right? It doesn't matter what she accuses. And Garrison literally said, why would she lie, Brian Banks? Why would a woman lie, Brian Banks? Wait a minute. Didn't we find out that the sister with the whole lacrosse team, she lied? She just admitted that a couple years ago or something like that? And she lied on white dudes. She risked everything. She got her attorney disbarred. You think they wouldn't lie on black men? If she's willing to lie on young white men, lacrosse players, that speaks to class. You think she wouldn't lie on? And if she's willing to lie on white lacrosse players, if she lied on black men in the same thing, you know they don't got that type of money. What would have happened to black men? Oh, what would happen to them is what happened to Brian Banks. Uh-oh. Huh? Yikes. I just want y'all to appreciate y'all are the weirdos. If you can frame it however you want for the Claudia Jordans and for other women, other black women. We're only 5 feet away from the red pill culture, only 5 feet away from what normally held beliefs about women. You can frame it however you want to frame it. If y'all goal is for the women to be autonomous, they're going to be autonomous more and more every day. If the goal is autonomy and security, let me know how that works. Security provided by who? To protect them from who? From men that's not walking up to them? We heard what that Gillette commercial said. From men that's not walking up to them? From men that's not showing up at speed dating events? Huh? From men that's not showing up to mixers? Huh? From men, the women are literally saying, the men are not approaching us. The young women, we're not even talking about women in their 40s, 50s, 60s. We're talking about women in their 30s and 20s saying, wait a minute, they're not approaching us. They're not talking to us. They're not, huh? It would be one thing if the marriage rate was going down, but we still somehow still was having kids and still was relationships and coupling. Nope, that's going in the crapper too. Uh-oh. Have y'all ever appreciated that the young men got the memo? Everything about them in relationship to women is wrong. The women are on the right side of history. The young men got the memo. The young men appreciate that y'all are allowing the women to weaponize the institutions and you content creators against them. And the young men said, all right, bet. Huh? For the brother to say, I don't hate women. These men, they hate women. They hate women. They hate women. You have women literally saying that these young men are going through what they're going through as some form of cosmic justice for what their granddaddy did 50 and 60 years ago. I have the clip on my phone right now. And yet the men hate women? Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. And Sherelle says, these biscuit eating Negroes frame every thought that doesn't originate from the beginning with the black woman is God, infallible, is the quote unquote hatred of women. Bro, they can't help it. In relationship to men, women are infallible. Whether the Haitian sister, I forgot her name, that's on there, whether it's her, whether it's and Ole knows better. Ole knows. Ole literally is in the job of defending black men in court, and I believe that she gives it her all. I won't even argue that she doesn't. But when she puts that camera on, she'll let FD and Garrison. I get what y'all are doing. It ain't gonna work. I'm telling y'all right now, this new form of masculinity, it ain't gonna work. FD know it ain't gonna work. You gonna try though. Because at the end of the day, what you're asking the men to do, which better yet, what you're demanding the men and the young men do is not believe their lying eyes. Claudia literally told me, no, essentially, and this is such extra boomer crap, if the men would act right, we wouldn't divorce them. Claudia, the number one reason is irreconcilable differences. When you dig through that, it's the money. Ooh, goddamn. It's not even infidelity. Nope. It's not physical abuse. Nope. It's the money. Act right, right? Yeah, that's it. Uh-oh. Claudia's showing her extra fangs right there. No, yo, just act right. What you mean, kiss your ass? Claudia, you been married yet? Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Imagine. The men are telling you what it is. Y'all don't want to hear it. And so, suffer. Garrison, you need to go to Congress and lobby for polygamy to be legal so that you could eventually marry 10 and 15 and 20 of them chicks. Huh? FD, you too. Tell your wife to move over so you can marry 20, 30 of them. Huh? Get out of here. Imagine telling men and young men, don't believe your lying eyes. You and her could have consensual triple X fun. Completely consensual triple X fun. She cheated on her boyfriend. She got caught. She lied and said that you held her down, you pinned her down. Well, guess what? We believe her. Uh-oh. We're going to defer to her. Yikes. Huh? It shouldn't even be brought to court. Uh-oh. Huh. You know, a couple months ago, Jason Black covered the story of the Latino and the Latina who were deleted by the Latina's side dude. When she was in her 40s or something like that, dealing with some 20-some-odd-year-old white dude, trailer park white dude. I told y'all, hey, these women of color throw their legs open for any old white guy. She's married to the Latino guy. Was she in her 30s or her 40s? She's married to the Latino guy. She cheats on her husband with the trailer park white dude. Husband finds out. She claims that he was the white dude was pressing up on her. Puts all type of restraining order on him. He mess around and delete both of them. Huh? He messed around and deleted both of them. Garrison, why would a woman lie? Why would she lie? Why would she lie? Why would? Wait a minute. We didn't watch empires fall because of women lying. What are you talking about? Why would she lie? This is what happens when you are in your bulletproof, bomb-proof, bubbles. U.S. bunker buster missile couldn't get through the bubbles y'all construct for yourselves, and then got the unmitigated gall to call everybody else weird, to call us weird. Y'all don't think y'all weird? Look, Mr. Z, when I critique capitalism and I have my leftist takes, I know I'm the weird one in the room, even amongst black people. I know I'm the weird one in the room. I own it. I don't call them weird. Y'all are the weird ones calling everyone else weird. Okay, yeah, that's it. While FD is saying, the red pill country is only 5 feet away from a regular attitude, normal attitude about women, and then got the unmitigated gall to call the other folks weird. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? I agree with y'all on this. Y'all can frame it however you want to frame it. At the end of the day, effectively, what this comes out to be is trying to flip the hierarchy where it's not white men are not at the pinnacle. We're gonna find a weird way to put black women at the pinnacle, center black women. What does that mean for black men in particular? Ooh. FD, what you thought Mr. Z ain't do the math? I told you. Effectively, what this comes out to be is black boys and men are defective white boys and white men, and simultaneously black girls and black women. Defective black girls and black women, and defective white boys and white men. That's what this comes out to be. And guess what? The young black men said, yeah, to hell with all of that. And y'all can't shame them into accepting it. Your biggest issue, FD, is going to be trying to get the young men to accept that they're on the wrong side of history and black women and black girls are on the right side of history. End of. Shout out to Obsidian. End of. Have fun with that. Huh? Have fun with that. And Charles, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this. I think I have it in order, but we'll see. And let's do this first. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Right? Say it again, Z. Oh yeah, say this part again, Z. We're not defending Diddy. One more again, Z. We are not defending Diddy. We are not attempting to defend Diddy. We're not effectively going to defend Diddy. Say it again, because you know somebody gonna pretend like they ain't hear you. We are not defending P. Diddy. Puffy. Right? Huh? Yes, Mr. Z remembers hearing the clip of was it Jada and them going off on Diddy? Diddy call in, and then they got into Mr. Z been knowing. They got into back and forth right there over the radio. Mr. Z been knowing. Huh? Mr. Z, I'm in the mix. I'm not in the streets, but I'm in the mix. Yes, we already heard about all of it. Diddy and the coach of his son. We heard all of it. We know. Huh? Imagine this. These folks think they can use these one-off stories to say, no, 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 it's way more common than this. And then when we say, hey, by the way, look, the women are talking crazy and acting crazy, they tell us, no, those are one-offs. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. When we tell you what you're trying to accuse of us, what you're trying to accuse us of is one-offs. You say, no, 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 this is just the way it is. This is how men have been socialized. This is how men think. This is how men in power move. This is how men without power wish they could move. All right. When the men turn around and say, hey, this is how the women move, whether she got money or not, whether she has status or not, this is what she wants. This is how she talks. This is how she treat the men that's on her level, that's above her, that's beneath her, etc., etc. You say, no, 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 those are one-offs. Oh, boy. Huh? Imagine. Huh? Either y'all meant equality and egalitarianism all the way or you didn't. And we know you didn't. FD, if you think it's easy, y'all really don't want. I want you to understand the reason why your job is so much more difficult than ours is because your narrative is so much older than ours. Ooh, goddamn. Particularly in the black community. Y'all can try to frame it however y'all want. We already killed the color purple narrative. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Uh-oh. The reason why, and FD really thought that this narrative died. It didn't die. You want to know why it didn't die? Because the young women are still assholes. That's why. I said it before, let me say it again. Y'all act like Kevin was talking to himself. Woman after woman after woman after woman after woman after woman, black woman after woman after woman after woman called into Kevin Samuels, showing their ass, boiling men to walking wallets and overglorified guard dogs. It didn't matter if she was educated or not. It didn't matter if she was light skinned or dark skinned, East Coast, West Coast, 5'4", 5'11", 6'1", looser curled hair, kinkier curled hair. It didn't matter. Down South, Midwest, Pacific Northwest, it didn't matter. They all called in looking for a simp with a lot of money and status with a 12-inch member. And what did y'all do? Critique Kevin Samuels. But of course you did, cowards. Huh? Of course you did. And you wonder why this didn't die? Huh. About that. Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And we're gonna play a bit of this, and we'll see how much we can stomach. We'll see. I didn't record everything anyway, so eventually this is gonna have to end anyway. But here we go, y'all.
As soon as the focus of victimhood turns towards women, you have a woman talking about how a man did her wrong. It's like there's an activation code in these brains that says, all right, I know what logic and truth and my own eyes have told me. However, what if women were evil and that was what we focused on?
About Diddy shenanigans for a very
Oh, look, Mr. Z talking to himself. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Because Mr. Z then said all of that. Are the women evil? I would say no. I would say effectively what it comes out to be is black women being jealous of white women. Is it evil? No, not necessarily. Can the women be evil? Yeah, sometimes. Are they evil? No. You know who's evil? The same people that have been evil for the past 2,000 years. Definitely, definitely for the past 500, 600 years. Those folks are evil. It sounds cartoonish because it is cartoonish when you say evil. Huh? Wow. No, I'm saying everything over again, you guys. I realized that I was muted. I realized I was muted. Huh? FD said evil because we think black women are evil. I don't know. I don't know how many of us say evil. Mr. Z says that they could be assholes. Some others call them the B word, but evil? How often do we call black women evil? Huh? How often do we call black women evil? You're being a bit hyperbolic here. This sounds cartoonish. Evil. I don't know if we think black women are evil. Huh? Resentful trolls? Yeah. Mean? Absolutely. Misandrous? Definitely. Huh? Spiteful? You better believe it. Evil? Yikes. Continuing, hopefully this time Mr. Z will remember to unmute himself.
For a very long time, I've been hearing he's been evil since the 90s. I had a death threat from him once for putting a picture on MySpace and ended up on a blog. 57 times in a manic, cult-filled rant, allegedly, texting me, making threats about a goddamn picture.
I don't have the problem with the inherent impetus to want to defend black men or to want to humanize black men. It's what you consider defense to be. Like, as somebody who has represented hundreds of black men in court for abusing women, I can tell you it does not require you to hate women and hate victims.
Why would a woman just lie about this thing?
That was Garrett saying, why would women just lie about this thing? For the attention, for the potential money, because she already started off the trade. I'll get to that in a minute. It doesn't require you to hate women. The women hate men. And they use the word hate too. Goddamn. Huh? The women hate men. They hate that they were promised or suggested to that as they get their degree and they get their status, they'll be able to marry these super well-off men and then take them for half on the way out the door. And they hate that actually that's not really how the cookie crumbles and the numbers ain't nothing. They're using the word hate. Do you hear the men using the word hate? No. You want to know why? Because they don't hate them. The women don't hate, the men don't hate women. The women hate men. The women hate the masses of men and they say it. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? The men don't consider the masses of women ugly. The masses of women consider the masses of men ugly. Huh? We literally got Remy Ma calling her own husband ugly. Huh? How many men, black men on top of that, are going to record themselves calling their wife ugly? Not ugly itch. Not their ex-wife, not their baby mama, no, their wife. Huh? Damn, we in topsy-turvy world. Huh? To Garrison, how many women don't lie? Why would a women lie about this thing? See, and this is the problem. It's the Garrisons and the FDs with the microphone, and they swear they're, look, I can't let y'all listen to Z because the issue with Z is you gonna think we all think like that. I don't think like that. I'm a good boy. Huh? I don't think like that. I'm a good. I can't let y'all know about BGS and Z and them. I can't. No. We look, they're gonna give us a bad name. Look, we don't care what bitter, resentful black women think, bro. The black women that wish they were white women, we don't care what they think. You care what they think. We know what informs them is resentment that they're not politically and socially upper middle class and above white women. And so your way of quote unquote cleaning up black men's image to black women, you imagine? Look, I know that you made this up yourself, and I know that you have a negative image of me because I'm not a rich white man. But let me clean up that image. Get out of here. Garrison literally said, "Why would a woman lie, bro? Do you know how many false, great allegations there are?" Wait a minute, you don't think a woman could imply that? And well, and everybody say, whoa, he did something to you, and now she can't retract, so she gonna go all the way. Wait, oh, y'all think white women do it, but black women don't? Oh, I get it. You think white women lie on their vagina, but black women don't concerning black men. Oh, I get it. Wait, no, Garrison didn't even put a race to it, so he's just saying that why would a woman, excuse me, lie? Why would a woman, bro? When did women stop lying? Huh? You can argue that the whole story about Mary is a lie. Ooh, goddamn Z. Ooh. Immaculate conception, right? Yikes, goddamn Z. See, Z, now you trying to get stricken by lightning, Z. Oh, you trying to get stricken by lightning, Z. Hey, if y'all just hear static in a minute, y'all know Z not here no more. Huh? Why would women lie? The goddamn story in the Bible's a lie, goddamn it. Goddamn Z, hey, look, you trying to die, Z. Stop it. Huh? Yikes. Garrison said that with a straight face, and I want you to appreciate he meant it though. He wasn't trying to just blow smoke up black women's rear end. He meant that. That's the scary thing. Like, you know, like we're almost living different lives in this way. Because the guys like Garrison, FD is full of crap. But guys like Garrison, I don't know how he was raised necessarily. They really look at the women like, oh no, I know her, she cool. She wouldn't lie about that. Huh? Oh no, you know, like black women might have their ways, but I don't think she gonna say that. I don't think she gonna act like that. Huh? I don't think they would act like that. No, it gotta be us. It's us. It's the men. It's the men. And then they take a couple of feminist theory classes in college and university, and they're really gone. Now it's really, oh, the men are the worst. Black men in particular are the worst. Huh? At least white women get to be white. Black women are stuck with deficient boys. Uh-oh. Who then take their anger out and all of these old black feminist tropes. Black men can't be white men, so they take their anger out on black women type talk. And when at the foundation of your worldview is that, then of course you're going to defer to the women. It don't matter if you catch her red-handed in a lie. Huh? Yikes. Continuing.
And be told she's a liar and not get justice. Like, why would they lie? Like, no, people aren't lying.
Who hate DDG is jumping out the window to defend DDG.
He really said that.
Enemies. We talking about who've been on the internet offering fisticuffs or putting their pride to the side because they are realizing that I don't hate you as much as I hate women.
This conversation.
Once again, hey, y'all could keep on telling. Look, apparently y'all want to keep these women single and lonely and miserable, buzzing themselves to death forever. Okay, cool. Keep telling the women that the men hate them. To all the black men in the black manosphere, now y'all hear why whenever you talk to, they hate us. That's why they hate us. That's why they over there with the white girls. They hate us. That's why they're not trying to date us. They hate us. Why do black men hate us so much? They hate us. They hate us. They hate us. Imagine your sister telling you you hate her. Bitch, I don't hate you. I gotta stay the hell away from you. You're full of crap. You sound crazy. Not being a white woman has driven you insane. I don't hate you. I gotta stay the hell away from you though. Huh? And these brothers, they hate. Why y'all hate them so much? Y'all hate them. We don't hate black women. We don't hate black women. We just refuse to be forced to worship them because they can't be white women. So the best thing they could do is get black men to get other black men to worship them. Get the hell. Ooh, I almost dropped it again. Get the hell out of here. Hate. You think it's hate? No, you know better. You think it's hate? You think these brothers hate black women? You think they hate black women, or they want to stay the hell away from people who have been so explicit that anything short of you bowing to me and deferring to me and bringing your resources to me and elevating me and quote unquote edifying me is hatred. Anything short of that is hatred. How dare you be a rich black man with a non-black wife? How dare you? How dare you? Huh? How dare you be a good-looking black man with a non-black girlfriend? How dare you? Huh? How dare you be a black man with some resources who has decided you would much rather be playing video games, Call of Duty with your friends than showing up to the matchmaking event? How dare you? How dare you? So, I mean, if you think of that as hate, then, well, maybe them brothers hate black women, but it's really not that they hate black women. They just they refuse to be made to bow to them and worship them, and y'all can call that whatever you want. No, it's egalitarianism. See, that's what we're talking about. That's what this. Huh? No, it's worship. It's worship. No, it's bowing to them. We're not doing it. Claudia's 52. Ask her, has it happened yet? Even with that 90s R&B love that she was talking about. No. Huh? No. Huh? Hate. They hate black women. Now that's what they have to say, because more and more, especially of you young brothers under the age of 30, under the age of 35, under the age of 30, y'all are staying the hell away from them. So now they don't got nothing. Look, I said it, let me say it again. All that accusation stuff gonna dry up. It's gonna dry up. You know who's gonna be being accused? The brothers at the absolute bottom that's messing with black women. All the middle class brothers, upper middle class brothers, even working class trending to middle class, more and more of them are gonna stay away from black women and end up with Latinas and white women. Mr. Z doesn't necessarily think of that as a great thing. I don't see dating out as a panacea. What I am saying is, I'm gonna see how black women try to accuse black men of anything when his whole entire track record said he has white girlfriend after white girlfriend after white girlfriend after white girlfriend. I'm gonna see how y'all try to accuse him of anything after that. Latina girlfriend after Latina girlfriend, Asian girlfriend after Asian girlfriend, white wife. I'm gonna love to see how y'all say, oh, he was acting inappropriate and he said these things to me. We interviewed the other coworkers. Oh, no, bro, he don't even work on the same floor as her. I don't even know how that would happen. Oops. Black women, mess around and make yourselves the white women that keep on lying on black men. Y'all already are. Oops. It's not smart. Hate black. Y'all don't have nowhere else to go. Now y'all gotta say hate. Huh? Y'all don't have nowhere else to go, so now you have to say hate black women. Black men like this and black women say, oh, they hate black women. There's nowhere else to go. More and more young black men are making themselves scarce around black women. So now y'all gotta say hate. Y'all don't got nowhere else to go. I get it. Huh? They hate black women. Okay, yeah, that's it. No? Continue.
Really sent me. Diddy really cared about her when he said, you know, you look like you a little bit on these drugs, a little heavy. You on these drugs that I was providing for you and giving to you and forcing on you a little too heavy. I'm trying to look out for you. Black people, hey. We are talking Diddy today because what else is there to discuss? And I'm just going to send it right over to FD.
So, as the owner of the best Diddy video on the internet, which I'm frustrated about that. I feel like I'm not getting that respect. I kind of want to touch on Diddy, but also like we're finally hitting the Diddy wasn't so bad actually moment. Like I wondered if we would get here, but we are getting like, you know, people popping up. I know it's being fed to me specifically because Twitter's algorithm and YouTube's algorithm. No,
Imagine saying that we're cherry picking Black women acting badly to prove our point, and then turning around and trying to cherry pick Black men who are supposedly defending Diddy to prove your point. Uh-oh. Yikes. We're not in the real world, y'all. This is not real. This is not Earth 616. This is not real. Huh? Yikes. Appreciate that's what FD is engaging in right now. Who are these people who are just straight up saying, no, Diddy ain't wrong, bro? Yeah, I heard when he said that SMWH. I heard when he said that. I'll let that one go. I heard that. Huh? I heard it the first time. I caught it the first. Y'all know how Mr. Z is. I caught it the first time. I was like, I don't know if that's the comment you wanted to make. Huh? Continuing.
I hate this shit. But we're starting to get people that are saying, if I come out and say maybe Diddy wasn't so bad, then I can get views. And I'm starting to notice how there's a more explicit drive from like conservative and right-wing like entities to get behind that sentiment. Like I saw something on TikTok yesterday where a woman, a Black woman, mind you, is like, ooh, Republican. Well, she doesn't say Republican Congresswoman. She just says Congresswoman such and such says, Meg Thee Stallion, you have 36 hours to do whatever, or we're going to release this information about Tory Lanez. And then I noticed that like OAN and Fox News are reporting on the story. And it's like, oh, they really are not giving up on us. These motherfuckers not learned their lesson. In fact, clearly they are like, we're going to quadruple down to get these young Black men to vote Republican by collaborating with the academics of the world and insert whoever.
FD, I said this. Wherever you are, AB Media, wherever you are, BGS, they recall Z saying this like, fuck. I'm trying so hard. That drop these that one almost came out. That one I had the F. The F was right there. Y'all heard the F slip out. Ooh, real back. You're trying not to use profanity yet. When you bring the panel up, if you are able to bring the panel up, then you'll be able to speak more freely. Okay, all right. Real back. It's going to be easy because of you, Mr. Okay, as I was saying, AB could testify to this. BGS could testify to this. Art Newstyle could testify to this. The Roger Report could testify to this. Z been saying for years, the Democrats have a man problem. They definitely have a young man problem because of people like y'all. If the Democrats want to turn themselves into the feminist party, then go at it. Go ahead. But don't act like y'all don't know why the young men ain't voting for you guys. You're telling the young men you're going to defer to the women from top. It don't matter what the facts show. And there's from the beginning, we're not only just speaking about grape allegations. We're going to defer to them. That we're gonna think of them as the smartest people in the room. We're going to think of them as the wisest. We're going to think of them as the most moral. You're telling the young men this. No, see, we're not verbalizing it. Yeah, but you're telling them that, though. Goddamn. Cut it with the equality and equity crap. Cut it with egalitarianism. It's not. Y'all got the thumb on the scales for the ladies. Okay, fine. But then don't expect the young men to not go to places where they're telling them, okay, you know what? We're men over here. If Mr. Z gonna say it, if what being Black is to be a Black woman who wish she was a white woman, you better believe more and more young Black men are going to go Republican. Goddamn. Uh-oh. If being Black means being a resentful, bitter Black woman who lives and breeds because of the largesse of the same white woman she wished she was, then you better believe more and more young Black men are going to vote Republican. You better believe it. Because at least over there they get to be men. They can't be black, huh? But they can be men. Y'all messed up because y'all thought y'all were gonna pincer move black men into, okay, they let you be men over here, but you could be black over here if you're kissing black women's ass. And you thought you see y'all gambled wrong. Ooh, you gambled wrong. Now the majority of black men, even young black men, are still voting Democrat. I would argue that number is going to start to dwindle every election because what are y'all offering black men except bowing at the feet of black women? Huh? Huh? Yikes. Y'all are telling the men not to believe their lying eyes. You're telling the young men not to, and you thought y'all so. Oh, we have look. They go to the preschool with nothing but black women and women in general. The elementary school and the middle school, and we don't know what happened to them. You know what happened to them? Your goddamn daughters, huh? They notice that the female teachers are putting the thumb on the scale for the girls. They notice. They notice. FD, tell me I'm lying. Ooh, ooh. FD, tell me I'm lying. All you male teachers and former male teachers, black male teachers, tell me I'm lying. Uh-oh. And then it gets worse. Then he hits puberty and his black female counterparts hit puberty. And they realize, wait a minute, she can be an asshole and I'm supposed to eat that. She could be mean, snarky, and I'm supposed to eat that. For what? For the off chance of vagina when she's 45? After Chisel Chin Tyrone and Chisel Chin Chad then had their way with her? Yeah, about that. You think the 14-year-olds ain't thinking this? You think the 13-year-olds are not thinking like this? You think the 15-years are not thinking like this? Huh? Yikes. You expect these young men to vote Democrat when the Democrats are overtly showing the party to be the party of elite white women. Huh? Now, is it really the party of elite white women, or is it the party of kind of limp-wristed elite white men, oozy, who move a bit different, who's still racist and sexist, but at least the face is white women? Oops. Sorry, black women, it's not you. It's still not you. Yikes. But they'll definitely let you get the swinging arrows from the Republicans. Uh-oh. JD Vance just entered the chat. Vivek just entered the chat. Yikes. Sagar and Jetty just entered the chat. Oh. Huh? Nikki Haley just entered the chat. Yikes. Huh? Ah, and we'll continue with this. I'll read a few of them right after this. So I'm trying to please. There's a lot here. Here we go.
Insert whoever else using misogynoir and red pill ideology to uphold and support fascist movements in this country. And it's like, I might have to return to the topic. I was just thinking to myself, I guess it's time to pull that subject. It's an easy win in the algorithm. So it's time to jump back into the ring with that, because clearly there's more work to do.
I saw that last night when I looked up Tory Lanez for 2 seconds on Twitter before I decided this is not where I need to be. And I saw some random Republican politician calling for Tory Lanez to be freed. I was like, she don't know who the f he is. Right. All she knows is that she thinks it'll galvanize a particular like quadrant of black men that don't even vote online. Like,
it ain't no. That's the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
I'm so sick and tired
of it wouldn't be so damn easy to get those young men to consider voting Republican if the Democrats weren't so antagonistic. Huh? If the Democrats weren't such assholes to the young men. Huh? If the Democrats didn't overtly say, by the way, we're going to put the thumb on the scale for your sister now. Huh? It wouldn't be so easy. Appreciate you're talking about black men. The majority of black men still vote Democrat, but y'all saw that decline this previous election in 2024, and y'all just chalked it up to sexism. Let Z say it again and be very clear. Every single time these young men run into you or your daughters and y'all are hypocrites on this man-woman stuff, you incentivize that young man to go in a different direction. If these young men were told, whether it was subtly or overtly, that what we are trying to do in this society is create a more equitable world, a more egalitarian world, and what they're running into are women who are weaponizing the institutions against the young men and then using content creators and quote unquote thinkers and tastemakers like FD Signifier to bludgeon the young men and to do it for the women for little or nothing. If that's what the Democrats are pushing, then you better believe more and more young men, including young black men, are going to either stay home or vote Republican. They might vote third party. They might. Huh? Y'all are insulting the young men and then telling them not to believe their lying ears. Yikes. Huh? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, if they keep this up, I wanted to let them keep this up. Like you said, let them talk. When they are no black men left, then what does that say? Because this thing is blocking it. Then I don't have a capacity. Oh yeah, we don't have the capacity. Okay. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Give me a second because this thing is all the way up here. My apologies. Here we go.
So we don't have the capacity.
Right. And once again, because I read that all type of wrong, Detroit says, if they keep this up, I want them to, I think you want to say, I want them to let them keep this up. Like you said, let them talk. When there are no black men left, then we don't have the capacity. There we go. Read that a whole lot better the second time. Yeah. And I don't think they really have a choice in the matter. There's only two ways in this fork in the road. It's either you bring some of this back, and you already hear some of this. I said it before, and I covered it. The meta modernism. I think you're gonna watch white women reel some of this back. You're gonna watch Latina women reel some of this back. Asian women were really not on that train like that anyway. Of course, you have some feminist Asian women who are, but for the most part, even some of them, they're gonna reel some of this back. Black women, I think, are gonna keep on going. Black women are gonna wake up one day, and it's just gonna be them. You could argue that's happening now, and I would agree with that, but it's not where I think it will be when they wake up and it's just them. You're just not going to get the men to bow. You're not going to get them. You're not going to get men to secure your autonomy from them while being with them. What? Huh? And we could give a F what elite white men do or try to do. They can't bludgeon us. The elite white men on the left can't bludgeon us. They can't bludgeon us enough to just go along and get along. FD could put out think piece after think piece. His think pieces could get millions of views, and you still gonna watch that marriage rate. That marriage rate is in the trash can. Anyway, you're gonna watch that marriage rate amongst black men in particular keep on burying itself concerning black women. FD could put out think piece after think piece that get millions of views. It means nothing. Huh? You're demanding that the young men, the young black men, just ignore and don't believe their lying ears, don't believe their lying eyes, and it's just not gonna work. Huh? It's just not gonna work. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, he says, FD chat is full of black women gaslighting on Diddy, DDG, Tory Lanez, and black men. Comment section. True. It's just pure evil coming from them. No wonder why black men are grabbing their passports, going up to other countries. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Right. And they see that as sexist. You're supposed to take the verbal abuse. You're supposed to take the antagonism and then understand where she's coming from. Like, just try to understand where she's coming from. Believe all women. Huh? Or believe black women. You hear this from Garrison. You're going to hear this from FD. You're going to hear this from the other brother. I keep on forgetting his name. It's this defer to women type talk. There's no way why would a woman lie about that? When Garrison said that, I was like, wow. There's no way you grew up in the real world and you can't be part of Earth 616. Ain't no way. The third rock from the sun, Milky Way galaxy, there's no way. Why would women lie? Why do people lie? People lie out of spite. People lie out of pride. Huh? People lie because they got caught, so they try to derail. Huh? That's why people lie. That's why women lie. Why would they lie about grape? For the same reason the white women lied. They got caught on something. They're embarrassed. It started off as a little lie. People held them to it, so now it's a big lie. And they're okay with you going to prison. They're okay with you being on papers for the rest of your life. Excuse me, the rest of your life based off of a lie. If you don't believe me, go ask Brian Banks. Black women are okay with you serving prison time. Because she started off with a little lie and blew out of proportion, and now I can't really, I guess he's just gonna have to go to prison. Huh? So yeah, Detroit, I glanced over those comments. FD know what it is, man. Ole knows what it is. Ole is literally in court fighting for black men's freedom. She knows that black women lie on black men. She knows some of these sisters are lying about being touched inappropriately. She know. It's in the way of the narrative. Once I started, I entertained this as best I could, but the second they started using the word hate black women, that's when Mr. Z, the hardest eye roll. Iron Man eye roll. It's not hatred of black women. It's black men being tired of people like y'all putting the thumb on the scales for black women and then telling black men don't believe their lying eyes. It's not hatred of black women. Black men and boys are tired of y'all looking them in the face and telling them, hey, defer to your sisters and them, defer to the women. The women are morally superior to you. The women on the right side of history, the women just want equality and equity while you want power. You want the same power to abuse that white men have. And then we talk to the women and they sound abusive. Goddamn. They sound like megalomaniacs. Goddamn. They're mean, rude, and snarky. Well, damn. Huh? They're entitled, materialistic, consumerist brats. Well, damn. Huh? It's not hatred. It's indifference. It's not hatred. It's apathy. It's not hatred. And once again, and once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. Give me a second, yo. Let's see. Hey, oh, perfect, because look, perfect time. And Trell says, hate you, yitch. You don't like anime or Star Wars. I'm too busy being a lame to hate you. Look, yeah, no, that's for a certain type of black women. I think there's other black women, even if they're not into it, they'll entertain it because you're into it. But I agree with you that, to be frank with you, I don't I don't really know how this maths. I said it earlier, I was being a bit funny, but in all seriousness, how do black women simultaneously complain that black men are not showing up to speed dating events, mixtures, and matchmaking events, while simultaneously saying black men hate them and black men are physically assaulting them and abusing them? How are black men physically assaulting you and abusing you, and then they're also not showing up to spaces where black women are? They're literally like the argument and the complaint is that black men, like, this is an open space for black men to, this is when black men are supposed to be showing up to try to talk to black women, and they're not doing that. But yet randomly they're touching you. Oh yeah, it's people that you know. But aren't black women saying that black men are staying away from them? So wait a minute. So it's people that you know that are touching you inappropriately and raping you and assaulting you and et cetera, et cetera. It's people that you know. But then y'all are saying that black men are staying away from you. If black men are staying away from you, then how do you even know them for them to be doing this in the first place? Wait, what? Hate you. Of course, black women will say that black men hate them because we're not deferring to them. We're not kissing their ass. We're not bowing. We're not letting the FDs of the world and the garrisons of the world browbeat us. We're not letting this other brother's name tell us we're lame or we're weird and we hate women. Look, man, y'all could call it what you want to call it. We stay the hell away, brother. I mean, that's more for you. Now, Mr. Z likes black women. Mr. Z prefers black women, but more and more young brothers are staying away. That's more for you. Huh? I like when black men talk like black women are these super innocent, helpless, hapless creatures. I love when y'all talk like that. And then we look at the young black man, and more of them sound like Saint Cyr. Hey, I only dated white and Asian girls. I don't know what they talking about. I only dated Latina and Asian girls. I don't know what they talking about. Huh? Uh-oh. Huh? The funniest thing in the world, when you meet more and more black men that say, no, the only relationship I've ever had with black women outside of my family have been platonic. Oops. Huh? Hatred, right? Yeah, that's it. As Charles says, hate you, question mark, exclamation point. Hate you. Exactly. Black women really think that you wake. I really think, I don't think this is a black woman thing, actually. I really think there are women that think that men wake up in the morning. How we gonna get these women? How we gonna make them bow? How we gonna make them kiss our ass? How we gonna scare them? How we gonna be able to touch them and get away with it? Huh? How can I grape her and get away with it? They really think this. Z, you're using the wrong word. They really feel this. There you go. Yeah. Hate you. Okay, yeah, that's it. Intro, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Ah, I gotta read this one now. Detroit says, can't stand these hair salon ass Negroes. Yeah, no, it look, they think they're doing black women a solid. This is what happened when you buy too much into intersectionality. This is what happens. Even FD appreciate FD knows better. FD knows better, man. FD thinks that what is happening is brothers like Z are overemphasizing black women's bad behavior. The black women who behave bad, and then we're putting that on Front Street to discount other black women's experiences. But he knows better. He knows better. Huh? The FDs of the world know better. They have bought into a narrative and they're going to stick to it. It doesn't matter whether it's factually accurate or not. That means nothing. That's not even in the cards. That doesn't stop anything. Huh? FD know better. These hair salon dudes are the ones that, yeah, girl, whether they're straight or LGBTQ, that doesn't matter. Huh? I watched this young brother, I watched these brothers talk to Claudia Jordan and let her get off her, I miss the 90s R&B love and all of this, and yawn. Like these young men woke up one day and just hated black women. No, they're tired of the lies. They're tired of the society telling them that what we're working towards is equality, and then they watch the society put the thumb on the scales for their sisters. Okay, fine. And then they watch their sisters, and I don't mean this literally because this sounds some weird incest thing. They watch their sisters, then turn around and say, oh yeah, I can't be with you because I'm better than you. You don't think that's gonna bring some resentment? Wait a minute. They held me up. Huh? They told me don't outright compete against you. Compete against other men, but don't outright compete against you. Put both hands behind my back concerning you. And then you turn around and tell me you're better than me? Oh yeah, you bet. Hey, understand, we talking about, especially we talking about men under the age of 30. Oh no, y'all got another thing coming with them Gen Z. I would love to watch FD try to fix this. FD and his white male counterparts. I would love to watch y'all try to fix Gen Z, white, black, Latino, and Asian men. I would love to see it. I would love to see how y'all try to make this magic happen. Y'all told these young men that y'all were fighting for equality and the women wanting equality. I'm telling you, these young men just want to pipe. They want to pipe, and then eventually they want to be in a relationship with these women. And these women are assholes. Y'all told them equity and equality, and they got nothing but rude, snarky, mean, entitled brats who think they're better than the men. Okay. Keep talking like this is all about Tory and Meg and Diddy and Cassie. Keep pretending like y'all don't see what's really going on in FDOB. I saw what you did with that smooth ass Michael Jackson moonwalk, FD. No, you know, the issue is that the normal attitudes towards women is only 5 feet away from red pill content. I see what you're trying to do with that. I see what you're trying to do with that. It still ain't gonna work. Because effectively what it comes out to be is, A, don't believe your lying eyes. The women aren't full of crap. The women won't lie on you because now she regrets it. The women won't lie on you because she's embarrassed. Don't believe your lying eyes. She won't weaponize the court system against you. That's you. Huh? All that talk, it was funny listening to the Haitian sister talk about gold diggers and whatnot. The men still earn more than women. You do realize that, right? Even in the black community, the men still earn more than women. You do realize that, right? All the other these men think that these women, and then you hear, oh, like, if you the ones that really don't got it. You do see that black women just lost 106,000 jobs last month. Don't got it. Who don't got it? Single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Look it up, Olay, if you think I'm lying. Huh? Single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Yes, they are gold digging. Why? They're not gold digging because that brother only make $40,000 a year? 50? 38? Huh? Oh, wait, you can't gold dig from a $38,000 a year, brother? Yes, you can if you're only making 20. Oops. Huh? You can't gold dig from a $50,000 a year, brother? Yes, you can if you're only making 28. Better yet, Z, yes, you can if you're making 65, but you have $90,000 in student loan debt. Yes, you can. Huh? Wow. So yeah, they sound like hair salon ass dudes. Yeah. They're just gonna encourage the women to the nth degree. Look, man, I suspect that we're gonna have, forget the boomers and silent generation. We are going to have so many Diane Carols and Eartha Kitts as millennials and Gen Z. Extras are going to be pretty goddamn bad as they creep into their 70s. They're going to be bad. Oh, they're going to be bad. But millennial and Gen Z, oh, The women, right? You're just gonna have so many Eartha Kitts. Not even so much Diane Carroll, because Diane Carroll sounded a little bit more. She sounded calmer. She sounded like she had did some introspection. It was like, yeah, I wasn't the greatest. Like, I'm not saying that they were great, but I wasn't the greatest. No, I think we're gonna have a whole lot of Eartha Kitts. Compromise for who? For what? Just indignant to death, literally to death. Dying with the middle fingers up to black men in particular, right? Ah, yeah, true. No, I do think the women are going to resign themselves to their state, and like the women. What's great about black women is that they say it. I'd rather be single. It's not a threat, and I hear Jason Black when he says, "Look, the women don't see it as a threat." I don't know if I really believe them. Maybe you do, Mr. Black. I don't really believe him. I really don't believe him. Huh? I think the women are full of crap. I think they think we believe their poker face. No pun. Huh?
Look at me, look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina.
I don't believe him. I don't. I think most of them are like this. Jason Black. I think most of them are like this. This is what we say when we're single. I don't need a man. This is what we say. I think most of them are that. I think this young lady may not be black. I think most women, white, black, Latino, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, I think that's them. Huh? I think she just slipped up and actually said it. Right? And notice she reeled back and she went back to what she was trying to speak about, which is pretty much going out on Valentine's Day and seeing a bunch of couples and how it messes with her. Huh? That's why I say let them talk. You let people talk randomly, and y'all won't even be on the subject matter. And they'll throw out a random statement. You'd be like, got your ass. That's what it really is. See, we're not necessarily talking about relationships and sex and intimacy right now, so you just dropped a little bit of truth about something. Huh? Because your guard was down. You weren't in defense mode. That's the real you, though. That's how you really think. Huh? That's how you really feel. Look, Mr. Z done caught Chrissy pulling that real talk with Yanni. Huh? Cynthia G. You let people talk. You let women talk. And eventually we won't get to it. So yeah, Trell, no, the women are they don't have a choice. I keep saying it. The FDs of the world, they're gonna get married. I'm not sure if Garrison is married or has children. No, I don't think he does. But yeah, he'll get married. His class position in education, he'll get married. And these people swear that it's their way of viewing the world and winning. I'm egalitarian. That's why I'm married. Nigga, it's your goddamn status and your position. Shut the hell up. Check the marriage numbers and who's married. They really be thinking it's them. And I'm not saying that these brothers may not be good looking or talented or wise or whatever. They may not be funny, whatever. But bruh, look at who's getting married and staying married. Huh? They be thinking they have some extra special sauce, some extra special progressive sauce. Bro, stop. Huh? Oh, I remember this. Mr. Shook to you. Mr. Shook to you says, girl 30K a year versus dude 14K a month. And then he puts the link. That's the Latina, right? And I think that's the one you're talking about when he says it and she act like it ain't nothing. And all of us are like, dude making like 150 a year. When you do the math, 14K a month, yeah, give or take. That's 140. Yeah, no, more than that, more than 150 a year. More than 150 a year. She's making 30K a year. And by the way, that doesn't mean that she need to jump his bones. She might not find him physically attractive or whatever it is. But y'all saw when she said that, first of all, she was a little tipsy. But she got to defend the position. She got to defend the position, y'all. Look, women have pride too. Mr. Z keep on saying women are human beings also. That's why Mr. Z finds it fascinating when these folks speak about women like they're infallible in relationship to men. Black women are infallible in relationship to black women. Excuse me. Black women are infallible in relationship to black men. There we go. Right? As a matter of fact, black women are infallible in relationship to everyone, particularly black men. Thank you, Afro National. He says it's $168,000 a year. $14,000 a month is $168,000 a year. She make 30 a year. That does not mean she needs to bow to him. Mr. Z don't believe in that. With that, she said what she said. She prideful. She could have just been like, oh, okay. Here, take my number. So she got to say what she got to say. Didn't y'all hear who was speaking about the background of Pop the Balloon and said sometimes these sisters turn down these dudes and then give them their number after. Who was saying that? Was it Aaron the Plumber? Somebody said it. It might have even been a sister that said that. These people be turning each other down while the camera's rolling, and then backstage they're giving each other number. Come on, man. Man. Let me see. Let's play a little bit more of this.
Sadly, it is working with a percentage of them, unfortunately. You know, like listen, I say it all the time. With black people and these dumb YNs are out here that are like thinking it's so fly that white people are, co-signing the things that they think, and when we get to a point where we can stop prioritizing and respecting and coveting white approval, then we'll actually go somewhere. But we got these lower level that think white approval is so great to have, not even knowing the big play. Like they're laughing at you while they dangle a very small gold-plated carrot in front.
Which you don't appreciate, Claudia Jordan. Claudia, I'm not getting on you about your age. I'm not trying to make fun of you or mocking you about your age. You're not in the mix like that. The young men said they'll be damned if y'all make them bow to angry, mean, rude black women. They would much rather be on the side over there with the white racist men. You don't appreciate how toxic the environment amongst women has gotten since you were in your 20s. You don't appreciate it. The young black men say they would rather. Do you appreciate how bad it has to get for young black men to say, I would rather be over there with the racist than be over here with black women who want me to bow to them? Now, they can frame it however they want. I know, Claudia, you're not going to accept that that's what it is. That's not the argument. That's how the men think and feel. So guess what? It's real. Goddamn. Hey, if they say perception is reality, then guess what? That applies to black men too. Goddamn. Huh? You could call them YNs. That's a slur. I'm never going to accept this YN talk, y'all. Mr. Z ain't doing it. That's a slur. I don't care if black men and black women are using it. It's a slur towards young black men. It's a racial slur. That's what I'm on. I'm standing on that. Huh? As KMS says here, perfect statement. Too much pain in the relationship system. It's the same thing with Tiffany Cross. So y'all gotta, I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, so y'all got an issue with black women, so y'all gotta go vote for it, go over there with the enemy. Once again, too much pain in the relationship system. Huh? Black women, what you thought? Dear Claudia Jordan, what did you think? Claudia Jordan, were you not there with Ice Cube? Ooh, god damn, Z. Uh-oh. Did that not happen on Fox Soul? Were you not there that day? When Cube said, wait, I thought this is for black people. And y'all said, no, black women. What did you think we got from that? Oh, Miss Jordan, what did you think we got from that? What did you think black men got from that? What did you think the young black boys got from that? They're now men. They're now voting age. They were 14 then. Uh-oh, and they were 18 or a little bit above 18. This current election, 2024 election, uh-oh. See, black women be talking crazy, insulting the boys and the men, and then act like they wonder why the men and the boys move a certain way. You can play dumb all you want. Mr. Z gonna spell it out for you in colorful chalk and colorful markers on the whiteboard. And we're gonna watch y'all still pretend like y'all don't get it. Don't worry about it. Huh? Thank you, KMS. Claudia was there at the political tipping point, and then she acting like she don't get it. Y'all gonna go over there and vote for the enemy and be over there? They're laughing at you. They're making fun of you. No, they were laughing even harder when they watched you and Vivica and Lisa Ray look Cube in the face and say, no, there is a difference between being just quote unquote black and being black women. And then I watch FD pretend like he don't understand what I'm saying when I'm saying, hey, the women are weaponizing intersectionality against the black men. They're using intersectionality to benign neglect the black men. They're using intersectionality to get special set-asides and goodies. And guess what, Miss Jordan? I could just point to you and Lisa Ray and Vivica looking Cuba in the face and saying, oh no, there's a difference between being just black and black women. And guess what? The masses of young black men more and more every day are saying, yeah, about that. Keep acting like y'all don't get it. Mr. Z, spell it out for you. Huh? Yikes. And Detroit says, ain't that how it happens with 2 Democrat states shut down their reparations? Huh? We're telling them what it is. They're ignoring us and then pretending, say it again, Z, pretending like they're surprised when everything go left. Or better yet, in this case, right? Oops. When more and more young black men are, y'all are losing black men to the goddamn Republic. Do y'all understand? Y'all are losing. Z, you got to say it slow because people get how egregious it is, but they don't really get it. Y'all are losing young black men. Young black men to the Republican Party. The party of Jeb Bush and George W. Bush. Now, that's arguable because now it's the party of Trump for real, for real, for real. Y'all are losing young black men to Elon, well, at least the party that Elon Musk is a part of right now. To Donald Trump's party. To Vivek Ramaswamy's party. To Nikki Haley's party. Y'all are losing young black men to Nikki Haley's party? Huh? And instead of interrogating why, you start making presumptions that no, it's just that y'all are YNs and then y'all just don't want to align with us. They're laughing at you. Yeah, they might be laughing at us, but they were also laughing at us when they watched that clip from Fox Soul where 3 and 4 black women looked a black man in the face and said, yeah, we're not just black. Huh? We're not simply black. You're simply black. You're just black. We're black plus women. So we need special set-asides. Huh? As KMS said, you were there for the tipping point and you don't appreciate that you were there for the tipping. I'm telling you, these people are in their bomb-proof bubbles. I said it. They're in their bunker-busting bomb-proof bubbles. Their bubbles are in the middle of a mountain range in Iran. Huh? Their bubbles are somewhere in Montana or in one of the mountain states. Huh? Right next to a goddamn nuclear launch pad. Huh? Wow. Their bubbles are somewhere in some Russian tundra somewhere under a mile of ice. Y'all are in some bomb-proof, bunker-busting-proof bubbles. Because there's no way, Miss Jordan, you were part of that. You were there. And you still don't get it? Okay. All right. All right. Huh? Wow. Thank you for the super chat, Detroit. Thank you for the super chat. Jesus. Frightening. Continuing.
Carrot in front of you and you run for it. Just like the dumb that bought those gold sneakers, the dumb that thought it was cute, that Trump had a mugshot, falling for the okie doke, thinking that they're
sounding like a classist.
The rest of us, like, I'm not on the plantation like y'all. You're actually first in line on the plantation.
Yeah. We talk about that often, the contrarian.
I agree with the plantation. I'm going to play the sister talking about the contrarian in a minute. I agree with the plantation talk. I agree. Mr. Z ain't never vote no Republican, no nothing, yeah. And I'm not necessarily saying that the brothers that did vote Republican are on the plantation. But yes, you're on the plantation. Okay, fine, let's go with it. They're on the plantation on the Republican side. And you're not on the you're not on the Democratic plantation? You're chastising them for not voting in the same way as you're voting, along the same lines as you. For what? What do they get from that? Ooh, what is the incentive, as Real Talk with Yanni would say? What's the incentive? What is the incentive? Let me get this right. We vote for Democrats again. Shout out to Black Uru, perfect statement. And we get the tyranny of everyone except for white men. As a matter of fact, we get the tyranny of everyone, including white men. Just leftists, maybe LGBTQ white men, goddamn. Or we vote Republican, and it's the tyranny of white men and maybe one or two non-black guys. Huh. Seems pretty difficult of a choice. Not really. Yikes. Yikes. Huh. Continue.
Somebody that always wants to be on the opposing side, right? And just because, like, they want to sound like it's so intellectual to be the contrarian, but it's like you're strong and you wrong. So there's nothing here that can make me feel like Diddy or humanize Diddy in a way where the things that he did was because, he tried to purchase some big company because, the conspiracies. And then, Tory Lanez, did he really do it? Yet he was convicted in the court of law. They live.
Are you sure you want to go there? And I forgot, it mainly happens to black men, so it doesn't count. Y'all don't really care. Once again, the fracture. Hey, if we're gonna be fractured, if we're gonna be atomized, then we're gonna go all the way. Let me get this right. Because a black man was quote unquote found guilty in the court of law, that means he's guilty. Are y'all sure y'all want to stand by that in America? And black women in unison for the most part said yes, because it don't really be happening to them like that. That happens to black men. The Innocence Project, anyone? When it's like 2/3 of the people that they found innocent in the Innocence Project have been black men? Uh-oh. Black men are what, like 5.5%, 6% of the US population, and yet 2/3 of the people released because of the Innocence Project, something along those lines? Is it 2/3 or is it half? Something like that, right? Isn't Chicago one of the, if it's not the highest, I think it's the highest of people claiming guilty and then found innocent later on? False convictions? Yeah, because you're pressing 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25-year-olds into saying they did it, and then they look, oh, wait a minute, you didn't do it, and you've been serving prison time for like 7 years now. Oops. Oops. Huh? Are you sure that's the present? Oh, yeah, but they're okay with that because it doesn't really happen to black women. Once again, this is what happened when you're in your bubbles. Olay, you're here. Olay, you should be checking this right now. Oh, but you can't because it's going to mess with the narrative. Huh? Yikes. Continuing.
Did that, and that's why he's doing time. He didn't fight it, like you like to point out, Ole. And then we have, with DDG, this whole idea of she just trying to keep him from his baby. All of this stuff that's going on online, they always want to like make it seem like they're being on the contrary side of the issue makes them look at it from a different point of view. They're more nuanced. They're able to, expand the conversation outside of what the truth is. And it just be, you just wrong. You just wrong. You just wrong.
They just hate.
Yes, we're wrong. You're right. We are wrong because we don't agree with your narrative. You're right. You're right. Continuing.
You just wrong.
They just hate women. That's really all it boils down to. I think what I appreciate about the Diddy case
There we go. Hate women. Oh, okay. So that was the end of part 1. I got other part. Look, Mr. Z just gonna fly through some of this so we can bring y'all up because we about to hit 2 hours in a minute. Mr. Z, I don't know if I could make this one of these super long reckless streams. Once again, reckless. We're reckless right now. So yeah, we'll see. But let's try to get through some of this because there's definitely a lot said that I want to cover because it needs a response. Right. So, and I know most of the Black manosphere, y'all can't do it. Y'all can't stomach it. And I get it. So here's Z. All right, y'all. Here we go.
You just wrong.
They just hate women. That's really all it boils down. So I think what I appreciate about the Diddy case is because with Tory Lanez and so many of these other cases, they spend all this time gaslighting you into believing that they don't believe that Tory and these people are guilty. But really what it is they don't give a because they know, right? Like when we first ever got the news about Tory Lanez and Megs, everybody thought Tory Lanez did it and they was making memes, viral memes, laughing their ass off, right? It was only once it became like, oh, it's really a problem, the state's involved, they felt the need to pretend like they believe he didn't do it. And it's pretend because they wouldn't give a they come up with new excuses every day. Oh, she wasn't shot at all. Oh, she lied. Oh, Kelsey shoot it instead. Oh, this, and the next thing. When ultimately what they want to say is we don't give a that he did it. In fact, we like that he did, right? Because if they had a video right now of Meg Thee Stallion being shot by Tory Lanez, it wouldn't make a difference because they had a video of Diddy kicking Cassie head off like a football when she tried to leave. And I read this post from Lil Boozy dumbass today. Let me tell you something. Lil Boozy be making me go against my abolitionist principles. If there was ever anything they should throw into the jail, it's that. Boozy made me.
You're joking, but you're not joking. Y'all are joking, but y'all not joking because Boosie got the ear of the streets. Huh? Boosie's not one of these refined Negroes who be blowing smoke up women's ass. Huh? That's the problem y'all have with brothers like Boosie. Y'all could keep on throwing the Mark Lamont Hills up there to embarrass them and talk them down all you want. Boosie and what's the brother named Ish? I don't even like that dude. But they sound more like your everyday black man. So FD could say all that he wants. It's 5 feet away from red pill content. Y'all could say it however you want. Once again, Ole, you were joking, but you weren't joking though. Huh? And once again, another thing, these are the people that say we cherry pick black women's bad behavior. They're not even willing to accept that part, but still, we cherry pick black women's bad behavior on camera to construct a narrative. Meanwhile, they're doing the same thing. Huh? Meanwhile, they're doing, look at what Boosie said. Okay. Huh? Let me read this one now. And KMS says, black women talk like people can't record and don't forget. It's fascinating to Z for Claudia to literally have been there, for Claudia to be one of the people that said, no, it's not the same, it's not the same, it's that. Cube literally, and then now she played, and later on in this conversation, she's like, what happened to R&B love? And, I don't even date anymore. And bam! You were part of the what does Dr. Ron O'Neill call it? What's the term that Dr. Ron O'Neill call it again? Somebody go say it in the comments. It's right there. I can't get it out though. Right? The Ice Cube effect? The Ice Cube effect. The Ice Cube effect. You were one of the initiators of the Ice Cube effect. And then you turn around and act like you don't get it. And I want you to understand, Claudia Jordan is one of the lesser antagonistic ones up there. She's not Vivica A. Fox, and she don't got resting B face like Lisa Ray. And even with that, she was there, and she was one of them that look Cube in the face and act like, no, there's a difference. What about our special? Black women are not just black. You helped to bring that about. And then turn around and act like you don't know what the hell is going on. You do realize that black men and boys saw that, right? You do realize people clipped that out and reviewed it and talked about it ad nauseum. You do realize that, right? Huh? Ah, as Campbell says, black women talk like people can't record and don't forget. Ah, continuing. Thank you for the super
As
chat.
soon as I opened my eyes this morning, this man posted in all caps lock. I think Cassie and her husband masterminded this takedown of Diddy and his money. I think her husband had been trying to get her to do this for years to Diddy, but she didn't want to do it because she knew what would come out. Then as a couple y'all become broke, now the plot becomes realer by the month. I think the last straw was the Diddy and Carisha relationship. When she saw Carisha with that sign, supporting her man at the awards that did it. A woman scorned is a dangerous, evil motherfucker. Yeah, I said it. Put this somewhere away from people. Because what the bro? Like, it's actually crazy the way this sidestep. First of all, Cassie is not the reason he's in criminal court. This in charge with a RICO. He is being hit with a RICO charge. Cassie is one of a million witnesses being subpoenaed to testify to this entire large conglomerate of crime doing. He is charged with trafficking, witness tampering, bribery, narcotics, and more. This is a RICO. This don't got shit to do with Cassie. Moreover, he already settled a lawsuit with Cassie for $20 million. But for you to be like, oh, this evil woman, she don't know. There's so much he's playing on, because when he says, oh, she didn't want to do this because she knows what would come out, the suggestion being that she should be ashamed. She didn't want people to know about all these things he had to do, because somehow you could know. She's literally telling you raped, forced, sexual coercion, assault, and all of this. But all people, and I've seen it, black men and women online, like, oh, if I couldn't be her husband, oh, I wouldn't be here. And it's some sick shit. The way we foster this idea that victims of abuse should be shamed, that they should keep that to themselves.
Nice try, Ole. That's not the problem here. That's not the problem here. Men are being honest, and even women are being honest that I don't know if I could look at my partner. I don't know if I could look at my partner the same if I knew they was doing all of this. You think it's just victim blaming? You think men? Oh no! Oh, that's why y'all bigging up Alex Fines, because now he know his wife was a slore and he's still there and he's quote unquote defending her. Even the women, you're saying it right now. Even the women are like, nah, bro, I can't do it. If my dude was out here with the freak offs with Diddy, nah, I couldn't do it. Nope, can't do it. Huh? It's not victim blaming. Men and women are saying, look, man, if you were initiating freak offs on top of that, oh, absolutely not. Huh? Victim blaming. Ooh, the framing. Talk about ramen. And Eric Dedman says, and thank you for the super chat, Ole really disappointed me as a lawyer on this stream regarding the lack of evidence in the Tory Lanez case. All emotion, F your facts. I've said it, F your facts, number one. Thank you for reminding everybody about that, Eric, number one. Number two, concerning black men. I think Ole, when she's defending black men in court, she's probably a really good, like, I've heard her say things that let you know that she knows that women be lying on men. But right now, and the fact that she's not in court, oh yeah, she showed her ass right now. It is F your facts right now. Because of whatever random black men are saying on Twitter. Whatever random video black men, once again, we're not defending Diddy. You got to say it again, Z. Once again, we're not defending Diddy. Z, you got to say it one more again. Once again, we're not defending Diddy. With that said, every conversation concerning a black man and or a black woman will be put through the gender war lens. And you better believe when it comes to these folks, black men will be on the wrong side of history every single time. Say it again, Z. Every single time. They would much rather be on the wrong side of history and then be proven to be on the wrong side of history than say, you know what? I don't know. I think black men got it on this one. I think right on this one. Huh? Look how far it had to go for Rhoda, and even when it came out, they remember Van Layton was on Ole, and he asked the ladies, "Hey, do you think black men deserve an apology?" And all of them said no, a resounding, emphatic no. They took it even a step further. Apology for what? With all the sass and smug in the world. What is he saying? They would much rather be wrong on the wrong side of history than to ever admit that a black woman knows that she can weaponize the system and the rest of the black community against black men, and she did it. That's why you don't hear anybody other than us bringing up the Brian Banks situation, particularly Mr. Z. That's why you don't see nobody bringing it up. That's why you saw them run with the second the Ole thing happened, and the conscious lead had no choice but to grind his teeth into dust and give some half-ass apology. You saw them run the other way and act like it never happened. Huh? They're okay with being wrong because it's about a narrative. The narrative is that black men shouldn't be trusted to tie their own shoes because somehow tying their own shoes is going to lead to the oppression of black women. Goddamn, Z. Huh? Somehow tying their own shoes is going to lead to the oppression of black women. LGBTQ folks, black women, black children will be harmed by black men if black men are allowed to have, wait a minute, not the agency word, We cannot trust black men to their own devices. Black men have to be told what to do, either by white folks, non-black folks, or black women. Or maybe, possibly, probably not, black men who are doing the bidding for black women. What's going on, Foreign and FD and Consciously and Garrison and all the rest of you? Lil Bill, yikes. Waving the red flag, Huh? Eric, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, no, look, because she's not in court and she's just off the cuff, I expect this. Right? Yeah, it is disappointing. I agree. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Thank you, KMS. Tying my own shoes will trip up black women. This is what Z is saying. Yeah? This is what Z is saying. You shouldn't be trusted to tie your own shoes. Huh? Lion says, like the video, Yanni, FD, or whoever. You know what? Mr. Z has not checked to see her. Thank you, Lion, for the reminder. I have not checked. Let's see something. Likes, 120 some odd like watching. 50 likes lower? God damn, y'all. 121 watching, but I got 71 likes. Jesus. We got like 50 people just ghost listening. What Bruce Wayne said, y'all still in streams? Y'all still in internet? Oh man. Not y'all still in internet and still in the stream. Huh? Oh man. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. That's one thing I really want to hear. Here we go.
Shame that they should keep that to themselves because their value is forever diminished and nobody should want them. That's what he's playing into. In the same breath that he'd be like, oh, they masterminded this evil thing to take the money and all. You know he abused her. You know for a fact you've seen it, but yet you could still come out and be like, oh, evil woman scorned because of Carisha. Or like, by the way, like Diddy ain't had 902 bitches the whole time he been with Cassie.
Right.
And dudes.
And that's the interesting thing about this, because I wanna come in and like, y'all know me. I be trying to soft punch these. You know, as a former mentor of YNs.
First, FD, you said you be trying to soft punch. FD, you can't do no real damage play unless you go get them white folks. FD, what damage do you think? Wait a minute. You think you think you taking it soft on us? I be trying to soft punch, bruh. FD, you think you're taking it soft on us? You try to soft punch these things? What do you think you're doing here? Except saying the exact same thing that everybody else has said over the past, I don't know, 50 years. What do you think you're doing here? I be trying to soft punch these things, and then you accepted the YN talk. Don't worry, in a bit he's going to explain it. You accepted that racist ass term coming from Older black folks, black women, and you weirdos. Huh? I'm glad FD said that. Y'all heard it? Soft punch us. I'll be trying to soft punch. This is them being braggadocious. I'll be trying to soft FD. You making what? You probably earning a few 100,000 off of YouTube, maybe even more than that a year. 1 million plus subscribers. What that mean for black women? Uh-oh. So what, you gonna regulate us for them? Huh? Or you just gonna make them feel good, feel a little cathartic with your quote unquote think pieces, your feel pieces, your think pieces? Huh? FD, I've said this. Your videos can get millions of views if you don't find men, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, to subsidize black women. Once again, black women, single childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. If you don't find men to subsidize them, your think pieces and feel pieces mean nothing. You're just getting rich. That's it. Oops. It's that simple. And even Claudia, later on in the stream, admits this is half the reason we can't build generational wealth, because we're not coupled up enough. Yeah, because nobody wants to couple up with the mean, snarky, rude, asshole group of people. Don't worry, white women ain't too far behind you. Latina women ain't too far behind y'all. The men don't want to couple up with asshole women hiding behind 4-syllable words and college degrees. Maybe not even college degrees. Huh? FD really said that. This is him being braggadocious, and I'll be trying to soft punch these niggas. Yawn. All that. Hey, bro, do your worst, bro. That sound nice. That sound nice. I keep saying it. Unless you get enough people to subsidize. See, what really messed black women up, that's why they lost that 106,000 jobs, is once again, they were floating off of the largesse of white liberal women. And white men just broke the back, no pun intended, of white liberal women. At least for the next 4 years, they did. I would argue this is the new precedent, so it's going to be more than 4 years. And so, yeah, black women going to feel this. And if y'all can't get somebody to fund black women, well, here we are. And you think you soft punching? Nigga, you better be begging black men to do for black women. I don't think it's gonna really work, but y'all better be begging black men to do for black women. Black women are about to feel the cold. Mark Z's words, black women are gonna feel a cold they haven't felt, I would argue, ever. They're about to feel a cold. I really think y'all are gonna start seeing more and more black women crashing the hell out in public. Whoever, and I know a couple of y'all sent me the video, and I think, did Accountable Commentary cover it? Maybe, or was it Only Logical? That covered that Caribbean sister. I think she might have been Jamaican, in the goddamn with AT&T store, going off on whoever that was, Latino guy, whoever it was, saying that y'all can't do nothing to her because she not black. I know what she was trying to say. She's not ADOS or FBA. Yeah, I saw it. You're gonna see more of those type of clips. Black women getting rejected from black men, white men, Latino men, and they go crash the hell out. You're gonna see more videos of black women crashing out in public because nobody want to be around them. While FD talking about he's soft punching us. Nah, nigga, you need to be begging. If you actually care about black women, y'all need to be begging. But you would much rather make fun of and mock black men and be sassy and smug. You and FD, you and foreign and them, and consciously, that's how y'all rather talk to black men. Well, watch black women suffer then. Huh? Don't worry about it. Watch black women suffer then. Huh? Yikes. Say that, Detroit. The nerve to complain about generational wealth while having the highest divorce rate. Uh-oh. The lowest marriage rate, the highest divorce rate, and then complain about generational wealth. Jesus Christ. Huh? Leon says FD folded against 5-4 Destiny with the soft punch. Yeah, but Destiny's white though. Goddamn. Huh? Understand that the vitriol and antagonism they have towards black men, they don't have that for nobody else. The smoke they have for black men, that's black women on that side and black men on that side. They don't have that smoke for nobody else. I've seen foreign talk to the white dudes about hip hop. I've seen foreign and FD speak to. I've seen FD speak to even the white guys who tried to make him seem like a racist out of nowhere. The smoke, this is that brotherly love type of stuff. No. The antagonism and smoke and vitriol they have for black men, particularly ones that sound like us. Oh, they don't got that for nobody else. Even the white racist. Huh? Y'all done heard Mr. Z golf on the white dudes? Not hey, FD don't sound like me. Huh? Yeah, Destiny, yeah, he could be 5'4", but he's white. Huh? But he's white. Soft punch. Man, look. FD, I will not take away from your education, your intelligence, but quite frankly, brother, you're in over your head on this simply not because you're not talented, but because you're telling black men not to believe their lying eyes, and you keep on reframing it for them, and they said, no, I got the right glasses on. That's the problem. They keep telling you they have the correct glasses on. You keep on telling them, hey, I'm gonna reframe this for you. They say, no, I can see right. That's why you're in over your head. It's not because you lack the talent or the education. Brother, we watched you see that Rhoda was on the wrong side. She lied. I saw your Twitter comments. I saw you uneasy. I saw those women take your head off the second it looked like you were like, I don't know. Huh? It's not, you're not dumb. You're not uneducated. I'll give I'll give FD the talent all day. Huh? What you're talking about has nothing to do with that. You picked a side. Now watch black women suffer. And there you go. Watch black women suffer, then act like you don't get what's happening because it's the black men's fault. That's it. I already told you what it is. I told you what it is the first conversation. What's that, like 2+ years ago? 2 years ago now? I told you what it was back then. What I saw it and you didn't know you saw it. Y'all just thought Biden was gonna win or Kamala was gonna win, and then y'all was gonna keep on going down this road, and then y'all was gonna create an environment where it didn't matter what black men thought. Y'all thought that y'all would finally be able to get enough tax money and enough set-asides so that black women can truly be autonomous and not care about what nobody think, except of course for elite white men and white women, but definitely not what black men think. And here comes Donald Trump and goddamn JD Vance, a heartbeat away from the White House. Y'all better hope Trump is president for the next 4 years. You better hope he stay alive, because y'all don't want to see JD Vance as president. Huh? Yikes. This has nothing to do with FD being slow or dumb. Any of these people on the panel being slow or dumb. They picked a side. They put their thumb on the scales for that side. Now watch black women suffer. That's it. Does Z want to see them suffer? No. Z has sisters. Z appreciates we live in America. Y'all seem to not appreciate that. You will put incentives on the table for black men and boys to do for black women and girls, or you will watch them suffer. It's that simple. I've been saying it. Y'all can't shame them. Put the incentives on the table. Come to the table with incentives, or watch black women suffer. That's it. It's done. The shaming will not work. It's never worked. Take that back, see. It's worked. It's not going to work anymore. There you go. Why won't it work anymore? Because black men have choices and options now. Oh, goddamn. You gonna watch that unemployment keep on going up for black women. Watch this. Huh? Continuing.
Like when it was just funny and cute, I was like, yeah. And then when it became like something I was hearing like seriously, I was like, I don't know if y'all know these young like that to be calling them YNs. Like, but I also recognize they doing this shit, and I can't not point this out.
There go FD justifying black women calling black men YNs, and brothers on his educational level calling black men YNs. That's racist. That's a racial slur. Just saying. It's a classist, sexist, racial slur. And your initial feeling about it was correct. But you did what you always do, and you submitted to the gynocracy. And you want other black men to do the same, and we're not. Unlike you, we're not making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to put out these field pieces trying to explain away black women's bad behavior. Reframe black women's bad behavior. We not making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that. Nice try. So if y'all gonna let these people continue to call black men, young black men, YNs, hey, suffer. That's all. Don't act like you don't get why your nephew pulled up to the family get together with the Latina or the white girl. Maybe an Asian girl. Y'all know how Z said, if he could get the Asian girls away from the white guys. Continuing.
And like have discourse around it. And like if Boosie ain't a YN turned into an ON, I don't know what it is. But it is, I do think it's something to point out how a Boosie who's a provocateur, right? And this other dude that I paid more attention to the Joe Budden podcast, No Shade, in the last month because of Marco Hill than I ever did. And I guess they brought on the best they could find, like He-Man Woman Hater dude in the last couple of weeks to be mad at Mark Lamont Hill for being right, but happened to be right about women. It brings up this a thought I had within that is that everybody
He-Man Woman Hater
full circle. Diddy had no friends, partially because the usual He-Man woman hating type dudes couldn't defend him because some of his victims were men. And therefore, Diddy was gay. Therefore, he was not worthy of defense by the black male podcast brigade. But as soon as the focus of victimhood turned towards women, turned towards Cassie, as soon as Cassie testified, right? And you have a woman talking about how a man did her wrong, it's like there's an activation code in these brains that says, all right, I know what logic and truth and my own eyes have told me. However, what if women were evil and that was what we focused on? What if we didn't focus on all the other parts that we know to be a fact and just said, as we hear about this, clearly Cassie was a loose woman and thus does not deserve.
We're not calling black women evil. We're calling them assholes. We're calling them mean, snarky, rude, entitled, materialistic, consumerist, resentful brats. We're talking about the myth of white womanhood. Say it again, Z. The myth of white womanhood. Say it again, Z. One more time. The myth of white womanhood. Even foreign man in a foreign land spoke about the myth of white womanhood on waving the red flag, FD. That's what we're talking about. Who's calling them evil? Putting words in our mouth. We'll say they're not good people. Mr. Z will call them assholes. Some black men will call them yitches. Evil, on the other hand, I don't know how many of us are calling them evil. Uh-oh. Huh? Nice way to try to reframe this in a way that you can argue with. Straw man anyone? Continuing.
Does not deserve our sympathy or any legal recourse for what she's been through. And thus, Diddy is innocent. Therefore, I'm trying to just use the words like they use it. Thus, therefore,
Yeah.
ergo vis-a-vis. You get my point though? Like it's
Feminism.
Oh, and feminism is bad and hates black men and yada yada yada.
But feminism does hate black men. FD, even you know that. I won't even let you get away with that. I got to pause on that one. Feminism does hate black men. FD, do you want to debate that? FD, do you want me to dedicate like every video over the next 2 weeks to that? Feminism does hate black men. The original feminists do hate black men. The original feminists did call black men imbecilics, excuse me. They did have an issue with black men getting the vote before them. They said it. Uh-oh. Feminism does hate black men. Even black feminists said that. The white women wanted us to fracture the civil rights movement. Uh-oh. Huh? You just said that like a throwaway line, like it's not fact. Feminism does hate black men. You have black women who say, at least white women get to be white. At least they get something for their oppression. Oops. So feminism does hate black men, and your response to that is to look at us in the face and say, they act like feminism hates black men. It does. Look, y'all could do this and get y'all little brownie points from black women. This doesn't help black women at all. Huh? Olaya be straight. Claudia Jordan's not. She's financially straight. But she says she hasn't been in a relationship for how long? Huh? She hasn't dated in how long? Why y'all trying to console her about it? Okay, yeah, that's it. Imagine looking black men in the face and saying, y'all think feminists hate y'all. Y'all think feminism hates y'all. Imagine looking black men in the face and saying that in America, with America's history. Huh? Wow. Continue.
It's just frustrating because, like, for a second, when, like, you know, after in that glorious moment after Kevin Samuels died, and watching like the fall of the space as a whole, it was like, okay, there's like we have a moment of respite, but clearly these they energy back, and it's like, nah, it's round two, and so here we are again.
Why is it that when it's a black
Yes, y'all heard him laugh about Kevin Samuels' death. So apparently FB could twerk too, because here he is twerking on Kevin Samuels' grave just like the women were. All right, brother, right? I hope you don't blow your back out. Now, apparently FD is twerking on Kevin Samuels' grave also. I know that FD likes throwing it back, but okay, apparently he does. So FD over here twerking on Kevin Samuels' grave with the bitter, angry black women, and then he's also saying that black men got their wind back, I guess. And now it's round two. Brother, round one never ended just because Kevin Samuels passed. Wait, you thought round one ended? Then why are all the black women screaming? Why do they keep on calling us Kevin Samuelites? As if it's a shaming tactic. Huh? You said round two. When did round one end? Huh? Revelot said, did he say glorious? Yeah, bro, he's a friend of a couple of black women, so you know he gotta get his dig in, let them know he's an ally by jabbing at us. This is what I'm saying. When it comes to black men, they like being sassy and snarky and smug and antagonistic concerning us. This is how they show that they're allies. I'm not being funny. Like I said this to y'all before. I wasn't being hyperbolic. I wasn't being funny. No, the FDs and the foreign mans of the world, even the white guys, this is how they show their allies to women, is by being antagonistic to other men. I said this before. When women say, where are the allies? This is what they want other men to do. They want the FDs to stomp us out. I don't know how many people FD could stomp out. I know that he's, you know, in the gym and he's taking whatever mixed martial arts. So maybe a couple. But short of that, this is what they mean by ally. Be assholes to other black men, be smug, be dismissive, be antagonistic, be mean, dance on their misfortune, make fun of and mock their heroes and the people they look up to, especially if it's somebody that we don't like as black women. FD know the all the boxes to check off to be a quote unquote right ally. He's engaging in it right now. When they say ally, this is what they mean, and then they pretend like they don't understand why the masses of black men, especially young black men, said, "Yeah, nope." This is what it looks like to be an ally, huh? Thank you, KMS. Masandri checklist. Leon says leftist women buying into 90s R&B consumerism, bro. I don't know how many of them even appreciate that's what it was. Number one. Number two, what's frightening to me is speaking as if you don't appreciate where Cash Money came from, right? Or where Snoop came from, right? As KMS says, track 16, right? Snoop and Dr. Dre came from, like, speaking as if you don't appreciate that that was a response, say it again, a response to the Oprahs, huh? Men are dogs. Well, what do dogs chase? Oops. Huh? All men are dogs. What do dogs chase? Yikes. What are female dogs called? Uh-oh. Huh? So once again, Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Afro Merchant says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. For real though. let's put the little image up, and there you go. Say it again, Z. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And there we go. Y'all got Z over here yapping for 2.5 hours. I ain't gonna keep y'all too much longer. Yes, I'm gonna try to bring up a panel. To those of you asking in the chat, I'm gonna try to bring up a panel in a minute. We just gotta work through some things so that we can know what we're responding to and why we are responding the way we are. This discussion to Z spoke a lot of how these conversations go left. These folks are not having conversations with random red pill black men or black manosphere black men or any of that. They have conversations with FD, and FD is supposed to tell them what we're talking about and how sexist we are, and then make them feel okay about it. Nah, everything about y'all is okay. The he-man woman haters over there, they're talking their usual crap, and let me explain them for you. So I guess FD is supposed to be the black manosphere whisperer. Huh? And T-Rex says, Z, do you think Olay owes Tory Lanez an apology? I do. I want him to be out of cuffs first. I want him to be out of prison first. I want there to be nowhere to go, just like with Olay's situation. It has to be, look, the big tactic 101. If there's a window to jump out of, you jump out the window. You have to seal the room shut. Right? So if Tory gets out of cuffs, then yes, I would agree with you. I would say yes now, but because By the way, Ole appreciates that. Ole has said it multiple times. This wasn't going to go anywhere. And then she starts to say, but Tori started to put out this damaging stuff about her. And then, Drake got involved and all these people got involved. And then that's when she started to press the case, right? That's when Meg Thee Stallion started to press the case. So Ole already got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. She already wobbling. She been wobbling, by the way. She already said that this would have never went to court. Same thing she said with Jonathan Majors. This would have never went to court until until they were the ones starting to press the issue so they could show their innocence. And then they lost. So Ole already got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So if it comes out that Tory is innocent, don't expect Ole to say much of anything different than she says now. Will she give an apology? I doubt it. Will FD give an apology? No. Will Consciously give an apology this time? I doubt. I seriously doubt it. I don't think so. You have to appreciate, bro. The game is the game for them. Now they love the game. Now they love being antagonistic to black men. Right? Now they love being antagonistic to black men. I don't see them budging. Huh? These folks love the game. Right? So I don't really see them, to be honest with you, I don't see them budging.
I love the game.
Huh? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Apologize? Yeah, I don't know. Huh? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, they acted like Diddy is Penguin from HBO Max. Couldn't gave some smoke on High Hefner, Hugh Grant, Russell Crowe, last at least Kid Rock. Okay, I'm a little lost on this. Right? Couldn't have give some smoke on Hugh Hefner. Oh yeah, Hugh Hefner, Hugh Grant, Russell Crowe. Yeah, they all got. Yeah. No, I see the through line. I see the line. Yeah, we all know about their stories and some of them and their background and their relationship to women and some of the DV charges or issues and who they getting down with. Yeah. But once again, they're white. It's the same thing that happened to Tariq Nasheed. For those of us that remember when Tariq Nasheed pressed Tarana Burke on Twitter about her obsession with going at black men, and she said, "I'm not here for what white men do wrong." I'm paraphrasing. I'm not here to regulate white men or go after what white men do wrong, and that lets you know everything. Huh? I want to say this. I want to keep on stressing this to FD. I don't know so much about Ole. Right? I'll say I don't actually believe this about Ole, but for most other black women, their issue with black men don't got nothing to do with DV, really. Ooh, goddamn, so you about to say that? I'm about to say it. Their issue with black men is that the black men they want ain't choose them. And so now all black men are going to feel it. You really think this is about DV? You think this is about grape? You think, no, black women's biggest issue with black men is that black men are not rich enough and that the rich niggas ain't choosing them. Everything else comes from that. All their issues with black men start off there. Damn, so you ain't trying to say they that petty. No, I am. Black women's biggest issue with black men is that black men ain't make them white women. Even Foreign Man and the Foreign Man knows that. Whether he's willing to admit it now, don't worry, I already downloaded that episode from Waving the Red Flag. So Foreign could try to reframe it now, or he could try to rail back some of that now. I already got it. No? Y'all know when Foreign said that, some of the stuff FD has said kind of on the cuff or on the slide, they know, everybody knows, man. Especially black men, they know. Getting them to admit it on a pre-record or on a live, when we're speaking overtly about black men, black women relationships, that's a different conversation. That's difficult. Huh? Yikes. So yeah, those guys are white. So I don't expect them to say anything about the white guys. They were not put in the position they're in to say anything really about the white guys. That's why they don't. Now they're gonna lie to you. No, we're black, and that's why I just care about black people. I just want to see black people do better. I just care about black women. I care about black women. No, 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 no. They're cowards. They're cowards. They're not put where they are. They didn't work hard to say anything necessarily negative about white men or to critique white men. That's not their job. Their job is to relegate or regulate, better yet, black men. They don't say anything about the white guys because they're white. Whether they're into white guys or not, they don't say anything about the white guys because they're white. And the last thing they want is for the white guys to descend in their comments and start flaming them. The last thing they want is to be on the wrong white guy's radar. They don't care what we gotta say. Or better yet, they think they can manage what we have to say. They know they can't do nothing with the white dudes. Huh? So yeah, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. No, the white guy, look, these sisters are cowards when it comes to the white men, bro. Even the brothers are cowards when it comes to the white men. Whether they'll whoop one of these white dudes in real life or whatever, that's not the point. They do not want the white guys to descend into their comments. They don't want to open Twitter and just get rip apart on Twitter by the white dudes. I would argue most of these brothers ain't built for it. Those sisters definitely ain't built for it. Kim Foster is not built for the white guys to be in her comments ripping her apart. Ole admitted that it kind of messed with her. They're not ready for the white guys, and they're not. Huh? Yikes. So thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And let's see if we can get through some more of this, and then I'm gonna let y'all up. Give me a second, because there's something I really want y'all to hear.
So here we are again.
Why is it that when it's a black woman as the victim, right, she has to be so flawless and perfect for us to even slightly even consider she may be telling the truth, right? But the most flawed individual male, like we will go to the ends of their black men and women. We like our community defends black men no matter what. Now, is there war on black men with the dominant
talk about majority? Jokes?
Yes, with white folks. Yes, we know that. But why do we just get behind the most flawed individuals that we know are guilty, right? And it's always we twist ourselves into a pretzel to defend these men. And a woman
sounds like Z.
She had one sex partner before this man. She is a whore, a slut. She asked for it. God forbid she received any.
Talk about being hyperbolic.
She's a gold digger. She did it for that purse. It's like maybe this
she
is
did.
A man long before this trial came about in this case.
Hey, let me. Two things could be true. Oh, wait a minute, Z. Not you saying that. Yeah. No, two things could be true. Argument's sake, he is abusive, and she still was there for the bag. Ooh, goddamn. Wait, just because he was abusive doesn't mean she wasn't there for the bag? Did Carisha not admit that she okay with getting peed on? Who was she with when she said that? Who was Young Miami with when she said that? Man, y'all gotta start if black women said they want agency, then you gotta give it to them all the way. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. This random brother is abusive. And she wasn't with him for the bag? Oh no, y'all, no, y'all not gonna be able to do this. Y'all gotta start talking about black women like black women have interest, and black women are willing to sacrifice for the interest. Black women are willing to be side chick, hoping that she could bump the wife off for the well-off dude, just like other women. I'm not saying that's exclusive to black women. Huh? Shout out to Les Moonves' wife, Asian wife, second wife, oops. Or third wife? Huh? Huh? Kevin Hart's wife currently, anyone? Oops. Y'all need to stop talking about these folks, these women, like they don't make cold, calculated decisions. Like some of them are okay with getting knocked upside the head, and that's if I agree with your framing. for the bag, for the lifestyle, for the money. You're watching women say it, and then y'all ignore it and then make these type of arguments. So you're trying to tell me she would be with that man for the money? Yes. She has her own money. And? So you're trying to tell me she would do that for the lifestyle? Yes, yes. She can provide herself with her own lifestyle, with that lifestyle. And? Huh? T-Rex, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Continuing.
Has known and heard about Diddy's shenanigans for a very long time. I've been hearing he's been evil since the 90s. I had a death threat from him once for putting a picture on MySpace and ended up on a blog 57 times in a manic, coke-filled rant, allegedly, texting me, making threats about a goddamn picture, right? This guy, this is not breaking news, but all of a sudden, we just can't see it for Diddy that he would actually be this bad, and it's Cassie's fault and mastermind, and I'm so sick of these. He was about to buy NBC. He was about to buy.
Oh my God, Dr. CBS. Every time something happens. Every time. And you know, you're right, Claudia.
I caught that slip up, Ole. Claudia Jordan does not look like Dr. Sharice Burdenselli. I can kind of see why you said it, but nah, not really. No, not really. Oh man, the say she said Dr. CBS. First of all, have I seen y'all talk to each other before? I'm not surprised y'all know each other, but I don't. Has Dr. CBS ever been on Ole's channel? I don't remember. I get it though. I get it. They don't look alike to Z, but I get it. Yeah. Continuing.
The skepticism that is Black women are more Black adjacent, you know, ambiguous with Cassie. But even though women of color, mostly Black women who are met with skepticism when it comes to these type of cases, they're always questioned. They want to check their coochie miles. They want to see where they were. If they, just because video came out and they don't ever want to have any nuanced conversation around Cassie, but when it comes to Diddy, now it becomes nuanced. Like maybe, you know, did you hear? Even in the reporting that I'm hearing, okay, it's like, are you leaning towards the side of, well, I could not be Cassie's husband up in the courtroom because hearing that she was a part of these things, man, like it makes her complicit. And I'm like, well, there's Stockholm syndrome. There's so many different reasons.
Look how nuanced we are when it's women. Look how nuanced we are when it's women. Huh? And Inspired Truth says, and thank you because Mr. Z forgot about the Drake and Wayne. And Inspired Truth says, she will. For the money and the fame, she will. Not a song. First of all, funny enough, because I just put that song on my playlist. Because, you know, sometimes you get so tired of the song because it was on the radio for so long. But now it's been off the radio. And I actually really like that song. So now it's on my playlist. It's funny that I just put it on the playlist like 2 weeks ago. So Inspired Truth says, and he's right, she will. For the money and the fame, she will. Now, we may not be big Drake fans and Wayne fans in that way. Who wants to say they don't know what they're talking about, though? Who wants to say that Drake and Wayne don't know what they're talking about? That, once again, for the money and the fame, she will. Anybody want to show the clips of the women and their suggestive poses in pictures with Chris Brown, anyone? Uh-oh. Anybody want to show the clip of the women dozens deep following Chris Brown? Uh-oh. Once again, she will. For the money and the fame, she will. Yes, ladies, even if she have money. Claudia Jordan, am I lying though, Claudia? Claudia, you're around rich, famous women in Hollywood. You've been in Hollywood for decades. Am I lying, Claudia? Stop. Huh? Am I lying? Let me see if I'm gonna just play this one now, because I think it's on this one where I think it's on. Is it this one where Garrison says it in the beginning? Because yeah, we getting close to 3 hours, and I don't want to be monologuing for that long. Give me a second, y'all.
He's like, yeah, no. I hate you, but I hate women more, and that's corny to me.
Yeah. How does Byron Gaines have a following? Like
because like I said this in a
hate him.
One of my channel joints at some point. Really,
I want to fight him. Like if I was a dude, I'd want to like headlock him.
See, it wouldn't make a difference. He spin that into content. Like the thing that I think we have to understand is that this red pill misogyny shit is not a glitch; it's a feature. And normal, air quotes, normal attitudes about women and gender and sexuality are only like 5 feet away from red pill ideology. And that's why, like a couple of weeks ago, when everybody was mad at Black Captain America, I don't remember his name.
Anthony Mackie.
Right. Like, and I wanted to kind of defend Anthony Mackie because I don't think he's a bad dude overall. He's just speaking from old scripts about masculinity that people have become hypercritical of, because what we realize is that when you start hearing phrases, a real man is or isn't, or
let's pause right here. Let's acknowledge this because Saint Cyr, thank you. And Saint Cyr says, Myron Gaines make content for edgelord white boys, not black men. Number one. Number two, why does he have a following at all? Okay, there's a handful of black men that watch him like that. Cool. Why? Well, because of people like you. Because of people like y'all. Huh? Because these boys become men, or they become young men, and they listen to y'all and they believe y'all, and then they run into the wall of your daughters. Oops. Huh? They run into the hypocrisy that is your daughters. Y'all told them that this was about to be equal, this is about equality and fairness, and they run into your daughters who said, oh no, the game's supposed to be rigged in my favor. Oops. That's why Myron has the white edgelord white boys and a handful of brothers. That's why. Huh? Claudia says, I would want to fight him. First of all, we're not fans of Myron over here. We've been saying he over there with the white guys, number one. We're not fans of Myron either. And some of us actually do want to fight Myron. Huh? Go ask Abba and preach. Number two. Number three. It makes it real difficult to fight Myron about what he says about women writ large when women act it out. Goddamn. Oops. When he brings women onto the show so they could show you that what he's saying is not exactly too far-fetched. And no, it's not just dumb airhead women. Stop. Yeah. Lion says Myron has such a punchable face, doesn't he? Right? It's crazy listening to, like, think about this. Claudia Jordan, you were there and looked Ice Cube in the face and essentially said black and black women are two different things. With that, you did turn around and say, how is it? Who's watching Myron? Why does Myron have any followers? Who's listening to Myron? I would want to beat him up, ma'am. At least for the brothers that are listening to Myron, you know what they did to brothers like Z? They laughed at us. Ooh, goddamn. When they heard y'all talk, they were like, ooh, you see, we told you. It makes it real difficult to defend our position, ma'am, when women like you and Lisa Ray and Vivica A. Fox look Ice Cube in the face and tell him, no, we're not just black, we're black plus women. We need special set-asides. Oh, and we don't even want to, Mr. Z almost forgot that part, we don't even want to tell you what it is. You should know. When the Cube said what y'all want, y'all made it seem like, oh, he should just know. Oh, let it be a black woman. You better believe, no, that's black women for your ass. Now that's if one thing is a black woman thing, that's definitely a black woman thing. Why can't you read my mind? Well, that's a woman thing, but definitely antagonistically, oh yeah, that's definitely a black woman thing. Huh? Wow. Kanguru, read some of the comments further up. That's not his actual name. Huh? Yikes. Let's play some of that back. Let's play some of
A
that
real,
back.
masculinity is this.
He's like, yeah, no. I hate you, but I hate women more. And that's corny to me.
Yeah.
How does Byron Gaines have a following? Like,
Because like I said this in one of my channel joints at some point. Nigga, really.
I want to fight him. Like, if I was a dude, I'd want to like headlock him.
But see, it wouldn't make a difference. He'd spin that into content. Like, the thing that I think we have to understand is that this red pill misogyny shit is not a glitch, it's a feature. And normal, air quotes, normal attitudes about women and gender and sexuality are only like 5 feet away from red pill ideology. And that's why, like, a couple of weeks ago when everybody was mad at Black Captain America, I don't remember his name.
I like how FD's trying to do this now. I love that he's trying to do this. This is a response to all of us by saying red pill content is only about 5 feet away. So it's not a jump and a leap. These young men were not necessarily radicalized. They were nudged in one direction that we don't like, but they weren't radicalized. I like what you're doing here. I get it. Huh? Nice little smooth 2-step you're doing right now. Instead of admitting, hey, your sons came out here and they realized that their female teachers are full of crap, with the thumb on the scale for the girls. And the girls were full of crap because they ain't looking for equality. They're looking for special. They're looking for their autonomy to have some security around it, which is what? Huh? They're looking for their autonomy to be protected by men from other men, and those men are supposed to be allies. Wait, what? Uh-oh. And KMS said, retraction of consent will kill society. Look, is it further on this one? It might be this one. Let me see if we can get far enough on this clip right here, and we'll go through it. But I want to say it's this one where FD says it. I want to say it's this one. Right? I want to say it's this one. Let's see. There we go.
Anthony Mackie. Right. Like, and I wanted to kind of defend Anthony Mackie because I don't think he's a bad dude overall. He's just speaking from old scripts about masculinity that people have become hypercritical of, because what we realize is that when you start hearing phrases, a real man is or isn't, or, a real, masculinity is this and it's not, that 5 feet away from that is also women be lying and you can't trust them. And then 5 feet from that is women shouldn't vote. And like the government should assign girlfriends to virgins. Like, it's not, it sounds like it's a huge gap, but it's really not. And until we kind of fully engage with the fact that misogyny, misogynoir, patriarch, etc., is like deep in all of us. So I'll slip in that shit. I'll be like in a really good, I'll just finish reading Audre Lorde. And like, catch me with the wrong tweet. And I'll be like, man, what? Oh, I hope nobody saw that. Like, I'll have those moments. And I'm saying that because I think
I told y'all that I did us. Hey, that's why they think they could throw bell hooks books in our face and Audre Lorde quotes in our face, and that's gonna move us. Y'all could try to frame this however you want. Men still earn more than women, college degree or not. Men put in more hours than women. Mr. Z ain't even go. We ain't even gonna incriminate Z right now. We gonna leave that for the Patreon. You're not going to get the men to sign on for their own oppression in this way from the women who told them they ain't ish. Huh? Nice try, FD. Nice try. Huh? Continuing.
Those moments. And I'm saying that because I think that's something that a lot of men need to acknowledge, is that we're not even looking. Women, people.
That's what I forgot to say. Yeah. Once again, Audre Lorde quotes, bell hooks, name them, whatever random. This is why they like The Color Purple is a goddamn documentary, not a movie, right? And it moves them, and they're angry that it doesn't move up. This is much of the reason why they want you in college and university. Yes, but they want you to have the status so that she can have a reason to be around your ass. so she can actually take something in divorce court. But also, they're hoping that these institutions can get you to appreciate that she's on the right side of history and you're not. Ooh, goddamn. She wants you to move around more like FD signifiers. So that's what college and university is supposed to be about. And the men said, yeah, about that. Nah. Huh? So that you can also have the appropriate and right Audre Lorde quotes to explain away why your lady should be an asshole to you today, and you should understand and give her space and grace. Huh? So you can understand as a black man, you don't really go through what she goes through. Once again, intersectionality to benign neglect your plight. Because what plight do you have as a black man, especially when a black woman's in the room? Huh? And if I'm not mistaken, I think one of them might have said something along those lines in this stream also. Only proving Mr. Z's point. And once again, imagine looking black men in the face and saying, you're just black. You ain't really going through that. If you would move more like me and talk more like me, you would be less of a threat, and they wouldn't really be trying to put their foot in your ass the way they're not really trying to put the foot in my ass like that. But intersectionality does say I'm more oppressed than you. Imagine saying that to black men and then pretending like you don't understand why a handful of them listen to Byron Gaines, why more and more of them are trying to be passport bros or date out or marry out, right? And why more and more of them are voting Republican. Imagine looking black men in the face saying that and then pretending like you don't get why. Okay, yeah, that's it. Continuing.
Even looking for us to be the perfect allies that have read all the books and know every part of the problem. They just want to be like humanized and given regard on how these things happen.
Fuck no. Sorry, y'all. Couldn't do it. Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. Because that's not actually what they're saying. It's not given regard. It's not given regard. It's deferring to. It's bowing to. You could try to frame it how you want to frame it, FD. It's not about giving them regard. Huh? We ain't bowing. Tell them to go munch on each other. I've seen them numbers. They don't got it like that. Black women struggling. They lost 106,000 jobs. They will get on black men's program or they will starve. Beginning and end. Now, dear Jason Black, if you're right and the women say they would rather starve than get on our program because they only want elite niggas, then let them starve. Then let them starve. Black women will get on black men's program or they will struggle. They will starve. There will be the gypsy and Roma class of people in America. That's the beginning and end of it. And you ain't going to be able to badger enough of us to do for them when they're going to divorce us in 5 years anyway. She will get married. She will be on our program, or she gonna try to figure something else out. And Mr. Z's okay with, hey, I really mean this. I'm okay with black women trying to figure something else out instead of getting on black men's program. But we ain't gonna be subsidizing them while they trying to do it. Huh? Talking about F words. KMS says, how in the, and now that we're using profanity, Mr. Z couldn't let that. I had to let that one go, y'all. KMS says, how the fuck she a victim and getting the freak offs catered? Baby oil on the left, craft services on the right. Get the F out of here. Yeah, bro. Yeah, look. That regard one, I couldn't let it go because the way they tried to frame FD, you were on, bro. You were here when you told me they want security and autonomy, and I laughed. And you knew what the laugh was. And when I said they can't have both, did you disagree with me? Hey, I said it. Just because the women talk like this, and they're not offensive, and they speak in this tone, doesn't mean that what she's saying is, like they do say, believe all women, believe black women. They said it, nigga, they said it. FD, they said it. You could try to reframe it all you want now. They just want you to regard what they're saying. No, they want us to defer to them. They want us to see the men as guilty from jump. Didn't we see that with Rhoda? Oops. Didn't y'all do that with Rhoda? Yikes. And Carly Russell, Ope, and Juicy Smollett, and Meg Thee Stallion. And we gonna see how true or false that was in a minute. Y'all better hope for God that this Meg Thee Stallion thing go the way y'all planned it to. Y'all better hope for God. The Diddy thing pretty much is gone. Y'all better hope for God this Meg Thee Stallion thing turn out the way y'all want it to. Huh? And to KMS's comment, every interaction with a black woman, you are in the wrong. As I keep saying, any interaction, and yeah, I see some of y'all comments, Cassie's not black. Okay, cool. With that, for this conversation, Cassie's black. That's how black women are treating her. She's black in this regard. Black women are infallible in relationship to black men. They want black men to accept it. The problem with some of you Negroes is that you will not accept that in relation to black women, she's infallible. To me, black men in relationship to black women are infallible. Own it and accept it, black men. Huh? Own it and accept it. So yeah, she's a victim, even if she was orchestrating the freak offs because she was scared of him. I mean, they literally said it in the stream. Huh? They literally said it in the stream. Thank you. And Vince says she was exploring her sexuality, Z. Hashtag we not defending the diddler. We are not defending Diddy. Say it again, Z, because you know somebody gonna act like we are not defending Diddy. Z is not defending Diddy. We are not defending Diddy. Say it one more again, Z. We and Z are not defending Diddy. Okay, there we go. They still gonna say you were trying to defend Diddy though. Huh? Saint Cyr says that F no was strong as hell. Look, that came from the soul, bro. That came from the soul. Because he's using that word, but we know that's not what he actually means. Huh? Regard them. Yeah. No. Now what? Didn't you just call us He-Man women haters like a minute ago? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Hey, I told you, hey, y'all better figure it out for black women because I seen them numbers. 106,000 jobs in 1 month. Huh? Yikes. It ain't looking good.
Honestly,
Continuing.
even disregard is better than what happens, which is the active vitriol. To like respond to y'all, especially specifically something Claudia said about these men feeling the need, like that impetus to jump out the window and defend a black man. I don't even have a problem with that. I don't have the problem with the inherent impetus to want to defend black men or to want to humanize black men. It's what you consider defense to be. Like as somebody who has represented hundreds of black men in court for abusing women, I can tell you it does not require you to hate women and hate victims. I humanize men in court every day by talking about their actual life experiences. I wouldn't have a problem if they said, okay, Tory did something bad, but he is not a monster. Prison won't help him. I think 10 years is disproportionate. I don't think, like, he obviously has an anger problem, and I wish we would address the root of the problem that black men are experiencing and why he lashed out like that. I wouldn't have.
I think you actually mean what you're saying, Ole, until you realize that the root of the problem that black women are experiencing might be not just racism. I'll give you that. Not just anti-blackness. I'll give you that. I agree with you on that. But also black women. Ooh, and that's why y'all won't do it. What about part of the root of the problem is black women? What about if a part of the root of the problem is a mother? What about if part of the root of the problem is an older sister? What about if part of the root of the problem is a grandmother? What about if part of the root of the problem are female teachers? What about if that's part of the root of the problem? I'm saying black female teachers in particular. What about if that's part of the root of the problem? No, for real, that's a real question. Only you answer it to yourself. What about if y'all found out what FD realized when he played that clip of even the black female teacher looking at the black boy suspiciously? Huh? What about if black women also bought into anti-blackness, and the way they show their anti-blackness is not necessarily to be anti-black woman, but anti-black man? That's judges, oops, attorneys, yikes, and black women who are in education, you know, teaching black boys. Huh? What about if some of the root of the problem are black women who are arbitrarily divorcing black men because they left the toilet seat up one too many times, then got the nerve to complain about generational wealth after the fact? Huh? What about if part of the root of the problem are black women who turn around and say, you know, after I talk to these black men, and then they got the nerve to think that they all this and all that, and then your toenails is dark and your toenails are black. And then now they're on Olay's channel talking about generational wealth. The problem that we have is that we're not even together enough for generational wealth. I wonder who I'm talking about, Claudia Jordan. What about if some of the root of the problem is black women and black women's behavior and black women's view of black men? What about if that's part of the root of the problem? Would you still stand by your statement, Olay? Huh? Uh-oh.
I wouldn't
Continuing.
have a problem with anybody saying any of these things. If they wanted to have the discussion about the bigger apparatus and where this is coming from, and saying that they overall have a problem with black men being painted as monsters or like this broad one-stroke brusher as abusers, I wouldn't have any problem with all those nuanced analysis. But that's never what they do. They come up like, these lying bitches, they trying to ruin these blah, blah, blah. Like, what the you literally, most of the times in court, I promise you, you don't even speak about, like, most of the time, to your best advantage is to not even acknowledge the complainant or to work with them. You know, like, most of that, that's why I talked about, like, Jonathan Major's case, which is another perfect example of how people will rush out to defend a black man they didn't even like because he's been accused of abuse. Because I don't remind y'all, Jonathan Majors was not only somebody who frequented white people circles and all of that. They didn't like him. They were actively shitting on him because black women found him attractive. Like when he was covering Essence, calling him civil rights face, all of that. Then they were saying, what was the other thing? They hated that he was like, remember in his little press run, he was saying a bunch of progressive, you know, non-toxic masculinity things. He was like, and they were like, soft, simp, pandering, civil rights face, ugly. They were talking big. Remember? I'm telling you.
Yeah, he wore that pink outfit.
He had the Doflamingo off of One Piece pink shit on. Number one. Number two. Who was really calling Jonathan Majors ugly? Black men or black women? Who was defending? There were black men saying it. It was mainly black women. And to be fair, black women were also defending him because there were black women that found him attractive. But the number one group of people that was calling Jonathan Majors ugly were black women. Black men and black women were defending Jonathan Majors' look. But the number one people that were calling Jonathan Majors ugly were black women. Olay, do you want to bet some money on that? Civil rights face, you want to bet some money it was mainly black women saying that? Mr. Z was around. Mr. Z seen those Twitter comments. Olay, you want to put money on it? Now, Mr. Z don't got the type of money Olay got, but we could put some money on it. We could put some thousands on it. You want to put money on it? It was mainly black women saying that Jonathan Majors has a civil rights face. It was mainly black women calling him ugly. You want to put money on it? Olay, I'm willing to put some money on it. Mr. Z, not even a betting man. I'm willing to put some money on this one, though. Huh? I'm willing to put some money on this one. Huh? Thank you, Saint Cyr. Black women were calling Major's civil rights era fine. I'm willing to put, you see, this is why people, okay, let's get to it. The young men simply don't trust y'all. There, it took me about 3.5, almost 3.5 hours, 3 hours to say it. The young men simply don't trust y'all. Now what? It took me 3 hours to get here. The young men simply, black men simply don't trust y'all. Definitely the young black men simply don't trust y'all. Now what? Exactly for what you just did there, Olay. It's mainly black women who are calling him ugly, who call him civil rights face, who said he civil rights era fine. It was mainly black women talking about him like that. You made it sound like it was black men. Not even made it sound. You said it was black men. And I'm willing to put money up on it. I mean that, by the way, Olay. I'm not joking. Huh? We could go through the comments and we could count them, and we could see the thumbnail and see if it's a black man or black woman who made the comment concerning Jonathan Majors. They don't trust you for this exact same reason right here. Huh? Continue.
Talk of big shit and they jumped out to defend him. And he's another perfect example. I've talked about this a million times. His case was a case in New York City that would have ended up dismissed and sealed had his attorneys not antagonized his victim in the public. She was not a cooperating witness. She hadn't signed the subordinate position to go forward. She'd asked for a limited order of protection because she wanted the case to be dismissed, and it was clear the court was on that track. It was only once people decided that defending him means to tear her down that the case happened. And similarly with the Meg Thee Stallion Tory Lanez case, had they not decided to start
Translation: even when you innocent, don't say anything. Just let the system play out so that you could be found guilty anyway. But yeah, look, even when she lied on you, or even when she might have made a little lie and then other people are pushing her to make it a bigger lie, don't say anything, because then you antagonize her, then you're really gonna be bammed. Heard you. Oh, okay, we heard you, Ole. We heard you.
It starts off.
Goddamn.
He's like, yeah, no. I hate you, but I hate
It starts off with control, little things. Oh, babe, I like when you wear your hair parted on the side and not in the middle. So then you change that. I like when you wear your jeans like this, and you do that as a people pleaser. And before you know it, you look down and you're not even the person that you were in the beginning. It starts. That's how someone gains control of your brain, and it is a real thing. I wish people would just be more empathetic to that. You know, talk to your sisters, talk to your cousins, talk to your mamas who most likely had their asses beat, or if not your mama, your grandmother most definitely had her.
Neither one of my grandmas had their asses beat. My mom didn't have her ass beat. Now what? My sister hasn't been touched. Neither one of them. Yeah. Last time I checked, my niece either. About that. Girl cousins, we only have one. Out of a lot of girl cousins. I don't know. Hey, this is the narrative. Color purple narrative. Y'all done took this color purple. You Xers especially. Ooh, you goddamn Xers. You extra black women took this goddamn color purple, 4-color girls waiting to excel narrative, and y'all ran with it a zillion miles off the goddamn field. Y'all left the stadium. Y'all left the stadium grounds with it. Y'all are in another state. Y'all are in another country. Y'all are on another planet, another galaxy. Y'all done took this goddamn color purple stuff so far. Ask your mama. Ask your grandma. I knew both of my grandmas. Neither one of them got their ass whooped. One of them was an angel. The other one was a boss hog. Neither one of them got their ass whooped. Mom, nope. Mom and dad still married. Uh-oh. Huh? Y'all took all of these bad black man, abusive black man stories, and y'all ran with them so far. Y'all made it. This has become life for you. And this is how you justify the quote-unquote cosmic justice get back. I don't care if y'all willing to admit it or not. This is how you justify. See, the men should defer to us. Like FD said, regard what the women are saying. See, this time I was able to hold I was able to hold it, you guys. I was able to hold it again. We back. We're back. The discipline. We're back. Huh? Wow. Thank you. And Deacon Brown says that color purple effect is something else. Black men whip ass, bro. That's look. It's been that for over 40 years now. Jeez, that it took this way too far. And wasn't that the critique of the movie from black folks 40 plus years ago? Wasn't that the fear? And they were right. Here we are 40 plus years later, and here's Claudia Jordan reciting it. That wasn't a movie, it was a documentary for them. Jesus, continuing.
In the 30s and 40s and 50s, okay? And talk to them about the mentality, the psychology of it all. No one just shows up and says, hey, what's your name? Want to be my girlfriend? Bam! No, it's little things. And that's how they get you hooked and you can't get off it, like getting addicted to drugs.
Yeah, I actually think this is the perfect. I'm glad you brought that up, Claudia, and thank you for sharing that. And the same thing for what FD just said, because I think it really actually helps to humanize a lot of what's going on in this whole conversation. One, the Cassie thing, I think you explained that perfectly, Claudia. But I actually want to go back to something around like your question, like why do people even follow the fresh and fit guys? Why do people?
There we go. This is what I wanted.
It's actually a lot of exactly what you're saying. One, this stuff is a lot of times downstream from people living in isolation and being incredibly lonely. And so you go on the internet and there's this community of people who seem to be, who kind of present themselves as defending you, as defending a person like you. And they introduce these little ideas like, oh, like this happened to this person because they're a man. This happened to this person because they are a black man. Black men are the victim.
Ah, there we go. We ride out with Fresh and Fit. We don't, but we ride out with Fresh and Fit because they're defending people like us and ideas. Wait a minute. So are you accusing random black men and random men of being abusers of women? You see that? Y'all see that? I don't know, Garrison. Huh? Mr. Z don't have any female family members, any female associates from the past, any female friends, any ex-girlfriends, anybody that could ever accuse Z of being inappropriate, ever. I'm pretty sure most of my subscribers are the same. Y'all are seeing, this is why the young men don't trust you. This is why an increasing amount of them are voting Republican and going to the right, because y'all demand that they bow to the women or they will be deemed as abusers and great deniers and all of that type of talk. Garrison, look at how you just framed this. The reason why people ride out with Myron is because what Myron vocalizes certain things to make them feel more innocent. Let's see if we can hear that again. Give us. Let's see this
in the example that they give.
It starts off with control, little things. Oh, babe, I like when you wear your hair part on the side and not in the middle. So then you change that. I like when you wear your jeans like this. And you do that as a people pleaser. And before you know it, you look down and you're not even the person that you were in the beginning. That's how someone gains control of your brain. And it is a real thing. I wish people would just be more empathetic to that. Talk to your sisters, talk to your cousins, talk to your mamas who most likely had their asses beat, or if not your mama, your grandmother most definitely had her ass beat in the 30s and 40s and 50s. Okay. And talk to them about the mentality, the psychology of it all. No one just shows up and says, hey, what's your name? Want to be my girlfriend? Bam. No, it's little things. And that's how they get you hooked and you can't get off it, like getting addicted to drugs.
Yeah, I actually think this is the perfect. I'm glad you brought that up, Claudia, and thank you for sharing that. And the same thing for what FD just said, because I think it really actually helps to humanize a lot of what's going on in this whole conversation. One, the Cassie thing, I think you explained that perfectly, Claudia. But I actually want to go back to something around like your question, like why do people even follow the Fresh and Fit guys? Why do people even like these people? It's actually a lot of exactly what you're saying. One, this stuff is a lot of times downstream from people living in isolation and being incredibly lonely. And so you go on the internet and there's this community of people who seem to be, who kind of present themselves as defending you, as defending a person like you. And they introduce these little ideas like, oh, like this happened to this person because they're a man. This happened to this person because they are a black man. Black men are the victim in this situation. And it might actually be true in the example that they give. But before you know it, they flip that into all of these other incredibly toxic things. And I know this.
I love it. So that's what I really wanted to get to. So Garrison admits that the example that a man might give, a Myron might give, it might be true, but the problem is that it's toxic. Okay, yeah, that's it. And y'all give you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, so I'm glad Garrison said what he said. Because this is what it is. Maybe you have some things that you might have done in the past, and you're aligning with Myron because he makes you feel better about that. And Garrison didn't use those exact words. That was the sentiment, though. No, right? And then he also admits that okay, maybe on this specific case, the Brian Banks case, what they're saying is true, and a woman was able to weaponize the society against you. Essentially, what they're saying is like the women are never wrong. And God, like I accidentally replayed something And I can't play it again because it's gonna take too long. But yeah, once again, the consent conversation. If y'all listen to the stream, y'all will get to it eventually. Where essentially FD and them said it like essentially the consent thing is on a sliding scale, and whew, that's frightening to hear as a black man, that black women can always retract, or women better yet can always retract consent. That's not a world I want to live in, where women could say, you know what, I said yes and I meant yes back then, but now I want to retract it because I really meant no. And I wasn't in the perfect mind space, right? And like he took advantage of the fact that like I was vulnerable and I had just gotten my heart broken and I just wanted to have sex and like feel better. And he took advantage of it. Like he knew that, and so he took advantage of that. So that's rape. Oops. Hey, 100 points for the radical feminists. Hey, if this was y'all goal on getting women to like munch on each other, y'all winning. If that was the goal, like shout out, I'm not talking about the feminists, right? I'm talking about the real radical feminists, the ones that wanted men to live on one side of the hemisphere and women to live on the other side of the hemisphere, and women should engage in only relationships with men. Excuse me, women should only engage in relationships with women. Sorry, said that wrong. Yeah. Shout out to all of you, whoever you are, you random radical feminists. Y'all get what y'all want slowly but surely. Because I really don't see how this work outside of women ending up with women, like, and because more and more men just don't got it. They don't have it for this crap. They don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the money. They don't have the discipline. They just don't have what it takes to be any type of intimate anything with women. Barely anything platonic with women. Right? Yikes. Right? So yeah. So y'all heard that. Let me read this from Electrician 480. Speaking about Tory Lanez, how is it that a white woman and a Latin woman on front line for this man? To antagonize black women, I think they are doing that. I think they might see that Tory Lanez could be innocent, right? There's that. I'm not gonna say that they don't maybe see that also. But I think black women are right. I think it is to antagonize them. And if Meg Thee Stallion lied, if other homegirl lied, if Tory took the fall on some man stuff or on some G stuff, on some I'm not gonna snitch stuff, or on some I'm not, okay, fine, let's say he miscalculated. Huh? But if they see that this is a bunch of crap and they're deciding to do this, and it's go and to thumb the because let's be very clear. Everybody realizes that white leftist women used black women as the mascot for their crap. And if they decide to take your head off in public, you know, after black men warned you that that's what was going to happen, if you went down this road, then so be it. And if Meg Thee Stallion lied, and they're going to use this Meg Thee Stallion Tory thing to see, look, black women in their hubris, they're even hurting black men? Oh, you better believe it. And why shouldn't they? Huh? Why shouldn't they? Huh? I got you, Mr. Shukti. Give me a second. Give me a second. Right? And yeah, black when look, man, when as white men's power start leaning on black women more and more, and as white leftist women can't defend them, that's even for the ones that want to. Oh, you better believe black women gonna be sounding like this.
As we don't have the capacity.
Huh? I watch my elders try to tell you call them sexist. I watch their younger brothers and cousins try to tell you call them sexist, misogynistic, misogynist, homophobes. I watch my age group and generation try to tell you, y'all said the same thing, and here we are now. Huh? You want your autonomy, black women? Unfortunately for you, you about to get it. You already got it. Oh, looking hard, looking difficult. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. And at the perfect timing. And Joe says autonomy plus autonomy and protection like an adult daycare. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to Z. Like an adult daycare. Huh? Say that. No? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. What's going on, Line?
Yo, what's up, Z?
What's going on with you?
Not much, man. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much daycare. But to speak to what you just said, it's not that the men don't have it, it's that they don't care to try. Men don't, and that's even dangerous. It's even worse when men don't care, to try, because when you have a society where it's one thing when women don't care. Society limps when women don't care. Society collapses when men don't care. And that's what you're finding out. So
Well,
honestly, they talking shit about men going to the right, men going leaning more to the right. They think how problematic that is. I'm like, you look, that's still a sign that they care. You lucky men care at all.
no, so that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, y'all did too much. Y'all did way too much. Y'all did way too much, right?
Yeah, like you lucky men care to do anything at all, because them voting going that way. And the thing is, I don't know why they keep bringing that shit up. I'm like, did y'all not read the exit polls? Women voted for Trump too in mass.
Yeah, but that's mainly white women and non-black women, and what they're telling you is they're on the right side of history. If anybody should have been aligned with them, it should have been black men, but we were, but it wasn't enough for them. It's never going to
Fine.
be enough. It's
Listen,
never going to be enough.
if it wasn't enough now, it's never going to be enough.
Ever.
Even though black men in mass voted for her. But it was going to be bad anyway. You're only 13% of the population, dog. Well, as black people in Hall, even if every single soul voted for Kamala, she still would have got her ass whipped. But whatever.
Of course. No, something I'm looking for. Good.
We really know how many black people, or black men in particular, voted at all. We only know, well, put it this way, we don't know how many adult voting age eligible black males voted for Kamala. We only know what percentage of votes went for her of those who voted. For all we know, only 20% or even less than that of the men who would have been eligible to vote voted for her or voted at all. We don't even know that. I myself have tried several times to find that specific number of votes that have been casted by black men in the election. I haven't been able to find it. Maybe you guys have. If you have, I think that's an important statistic to share. Because I would argue that the number of men who voted in that last election was small. Black men who voted in that last election was smaller than that in the Biden election. I'm assuming that noise in the background.
That's me. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. If whatever you got going on. I'm pretty sure the number of black men who voted in the last election was considerably smaller than that voted in 2020, and were definitely smaller than those who voted during the two Obama elections. So I think the real story is not the 80% or somewhere figure of black men who voted for Kamala, or 20% of black men who voted for Trump and or independent candidates. I think the real information is what number of black men voted, period. I think that's a more significant statistic.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. I mean, this pretty much just says, like, because from what I'm seeing is like they're just pretty much speaking of the black men who did vote, but
I came across the information and I did not save it. It was less.
So the thing is, like, voter turnout was down, and down significantly amongst black men. The thing about the numbers is basically we going off of exit polls and whatnot. So we not really get the exact, like, hard figure, like a census per se, just because that would entail knowing who voted and who voted for who, which kind of violates the whole your vote is supposed to be private thing. just simply based off
Well,
what we
what they
know. Those
can do,
just
the closest thing
go
they
ahead.
can get to any real numbers is the closest thing they can do to get to any real numbers is take the estimated concentration, racial concentration of votes by district, and then make a determination of the number of votes that were casted. And then just use that as a projection. If there's 80% or 70% or 25% of the registered voters or whatever in this district are black males, and 50% of the people voted, so they can try to project off of that half of that 20% or whatever might have casted votes. That's probably the best they can do to come up with some kind of workable number. But I haven't even seen anyone present that, and I think that's a very telling thing that they have not really revealed that information.
Well, the big thing is I know even for my particular district, like turnout was down and not at all what was expected. So there were efforts to get a lot of folks registered, and it seems a good number of folks did register, but it didn't turn out. So even in looking at some precincts, even though more people voted in this last election, overall, like looking at some of the precincts, especially the heavily black precincts, turnout was either marginally above or below in most cases. Like, it really didn't grow with especially in proportion to like the amount of new people that they got registered. It's just one of those things. Like I really, Democrats benign neglect, I felt really came back to bite them in the ass because black folks were asking for something. And they basically said, y'all sit down, shut the fuck up. Y'all gonna vote for us anyway. And we said, I bet.
Yeah, pretty much. But I also wanted to speak to what they were saying about Myron. I'm like, it's very, very simple. As wrong as Myron may be about everything else, he's right about women. That's why he has the followers he has. He's right when it comes to women. It is what it is. So until women, by and large, prove him wrong, then that's going to be what it is. Because most of those men who are following him or listening to him, is they want to charge these men. They want to play the isolated and lonely. I'm like, no, those men actually did go outside and go on dates and actually interact with women. That's why they resonate with him. Nobody resonates with anybody who didn't actually go out and experience the shit themselves. You hear this shit when they call in. When they call in the Myron, when they call in the Pearl. When these white boys call in and then give their stories. Yes, these white men are actually going out and experiencing this diabolical shit in their actual lives. So no, the isolated and alone shit don't play out.
Meanwhile, video after video of black women, white women, Latina women complaining because guess what, line? That isolated alone.
Yeah. Like
You
the
talk
irony
like,
of it.
no, over here, they're being incels over here. The women are perfectly okay and they're social butterflies. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That piece was shocking. I don't get how you. It's like they really can't fathom that women may have ill intentions for any reason. It's how that part was just unfathomable to me. Like you.
Yeah.
What?
Well, they'll
What?
just
Wait a
move the
minute. Wait.
goalposts.
Women
They'll
fallible?
just move the goalposts. They'll just move the goalposts. Like, oh, it's just those women.
Oh no! This is the thing. Because
I think there's true believers. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Like, if you want to talk about it, it's those women. All right, cool. It's the same way. It's those men that do some of the things that they do. Because like, if you're talking about who is committing like the crime and certain things, it's a very small percentage of men.
Very.
And not only that, even like the way they talk. Oh, like Tory Lanez, he's sentenced, he's convicted. Yeah, that's that. Like, who the fuck thinks that's all there is to it. There are plenty of innocent black men sitting in jail right fucking now because of some bullshit just like what's going on. And I'm not saying one way or the other that he's innocent or he's guilty, but I do feel in light of the new shit that's coming out, it needs to be heard. He needs an appeal. You need to hear that out.
Well,
That's fair.
these people are they're carceral feminists, but not really. They're not. They are, but they're not. They are if it works in their favor, and they're not. And so these are the same people that did not want the court system to get involved with the Rose case when they realized that she was bullshit and lying. Then they turn around and use Tory Lanez being arrested and actually being incarcerated as, you see, we were right. Wait, but y'all didn't want this y'all didn't want this when y'all realized that what's her name was a goddamn liar, and we all knew it. When y'all realized that Rhoda played y'all ass. Just saying. Go ahead.
Never mentioned that either. They never mentioned that though. But they want to talk about Cassie. And I was saying it in the chat. I'm like, why can't two things be true? Like Diddy's lack of innocence doesn't make Cassie more innocent. Like, why can't Diddy be a monster and Cassie be a hoe? Like, why can't those two things be true?
Everybody stand fast to a nigga that's greater than you. Or stand forth for my arrival. Number one, Cassie is about as much of a victim as a slave owner. Okay? I'm going to say that out loud. She ain't a fucking victim. She's complicit. She's a motherfucker who recruited people. Oh, they forgot that part? You know what I really don't like about FD? Besides him being softer than baby shit on Toll House cookies? Because number one, you're supposed to be this educated guy, and you fucking telling me my lying eyes deceive me. You are the worst type of individual God has ever laid eyes on. You disingenuous son of a bitch. Number two, I've told y'all when the Tory Lanez case came out that the whole case was fraudulent. That whole state's attorney, district attorney, whoever that prosecutor was, needs to be disbarred and jailed because that was a travesty of justice. This
I
is the
really think they
reason
would
why.
rather see real quick, Charles. I think they would rather see Tory Lanez die in prison, get murdered in prison, than for this story to come out and what we think it is a Meg Thee Stallion lie, Tory took the fall and everything. I think they would rather see him murdered in prison and the case never continue. Go ahead.
He was supposed to be, but it was like Trump. Well, you should have aimed for the head. And oops, but what happened? Oh, we got another president. Oops. The fucked up part about it is that Meg Thee Stallion is a big liar because she's politically connected. How is it that as soon as you get off this case, you're twerking in front of the then Vice President of the United States running for the presidential seat? Where does that tell you? And she wants to play victim, but the evidence is contrary. Not only is the tangible evidence, which is there's no DNA of his on that gun, but they did find DNA on it. Why do you think Shorty, who was with her, got immunity? Because that was her on the gun. I told y'all this almost 2 years ago. It's not like I don't know how a court case and court proceedings go. What about the gun bag residue, the gun trace residue?
Yes, sir.
What
I mean,
about all that shit?
I questioned it too. When I heard she got immunity. I'm like, why the hell does she need immunity? Then why? I questioned that too as soon as I heard that.
Matter of fact, Lion and Charles, I know y'all have shot before. How the fuck can you shoot a gun and not get any residue on you when you're barehanded?
You don't.
It's impossible.
Exactly.
You don't. It's
Exactly.
completely impossible.
That right
You know how much
there,
residue?
there should have told you the jig is up. And first of all, they didn't say anything about the gun trace residue. They didn't say anything about that in that court case. You got goddamn cat could have fucking prosecuted the case.
It's impossible. You don't. There's no way you shoot a gun. You don't get gun residue. It doesn't matter what the target is, whether it's someone's foot or a paper target. Yes, you're gonna get gun residue. It's normal.
Don't y'all be leaving my goddamn thing quiet. Somebody say something.
To me, I think it's very telling that a lot of these ladies are so quick to overlook certain things. Like I've heard all kinds of stuff like, oh, well, not everybody leaves prints when they touch something. I was like, okay, fair enough, but when you pull that fucking trigger, there's a cloud of residue coming back on you from that fucking powder that's in that cartridge.
Anyone who tells you don't leave prints when you touch something is a fucking idiot.
Man, hey, they want to move the goalposts. Like, you know what? We can move the goalposts. Nah. This one right here, you got to be fucking covered in all kinds of shit to not have nothing on you after you pull the trigger on the gun. Because that residue is going to get on you from the round just going through the chamber and cycling. So I'm like, even if I give you the fingerprint, you can't explain it. That means he ain't shot the fucking gun.
You're going to get gun residue on you from touching the gun after it's been fired, because if you fire it more than once, say you empty a full clip, there's going to be residue on the gun, and you're going to be touching the gun when your hand's still going to be on it when you put it down anyway. So you're going to get there's no damn way you're not going to get residue on you. There's no fucking way.
That's right, sure.
But we was being quiet, Steve, because we saw a tunnel on this flexing ass came up here.
I was waiting for him to get the Paradise Report.
Tonight on what you said, live from Paradise.
Would you get today? Would you get today, Tunnel? Would you get today?
Today I got some eggs.
Cut this nigga off.
Eggs, spinach, broccoli, coffee, ginger tea, and some cacahuetos, some peanuts.
Nah, Tony. No, from now on, we're gonna hit you with the bro message. There's an imposter among us.
Bro. Look, I can't use it because Obsidian already got it. Goddamn, bro. Man, there's a bunch of. I'm like, goddamn, such and such got it already. Such and such got it already. Although the Morgan Freeman, he's right. I started seeing not Obsidian. O'Shea using that. I'm like, O'Shea, don't tell me you got that from me. See, this is the problem with having a small channel. Is people could pillage your damn shit and like it's like bringing a joke to the stage. Like somebody bigger brings a joke to stage and everybody think you stole the shit. No, but there's a bunch of clips. Go ahead.
It's just as good as being in front of my fraternity, Buster Kappa Kappa.
Buster Kappa.
Profile, bro.
I'm gonna tell you. Number one, O'Shea does need a mask for these videos, but anyway. But I just look at this case and I look at FD. FD is so soy that I'm surprised he's not lactating. I'm sorry, it's just I can't hear a dude talk like that and be so disingenuous, like, oh, these women are such victims. I'm like, Cassie's not a goddamn victim. Like the Boondock said it best. If you didn't want anything to appeal, you move the hell out of the way.
The fact that he's called Kevin's death glorious, you get punched in the face for that. Like, there's nothing to talk about after that.
Like, you're a sick individual, because I was just telling, and I wonder why he doesn't come on anybody's panel, because even when I see him in the comment section.
No, he said he gonna come back around to making stuff, talking about this stuff, and it's good on the algorithm also. No, to be honest, I don't think he want to entertain our shit, which it's understandable to me. But what FD doesn't appreciate, as a brother who met his wife at 21, 20 years old and whatever, and that's good on him, nigga. You wasn't out here. I'm glad you weren't out here to feel viscerally women's hypocrisy. You know it in theory. You know it secondhand from your friends, maybe. But what you don't appreciate is being out here to see the bullshit and know, goddamn, this is what I'm supposed to make a wife out of. You don't get it. You don't get it viscerally. Go ahead.
You know what? It's kind of funny. I look at him and Anton in the same light. Why would I get advice from you about women When y'all don't even know anything about women.
For
I mean,
real.
for God's sakes, what can Anton tell me about women?
I
What
have
can,
no experience.
because, dude, a guy like Anton, you look like a clown. And I'm gonna just put it out there because it's like I'm like, dude, you met your wife, that's good for you. But don't go around telling me that, oh, you need to be this way. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't know. I said you're one of those guys who think in love. Well, guess what? Too many men think in love and women think in business when they look at relationships. And guess what?
Honestly,
They look at when to pull the slot machine and to crash down on your ass.
honestly,
Man,
the only reason them
go ahead.
dudes got married because they had to.
Exactly. There are some people who had to and some people who don't. Don't get mad at the guys who live the life that y'all think, well, you being around all these women, what did it bring you? Numbers.
Numbers
Let me
and
put it.
experience.
Yeah. So when I look at
Numbers. Shout out
women,
to Larry June.
when it comes out there to women, I'm gonna be like this. Like, yeah, look, dude. Let's get it factual. Actually, I don't need to go out on a nice date with a chick. I don't even need to go to the park. Fuck that. That's too neutral. You're gonna go to a cigar lounge and meet me. You're gonna go to the water at the pier and meet me. I'm not going. You gotta earn the little dinner dates. Like no, and that's one of the biggest problems. Let's even be honest. And I'm gonna say this, and this is the first time I ever said it. So you got an exclusive. Fresh and Fit can't tell me shit about women. Just like
Yep.
Myron can't tell me anything about law enforcement. The motherfucker was a goddamn paper pusher for most of his career. Trust me, being a federal agent is not like being a street cop. Total difference. Now, you're telling me people, and here's the problem. Y'all bring out Fresher Fit and say this is the manosphere. No, they're their own entities. You won't bring up Dr. T. You won't bring up BGS. Hell, you barely bring up Angry Man. He's not part of the Black Manosphere anymore. So what credence or what tangibility do you honestly have? If you got a complaint, make it make sense. So if we
Come
look
on
at it
now.
and say, hey, if we really gonna
They
say,
don't need
well,
tangible, Charles. They need narrative. It's about the narrative. That's why they're able to spin these things.
and
That's why they're able to do
It's
that. Go ahead.
about
I'm
the
sorry.
extremes. It's about the extremes.
And here's the beautiful thing about narratives, right? Eventually somebody's gonna go down to the brass tacks and say, what's the truth? And once we start looking at the truth of our community and we start looking at who runs the houses, who has the jobs or losing them at a quicker rate, who has the education, how the hell you gonna blame black men? That's why they be starting to stutter. I said, look at it. Y'all don't like each other so much that even your lesbian relationships are the most violent when it comes to DV. Ask me how I know. So fundamentally, it's gonna be facts over feelings. If it ain't factual, I don't want it. If it ain't factual, then it's not action. And that's where they lose the information. That's where they lose the conversation. Go ahead.
I don't think they care about that. I think narrative and because let's be honest, the black community leans more towards that direction anyway. And much of the reason and what I like about what Kim Foster said when 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 um when this conversation kind of started percolating more and more. As a matter of fact, she said this more recently about black men and or doing for boys and men, not just black men and boys, but doing for boys and men. She pretty much said it. She doesn't like the way this is starting to be angled because we haven't done enough essentially for girls and women. So I think their issue now is now a battle of narrative, and now it's about painting men and boys as and it's kind of scary to say this, but painting boys and men like they deserve what they get, right? Like it's that the issue that boys and men have is less systemic and more that they're sexist monsters and they just don't want to adhere to the new rules where women don't have to bow to them and they don't want to go to school because that's too feminine of environment. They don't want to move and speak a certain way because they see it as feminine, and so now it's a battle of narrative. Well, it's always been a battle of narratives, but now that we
Well,
have been pushing back, and now that we've engaged in the battle of narratives, now they just said, oh, all right then. You ever seen a bully that like beats on a dude, and then when the dude tries to fight back, he's like, oh yeah, and like he gets offended that the person's trying to fight back. That's these women.
no, they
That's
don't
what
get
we're talking
offended.
about now.
They don't
Yeah.
get offended. They get afraid. The bully
Oh,
Hey,
gets
can
well,
I ask a
okay, that
afraid.
part
question
too.
to both of y'all? I
And
have a
here's the.
question for both of
I'm gonna just say this so you can answer your question. See, we don't go into a battle of narratives. They do that. We go into a battle of logic. So guess what? Go with your narrative, but don't. But I'm gonna tell you the same thing I said for years. I ain't gotta kill you, but I ain't gotta rescue you either. Go ahead.
y'all. So during all those protests for their abortion rights, how did they fare without black men and white men on the front line?
Well, well, how many states is it? Like 15 states outright ban it,
Yep.
and other states have a super short window. But you better have it in 2 seconds. What?
Yep. Said you got two
You got two
milliseconds.
seconds to get this abortion. You
You
fought.
got
You look the baby the sperm barely hit the egg, bitch. You gotta abort it now.
Yep. Hurry up.
That's so fucked up.
Here's a knife.
Yep.
They say here's a
Here's the
knife.
butter knife.
Hurry
Figure
up.
it out.
Here's a coat
Yeah, but
hanger.
the question is, how did they fare
Oh man.
without black and white men on the
They
front line?
we're making jokes, but we're telling you right now they didn't fare well.
I'm
We
telling
get
you,
your question.
not well. I'm telling you, not well.
Yeah, it's interesting when your men have no equity in any of the situations, but you want them to be subordinate to you. It's almost like you're projecting out what white society gives black men,
Leon, I gotta
and
say it. I
you're
gotta say it. I gotta say it real quick. You got it after this. You got it. And real talk, when Yanni says, "What's the incentive?" and that's what Leon is saying. What's the incentive? You took all the incentive off the table, and now you're reaping what you sow. Go ahead.
yes, yeah, y'all took all the incentive, but I have no equity in protecting y'all or standing alongside of y'all. There's nothing. Um, when I kind of want to move on from that, but I that's how I view it. It's like I participate in what I have equity in, and the interesting thing was about the lady that was talking about, it's small things that guys do. They tell you that they like your hair like this. They like when you wear this. Yo, shorty,
Claudia
I'm
Jordan,
sorry.
yes.
I'm Claudia Jordan. I'm sorry. I'm toxic. That's my love language. Like I like my woman wearing certain shit, looking a certain way. And, if she doesn't do it, it's just like, okay, it's not really what I'm attracted to. And at the same time, I love your framing of your love language in the 90s type of thing because you're just this toxic. You have a particular love language. I accept yours, but some reason you don't accept mine.
Yeah, that's the rule.
It's just weird.
It's always been the rule. Your
Yeah.
men's sexual strategy is bogus. The women's sexual strategy is efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me tell you how toxic I was. One time we were going out to a nice restaurant, had it all planned out, and my wife just dried her hair in a sarcastic way to insult me, and I said, "Hey, I guess we're not going." And I went out to the club. So yeah, I'm toxic. It's, and it's just
I
real.
don't
That's
think that's
super
It's
toxic,
part of
sir.
my
That is
that ain't
retardedly
toxic,
toxic.
man. That's establishing boundaries. You gonna talk to me a certain way.
yeah.
Then
Yeah,
show
yeah.
my
You're
way
gonna
you talk
present
to me.
yourself. You're gonna present yourself a certain way, and the expectation is for me to do the same. And small little changes here and there, and then you end up not knowing yourself. That's because you're with somebody that you're altering yourself for constantly to be in spaces with them, and that's something I don't want any of my women to do. But if you present yourself,
But y'all over here
if
talking
you
about boundaries. Black men are not supposed to have boundaries, bro. Boundaries are for the women.
yeah
The men are not supposed to have boundaries,
yeah.
right?
So
That
if a
Yeah,
lady,
so
Who's at the
if
zoo right now?
oh man, no, see, my
that's
job has this beautiful space with all type of birds. So when you take your break, it's like there's a lot of trees. It's healthy.
That nigga
It fixes
sperm
your
with
blood
the
pressure. Fix your
That
blood
nigga's
pressure.
fine with the that nigga's
No,
fine with
he's
the
fine.
gorilla.
He's fine
That's what
with
he
it.
doing.
No. He literally gonna catch the bird and put it on the grill. That's what that is.
No,
Just
no,
Yo,
no. What he gonna do is he gonna try to spar the gorilla 1v1.
so so it's like if you meet somebody and they present something to you for so long and they suddenly change and you start questioning it. Like you're toxic for doing that when you're a guy, but that's one of the main issues that ladies talk about. Like he presented this to me at first and he suddenly changed, and that's why he's toxic. So I mean, like it's hard to deal with certain things when the rules don't apply across the board. I'm
Yeah.
just confused.
I'm even more confused how y'all question why men would follow Myron, but y'all don't question why women would follow Cynthia G or Series 7.
Look, man, it's
Y'all don't
crazy.
question
Cynthia,
them though.
it's crazy that Claudia Jordan was talking like that. And you're right, line. They had Cynthia G on Fox Soul. That
Yeah.
shit's crazy. The
No
things
questions for
that
that
get
though.
me, and I've been watching Claudia Jordan for a while now, man. Like, I've always found Claudia Jordan attractive. She's witty. I like her. I genuinely like her. The problem is, once again, when it comes to the man-woman conversation, man, like, yeah, all the logic, that just go out the window, and they start acting like they don't get it. Claudia Jordan, you are an extra. You don't get it. Extra black women are some of the worst people ever.
They don't get it. They don't
Man,
get it.
Claudia over
They
here acting
don't get
innocent,
it.
and yet she's friends with Vivica A. Fox and Lisa Ray.
Gen,
Man, if you don't
Gen,
get the hell out of
Nah,
here.
They
I'm not
don't.
buying
They
that
Gen
no
X,
don't
more.
get it.
Wait. Black
They
woman was
don't.
saying,
Gen
go ahead.
X,
Wait.
Gen X women are the are the babies, the birth babies of second wave feminism. And so they got the bullshit before any analysis of it, any critique of it, any but this shit don't actually work. The analysis we doing now, the things that we've learned the last 40 plus years, the Oprah Winfrey and the talk shows and all of that, those women were born and bred in the bullshit before we got all the critique of it, the analysis of it. So, and because of that, they're more really fucked up than everybody else in a way because they haven't even, because they became adults before there was any sort of analysis of this bullshit. All they heard was sugar and spice and everything nice, and the boys are snails and puppy dog tails and bra burning and all that bullshit. They grew up in there. They grew up with Mary Tyler Moore and Diane Carroll and the single mother. They grew up in the initial, at the very beginning of the indoctrination and the propaganda and the entitlement. And that's why they are particularly screwed up. They are screwed.
Listening to her speak, it's what I got, and I've always gotten this from Claudia Jordan, is a certain level of like innocence. Like where's this? And she said it here. Like, where's this energy coming from? Where is this hate women energy coming from? And I'm like, but aren't you an Xer? Like a part of me is like, wait, you. First of all, I
But
don't even know if I accept the hatred
she's a,
part. Go ahead. Mhm.
well, first of all, but she is an Xer. She's a pretty Xer. She is a white-looking Xer. She probably had a very particular kind of privileged, catered to upbringing, and so she probably is at a baseline level kind of naive about certain things, not self-reflective at all. Usually trials and tribulations and things like that compel us to become self-reflective. When you have had this privileged intro into life, particularly from the perspective of a female, and when it's particularly based on your looks, this chick was hobnobbing with Donald Trump back in the 90s, man.
That's a fact.
So she's got a really jacked up perspective on what she was entitled to get and receive.
So if I could add one thing to it,
And I think this plays just as big a role as what you just mentioned, Mr. Uru. She's a K. And anybody who's familiar with Greeks, K's are some of the nicest women. K's are some of the most horrible women. And she goes down that horrible archetype. She comes across very entitled and arrogant in certain ways. Like when she's discussing some of these issues, it is always like she speaks with the authority that like she cannot be. There's no way that she can be wrong whenever she makes a statement. She's typical K. Typical K.
What's a K?
AKA.
AKA.
Oh, so she's a stupid
I
bitch who
never
ain't get
heard
fucked in
you
the
refer
ass.
to.
Oh
I
no!
never
Oh
heard
God!
you refer
KMS.
to as K.
Yeah, the K's.
Yeah. No, I've heard
Yeah, I
it
never
before.
heard.
I've heard
That
it
must be
before.
a new thing.
Yeah,
That must be a
I
new
was
thing. I
thinking that
never
too.
heard.
It was maybe a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, like, isn't
But
Fanny
no,
Willis a
yeah,
K
I
too
mean,
though?
well, no, she is prototypical. She is definitely, when I was growing up and was in HBCU, she's definitely phenotypically Alpha Kappa Alpha. I mean, she is her, Kamala Harris. Those are your advertising model Alpha Kappa Alpha. So I agree, and I do agree that some of the way because a lot of those AKAs, at least when I was growing up, they tended to be a little bit on the prettier side, tend to be a little bit more upper middle class, tended to be a little more catered to. They very likely were in beauty pageants as young girls and teenage. So yeah, I can definitely see the overlap between her and Alpha Kappa.
They're a
I can
lot.
definitely
They're a
see it.
lot different. They're a lot different than the Gamma Sigma Rose, or as I like to call
Can
them,
I,
the Gamma Sigma Hoes.
can I get 2 words in before I leave? What is the girl's name that was with Puff Daddy? What's her
Cassie?
name?
Oh, Cassie.
Okay, Cassie. Let's. Okay, to all black women, you're looking at an exotic black woman breathing up all your good air. Y'all know she was fucking big to be there the whole fucking time. All these ladies blowing their lungs out, hitting every single note that didn't get a record deal. And you saw that girl get on the BET stage, can't sing, worth a damn. She sound like a broken record. Y'all know how she got that. Y'all all know it. Y'all know it, okay? We're not
But this is
we're
the thing. They
mad.
do know it, and they resent Diddy for giving it to her. This
Yes,
really is,
yes.
and they're gonna use her case to beat up on Diddy. It's like you should have chose one of us, and now we're gonna use that same chick to beat up on you. Do
Actually,
they really care that
Yo,
whatever
Shorty,
happened to
actually,
Cassie?
no, it's
Probably not.
twofold.
Go ahead.
It's
yo,
twofold.
I was
No,
sitting there with my mom, and my mom laughing at this girl while she's on stage. Like, like how? Like, okay, we allowed Jenny from the block that couldn't sing, but she was with Puff Daddy, but she was thick.
it's
Like,
twofold. It's also twofold. It's not choosing that one of them, and it's also
mhm.
confirming that women only sleep their way to the top.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
and like I said, I didn't care about the party stuff. People always knew that. They always suspected, knew it, everything. When they said, he said, I'll, diddle you for 100K, and Puff said, okay, there's the bed. It's a reported story. It should have let you know something. But on the face of it, I look at it like this. Simply, I am mad for him stumping her out. That's all that I'm mad about. It's like y'all want to be in this entertainment system with all the perversion that you hear, and y'all continue down the same path because you want to be there. And to Olay, come on, you hang out with a pervert on Breakfast Club,
What?
a known pervert. Okay,
I don't
and
know if she
y'all know
hang
the
with.
ball
I
head.
don't know if she hang. I don't know if she hang with that person.
She in the circle.
Okay,
She in the circle
Yeah.
of that guy.
The-
who's the
yeah.
pervert?
Yeah,
Who's the
I think
girl?
I know. Don't say the name, but I think I know. You know who he might be talking about. Black Guru.
Yeah,
You know who you're talking about.
Okay.
yeah.
Not the
Hey,
light
but
one, the dark one.
Oh,
Yeah,
goddamn.
Did the
yeah. Go ahead, go
DDG
ahead.
pick a sister? You know, they wanted to pick, and look what happened to him.
Yeah. Well,
Didn't he pick a
yeah.
sister?
He picked one, but the problem is she wasn't supposed to adhere to that. She was supposed to be with a white dude. Their problem is that she didn't listen to them and go with a white dude. Go with one of the current contemporary heartthrob white guy. Their issue with her is that she was supposed to listen to them and do what Simone Biles didn't do. Simone Biles Owens didn't do.
I'm sorry. Who are you guys referring to? And I'm sorry.
Haley Bailey and DDG's on the whole DDG Haley Bailey thing.
Actually, you know the
Yeah.
cold part about this, D, is
hmm
they hope that there's a man waiting, but they prefer it to be an Alex Fine. That's why they've
Yeah.
got so
Yep.
much
Yep. A
so
white guy
much
in particular. Yes.
appreciation for Alex
Yes.
Fine doing this shit. But at the end of the day, the overwhelming majority of white men are not going for that.
They know that.
Hey,
Women.
what's the girl with the
Look.
light skinned baby daddy? The
When you're talking about
YN
Haley
light
Bailey, you
skinned
talking about
mulatto.
DDG?
No,
You talking
the
about
light
DDG?
skinned
No.
mulatto boy.
Oh, you talking about
The,
Kiki Palmer? Kiki Palmer. Kiki Palmer.
no, the other one, the short Disney girl, the cute little girl. She's
Oh,
about 21.
the little dark skinned sister. She cute. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. What's her name?
yeah, like
Goddamn. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, I saw that he got a job. Bruh, Bunny Rose really look like he's only one shade away from white. That dude's pretty much white. Like,
yeah,
yeah. Because I saw a different picture of him without all the crazy hairstyle and whatever. He looked like he
yeah,
had like a borderline small hat fro. I was like, bruh.
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the picture. I've
Yeah.
seen it. Yeah.
That's when you have to ask, like, so you're an upwardly mobile, high
Sky
class
Jackson. Sky
black
Jackson.
woman.
That's her name. Sky Jackson. Eric Sid Jackson. I know it messed you up. I know it messed you up.
Yeah.
Sky Jackson. Yeah, that's the
So
sister name. Sky
so
Jackson.
these are upwardly mobile Disney stars. Like I
Yeah.
understand white girls. White girls can make a rap song, get on a sexy record, and they automatically evolve into something else, and they go back pop and they're stars again.
Mhm.
But y'all get with fucking pookies.
Well, but the white girls do it too. I'm glad you brought that up. That's black women's biggest anger. That's their anger right there. Is that Miley Cyrus gets the rebrand, Britney Spears gets the rebrand. We talked about before she went off the rocker. All of these white women get to rebrand. Why can't she have a bad boy streak and then rebrand and then come back and marry a square and make her wholesome music and y'all just accept that? Why does the black woman got to be stuck with the guys that she tried to rebrand with?
So
Z,
you
because
went
she's
all the
not what
way.
she's not.
hmm
Guys, Z, she's not white. She's black. She has to
But
realize we all have to realize who we are, and we
Look,
are
look,
but
black
look,
she
people.
she
but we accept
rebranded.
it. They don't accept it. Go ahead.
She rebranded with a guy that was in prison, and then had sex with him raw dog. Got pregnant. He shut up the club. Dissed her on the internet. That's your rebrand. Like, come on. I know you got better management that got you in the Disney, lady. Like,
No, that's who they qualify for, Leon. That's what they're telling you.
It's called genetics. It's called imprint.
Yeah.
It's called this
It's
is who
called
they're attracted
light
to.
skinned hood niggas.
It's
That's
Let
what
called
me
they
get out of here.
genetics,
qualify
I'm
and
gonna
for.
break
it's
up.
called. Let's just say what it is. It's called imprint. I'm going to say this: the guys they marry is not the guys they really going to have babies by. Oops. Why do you think we're ass backwards in our community? They'll have the baby, then they know the dude. They need a story to be a victim because victimhood is like sunlight to a Kryptonian. So now they can tell their story and go get some lame ass dude to go wife them up and take care of her babies and say these are my kids, which is the most simple shit ever. And now look what's going on with Cassie. You know, look what type of dude she married. You didn't know this chick was a hoe? Come on now. Oh, I left the
Yeah, but he about to be
courtroom.
winning because he's married to a woman that just came up $20 million.
Yeah, but guess what? You come up $20 million. That's her money, not your money.
Unless he finesse her, unless
Hey,
he got a
not
prenup.
not no, not if he makes sure that she
For
burn his
real.
mustache off every night.
Yeah. Nah.
Hey, now he gonna be the one with the sore tongue, not her. Oops.
Ooh, that poor bastard. Yo, as a matter of fact, you gotta go to Long Beach Griffey's channel. Bro, he did a video on imagine your wife taking a stand at the Diddy trial. Yo, I was crying. That video is hilarious. You gotta check it out.
And that's what their problem is. Look, going back to what Tunnel Runner said, and I said this to Black Root, they just can't, and shout out to Ed, all of us that are saying this, they just don't want to be black, bro. They don't want to be black. We understand black. You think black men want to be the juxtaposition to white guys all the time?
But I
No.
mean,
With
tough.
that, we know what that means. Black women just they throw a temper tantrum, they try to do some sneak stuff, it don't work, and then they get mad at us. Bitch, go get mad at the white dude
But
who
here's
put the
the thing.
stereotype out there.
Us black
Go
men
ahead.
can accept that. I can't say. In this space, we accept that. But here's the thing: even if black men, by and large, accept it, the greater society or the rich cracker society will always be there to remind them that you're still black.
Facts. And then they get mad at us.
Then they get mad at us. Yeah.
You know,
Go ahead.
There's a great irony in this, in that a lot of times, a lot of women say they feel invisible in a lot of public spaces, like at work and in certain venues and
No, I'm gonna
whatnot.
need you. I'm gonna need you to fix that statement just a little bit. You said a lot of women. Nah, bro. Black women. Go ahead.
Well, when I say women, I'm talking about black women. I don't give a fuck about the rest of them. Some big titty Asians, but that's a different story. But they a lot of times say they feel like they're invisible, and a lot of times when I had those conversations with them, I always like juxtapose it. Like, black men are hyper visible, right? It could be a room full of 100 people with one black dude. If that black dude does anything, everybody knows it, just like that. And they're getting a taste of that now. Now they want to be out front. They want to be seen. I was like, now you're being seen.
Yeah, you being seen, all right. Not the way you like.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Hey, you wanted it, you got it. But I mean, them not being seen, that only means for the men they find attractive. They don't give a shit about the men they find invisible. The thing is, they can't stand the fact that like they can be just as invisible as the men they find unattractive.
Yeah, but one of the reasons why we stand out is because we are our true self. We are black men, and we enjoy being black men. We wear our black hair. We do our, we try to get our bodies together. We try to keep ourselves, we use what we have. And they would be great if they would use what they have. But they have better skin than white women. They have better hair than white women, but they will not display it. They want to be them and not be themselves. If they would try to be themselves, they would improve. But it's going to be, they have to get out of that mindset. The mindset is bad.
But it goes back to what Ed's been saying. Them being themselves require them to be black, and they don't want to be black. So, yeah.
Yeah, TV has messed them up. As I think what's her name? The Muslim woman. They have to find themselves, and they found themselves through TV and looking at white women, and since then they have been lost. They don't know how to find their way back out.
Oh, you talking about what's her name? Goddamn, what's the sister name?
Brittany Renner,
the content creator. Goddamn, her face is right there too.
Yeah,
Brittany Renner.
She used to be on BGS. Women. Goddamn, and I just checked her channel out the other day too. I know who you're talking about. Turn around. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Somebody gonna say the name in the comments, but yeah. That. I think that they have a problem just being accepting what Crimson Cure. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you, Els Active. Crimson Cure. Yeah, is that who you're speaking about? Turn around.
Yeah.
I know of her. She did
Oh, Big Shirley stepping on his internet.
Yeah, I say no, it's the Ali lady.
Shahrazad Ali.
Shahrazad
Ali.
Ali.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, her.
Oh, you know what, Shahrazad Ali? Man, I'm thinking you talking about Concrete Road the whole time.
Well,
Yeah, you
well,
said
they
Muslim. I'm
rejected
thinking you
her.
talking about. Yeah.
They rejected her when she was doing those interviews in the 90s.
Yeah, and they rejected her. Look, if you're not saying to black women that if you're not affirming whatever they think of men writ large, black men specifically, then excuse me, they don't care what you're talking about. You have to reaffirm what they're saying. And the problem with Shahrazad Ali, I can't get it out. I get it right sometimes, I don't get it right the other times. And the Crimson Cures and all of these other women is the problem is you're not affirming what I'm saying. You're not antagonistic enough. You're not insulting enough. They want those women to speak and to move like how FD did, like how Conscious Lead does, like how Foreign Man does. You got to be antagonistic to the men. You got to be insulting. You got
Well,
to be
but
demeaning. You got to be smug
also
and
the
But
snarky.
thing
y'all
that
will never
the
sleep
thing
with them
about
if your life
Muslim,
depended on it.
the thing about black Muslim women, they do something because both Shahrazad Ali and Crimson Cure are Muslim. The thing that Muslim women do, they are a part of a very small faction of black women who understand and preach and practice the accountability of women. If you observe Islamic women, they're very accountable to what they're supposed to do. They hold each other accountable. The men hold them accountable. They have certain basic duties they're supposed to perform as a woman, as a wife, as a mother. So accountability of the actions of a woman are a critical part of what it means to be an Islamic woman. And that's the only small subset of black women where that is clearly a feature in the society and in the culture they inhabit. And that's why there's so many black women who are antagonistic towards them, because they are not held to any standard. They have no elders they're bound to. They have no code they're bound to other than what satisfies or glorifies or entertains them in that particular moment. They live totally opposite of what a faithful Islamic black woman lives. So they'll always be the enemy of those women. Always.
It's funny because from my understanding, before those of us who were captured and enslaved in the West in the Americas, many of us were Muslim back on the continent in Western Africa. So that I find that analysis of Black Uru fascinating. That you might have been dealing with black folks who had a mixture of their own native religion mixed with some Islam, and who were brought to the Americas, forced to be either Catholic or Protestants. And now, well, the ones that went back to the old practice have more tight knit families and structures and communities, and the ones who stayed with the good old white man's part of the Abrahamic faith are on some bullshit. Yeah, that part. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, just
Well,
saying.
the
Go
thing
ahead.
about the Islam did not change with the times very much, if at
Mm-hmm,
all. I mean, it lives in the world, but Islam does not operate of the world. The black Christianity began to operate of the world, particularly over the last 50 years or so. So it started to embrace and adapt more of the worldly features of things. And of course, feminism was a prominent part, particularly second wave feminism was a prominent feature of what has occurred the last 50 some years. And that's why the churches are so gynocratic. I mean, there was always a gynocratic element to black culture and black communities, but it also had within it the basic duties of women, the basic duties of wives, the basic duties of mothers, the basic duties of daughters, that, okay, maybe you are gynocratic, but you still gonna fix your meal for your husband. You still gonna keep a clean house, whether you like it or not. Whether you hate that man or not, your ass gonna keep a clean house. You gonna prepare that man a meal, whether you like it or not. You gonna do it. That's your duty. That went away with the silent generation.
Yeah, and now we what boomers, Xers, millennials, Gen Z. Yeah, nah. Look, what you see on this panel is what nothing but pretty much millennials that was on this panel. And you hear how they sound, the men and the women. I don't know this newfangled look. I've said it before. They're okay with watching other women suffer. No placeholder said it to me in the comments once, and it really took a lot for me to accept that. And I don't think they would agree with you. No placeholder, if you're still listening. No placeholder once said Z because you care about black women and they don't. And I think they do, but I'm asking how is this supposed to work effectively? What feels because it feels like you're defending black
What
women
day are you
from
referring to?
He-Man woman haters, as y'all
What
say.
day are you referring to?
I'm talking about the
What day
FDs
are
and
you
whatnot, the
that?
FDs and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well, like I mean,
what
I
I'm
think
saying is
FD
no place.
grift.
Okay.
FD has found a grift, and he
Mm.
grifting real hard. Like I say, I know when a Chicago nigga is grifting. I can see it in his eyes. And FD is grifting.
The thing
FD
with
But
playing
FD,
by
fuck
the way,
suckers. He don't believe half of the shit. He don't believe half of the shit that's coming out of his mouth. I know that.
real quick before you go, better you. So come to find out, Black Uru, he might be closer to you than you think. Apparently, his parents knew Common's parents, and his parents knew Lupe Fiasco's parents. So yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, he kind of
Yeah, I mean, and
yeah.
look, I mean, like they say, don't, I mean, he found a grip. He found a way to use this bullshit he learned in college and maneuvering around, lying to women to make money off of it. And that's what he's doing. I don't think I think if you have a private conversation with FD and he was 100% certain the shit wouldn't get out, I think he'd tell a very different tale.
As far as the FD, I'll say it
I mean, I
before,
know true believers when I see it, and I know bullshit artists when I see it too. That's a bullshit artist.
Yeah, no. FD. Look,
After this, we'll get better. You go ahead. Okay, Max, go ahead.
I'll say it before I say it again. FD
Okay.
talked that shit, but he lived like a man's man. I can see it
Thank
in his
you.
eyes.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
He ain't with the shits at all. Like
I
don't
told
like
you.
man, don't let the exterior fool you. I know that nigga. And Black Guru was absolutely right.
Yeah.
If
I'm saying when you've been around, you know them type of niggas.
No. The FD remind me of the dude that I used to see at the poetry slams and coffee houses, where I used to show up. They used to avert their eyes. I'm like, nigga, you just trying to fuck just like me. I just ain't.
Yeah.
I just ain't willing to go through all the.
You're not talking all that shit.
Yeah.
All that planetary and pyramid shit.
I met him.
He's trying to get some ass.
I ain't going through the Floetry pros and all that stuff. I literally came in here for the coffee. Oh, and to get these bitches. But yeah. But no.
Go ahead.
But no, and the thing about it is that the reason why you can't help see that is because I do not like FD signifier. So it's going to be a both and statement. But FD signifier is an excellent content creator. He is excellent until it comes to the women. Then the veil slips, because if you look at any of his content that don't involve black relationship dynamics, it is excellent. It is spot on. He deserves any one of his followers that's not tied to him as far as relationship dynamics. He is absolutely earned. He is excellent until it talks to that.
Now what's an example of content that would describe
Drake and Kendrick breakdown is fire.
Easy. Drake, Kendrick Lamar. That is
Easy,
fantastic.
easy.
That is
It's a
fan.
movie. Get your popcorn ready, Black Guru, because he turned it into a goddamn like 3 hour long movie, and it's worth every minute.
And here's the thing, Black Guru. Look at his, you got his other content that don't involve relationship dynamics, and that shows you the grift. That's why he's the dude. He's the dude who's at the Black Poetry Slams talking about how the black woman is God, yet this dude got 5 mixed kids. He that nigga. His skirt shows too much.
Now, like I say, I know a shyster when I see one. I didn't know it to the degree that you described, but I know a shyster when I see one. Especially one from Chicago. It's a particular kind of look and a particular kind of aura.
All you have to do, if you and listen, man, I come from a long line of wild niggas. I'll say this, like the last one I can trace was a horse thief. Back when stealing horses would get you hung.
Was a capital crime.
Yeah. So I know this nigga. You can tell because all you gotta do is look at all his other work. All his other work is excellent. Yet this little thing is bullshit and got a whole bunch of holes in it. Nah, nigga, this is your hustle, man. You can't fool me. I know this nigga.
Let me read this from the Broke Genius, and then we'll read a couple of super chats, and then you got to better you. And the Broke Genius says a Chicago nigga will hustle a ham sandwich, and I don't know why I thought that shit was hysterical. That shit is hysterical. Joe says when things are changing, you learn who really cares for the most affected. Yeah, no, I keep on saying how does this work for black women? And when FD was on my when he was here the second conversation. And he says, no, they're just gonna chill out, and they might do the rose thing, and they might essentially kiss on each other, and I'm like, nigga, that shit ain't working for them. Nigga, I'm a millennial. I watch Xers do it and fail. I watch extra black women fall on their face, bro. It's only a handful of Vivica A. Foxes and Claudia Jordan, Lisa Ray's, bro. The rest of them don't got it like that. They don't got it. Extra black women do not got it, bro. A handful of them are professionals and got it. Most of them don't. By far.
I love the notion. I love the notion. This just shows you how full of shit these motherfuckers are. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I cuss?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But it's sort of like, oh, well, they're just going to be gay and accepted. Nigga, what if that? It's looking at it as a peanut allergy. Like you really want a man, but you so fucked off in the game. You just had to have a peanut allergy. Like, okay, well, you can just only eat peanut butter sandwiches now. But you got a peanut allergy. That's gonna fuck them up. They going into it knowing that all we have is this thing that I should not be dealing with at all. The worst thing you can do for a person, I mean, sexuality is the last bastion of pure autonomy. I can repress or suppress or express my sexuality however I want. I don't have to be gay. But they're funneling these women down the situation where, oh, well, you just gonna have to be gay then, because we done so fucked up the environment that men don't want to deal with you. How horrible is that?
I think there's that, and there's the expand your options. I think the Chrissies of the world got the message, and they said, "Oh, fuck that! I'd rather be a white man's whore." Like serious shit. And I think the rest of the sisters said, I'll just be celibate. I think that's where Real Talk with Yanni comes in, where I'll just be celibate. I'll just get comfortable with the rose toys. I think some of them will love on each other. Yeah.
No, but that's where the starvation comes in, because they're like, listen, I got a peanut allergy. I can't eat this. So I guess I just don't eat. And then you die.
Yeah.
Funny y'all mentioned that, because I don't know, I was just going through Instagram and I found this page, and it says women will need to have 2.7 kids in order for humanity to continue. And a lot of women are saying, count me out.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, women are human beings, bro. Black women are human beings. Women are human beings. They can be spiteful too. Black women and women, they could say, excuse my language, fuck it. I would rather die. I'm okay with us dying to spite these niggas. No. Yeah. And I'm telling you, there's women, I agree with Black Uru, that they don't really mean it. I would argue most women don't mean it. But a significant amount do mean it. A critical mass
part
do mean it. Go ahead.
the only points I will agree with the women is when it comes to paternity leave and IF and all the
Yeah, I agree
things
with that.
that
Yep.
comes into that and dealing with postpartum. I will give them that. I will extend that olive when it comes to things like that in the economy. That I will agree with. But that's as far as
Yep.
I go.
No, no, I
That's
think there
when
has
it
to
comes to
be.
when it comes to things like that, I will extend that off. I
No, I
give you
agree.
understanding when it
I
comes
mean,
to that.
what do you agree? What do you agree with?
No, let me see if I can get this one line. I do think there has to be a reckoning when it comes to the elite and the wealthy and them hoarding everything and then telling these women essentially, yeah, we're gonna give you like 2 seconds after the baby's born and then get your ass back to work. Like you good, right? You all right? You all
Yeah,
right? Yeah, you
paternity
good, right?
leave,
Okay.
the
Yeah.
paternity
Like
leave,
I know
yeah.
you still bleeding, but yeah, just get back to
Yeah,
work.
but that's why you get married. So if you with a man, y'all save up, y'all organize your life in a way in which you can raise children, and during some period of time while that woman does not work, that man can carry the full financial load. That's why you don't want to have babies out of wedlock. So that woman don't have to go back from some quick maternity leave if she don't want to. You're not supposed to have children outside. You're not supposed to be able to afford to bear and raise children outside of wedlock, especially not a woman. Because guess what? Much of the higher paying work you either can't do, won't have the logistics to do, won't have the capacity to do, won't have the time to do. You have no business birthing and raising children outside of wedlock. The system was never set up, and the system cannot afford for you to be an unproductive person while you so-called have a job. The system can't
Say that.
afford to put you up for 3 months, 6 months, a year, but you got a job. How does that work in an economic system? No, that job is a
It
man
doesn't.
supposed to have that job.
Can I touch
This
this
is
subject?
go ahead.
Wait. No, we got to get better you first because we done cut him off for like 15 minutes. Go ahead, better you, and then you got Leon.
When it comes down to it, y'all hit on the perfect reasons why I dislike FT. He's not stupid. Sorry about that. And he's very much a grifter. And the way I see it is, I take it somewhat personally because the stuff that he's advocating for is going to so radically sour the environment for my son and my daughter when they come of age, when it's time for them to settle down. It's bad enough having some of these conversations that I'm having with my son, like trying to explain like transgenderism and all this other bullshit and all this other shit that's going on nowadays. It's like, yo, he is a traitor, basically. That's the way I view him. And without going into too much detail, I really truly feel like he unconsciously man, all them other dudes, man, that know they peddling shit that's really gonna harm black folks, but they claim they for black folks. Man, Tucson was right. That's all I will say.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Betty. You're like, that's the part that makes me not like him even more. Because you know the truth. You know what it really is.
Let me read this real quick. Real quick. Vince says FD grifter tax. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Here's why.
Go ahead,
Here's
we
why
gotta
I
get
know.
Leon.
I'm sorry. Yeah, here's why I know he's a complete fucking piece of shit. Because FD has sons, and I bet you if you got FD off a panel and just one-on-one, FD would like, I please God, please do not let my sons abide by the bullshit I'm saying to sustain their livelihood. That's why I know he's a piece of shit.
Oh, that's the
I'm gonna keep it fast. So, first word that I'm gonna say is Anna Marie Slaughter. Black women, white women, go blame her. She wanted to
Yep.
prioritize males taking 6 weeks to 12 weeks off work so women could advance in their career. Okay, guess what? Guess what? Pregnancies used to literally be free for the majority of all you women. If you look at the assistance programs based upon income, before you started getting DEI, y'all were making the income and y'all weren't paying for pregnancies. The majority of women from 1980 to 2011 were not paying for pregnancies. It's when y'all increase your income through DEI and other stuff is when y'all started paying for pregnancies because the bar, just like when I was told you I was talking to the social worker about the assistance programs, it's still around 30 to 38,000. That means it's grown less than the average growth of income. So y'all outperform the assistance program due to government policies. Okay, y'all used to have free pregnancies. Now guess what? All y'all have health insurance. Amazing. Second part, there's no amount of money that can solve. How does brain fart on the word when after women give birth to babies? What's the word when they're going through postpartum? Money doesn't solve for postpartum. Guess what? If I perform more labor, that does not solve her postpartum. That actually makes her feel like less of a woman when I do more labor for my kid that we just had. That makes her feel less of a woman. When I know, I talked to my mom, my grandma. You know what my grandma said? When my mom did, not only what they said, what they did. They stayed around my wife because that's the only thing that solves postpartum. Your mother, your grandmother, your auntie, your line of women that not only perform labor when you're doing postpartum, but they physically, naturally, through nature, know how to handle you when you're going through postpartum. Women go through postpartum longer because they're in traditional marriages where they're nowhere near their female family members. That's what solves postpartum.
The biggest benefit of the presence of the mothers and the grandmothers is them being able to distract from the focus of the child. When that woman does not have to be concerned about the child ain't crying, the child being changed, the child getting napped, when she don't have to focus on that child, when she don't have to be concerned about that child, when she don't have to be angry about that child, confused about what to do about the colicky child, confused about the child's diarrhea, when she don't have to do any of that, if you give her some time, she will grab the pardon will grab. This is where I actually live. The pardon will actually wear off. We could give my younger child to my mother for a weekend or maybe 3 or 4 days. My wife could just chill out and mostly just sleep. Mostly just sleep. Just be in the bed, sleep.
Literally what it is.
You know, just chill. Bring her some water, just chill. A couple of weeks go by.
Walk through a park.
Refreshed person. But having women allow you, having the mother, grandmother, aunts, cousin, whatever, allow you the luxury to be able to do that.
And let me read this. And Leon says, FD said, I hate that women love Drake's misogyny. Hysterical. And no, I think he did say that. Didn't he? No, he really did say that. Yeah, no, he said that. He said that. Yeah.
Because hypergamy because hypergamy don't give a fuck about misogyny.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. But
go ahead. Go ahead, Tano.
Yeah, the black women say about the settling situation. They don't understand that white women settle. All they got to do is look at white women's husbands. Look at these rich. Look at these rich.
No, Tano, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're going to cut that shit right now. These women are not settling. They're getting what they qualify for.
Okay, say that.
Well, yeah, that's right. They need to get, but they don't want it. They don't want that. They want above what they qualify for.
Oh, fucking well. It's not men's fault. It's not black men. It's not men's fault. You suck at hypergamy. It's not men's fault that you suck at hypergamy. You want to get better men, you're going to have to turn yourself into a better woman.
Hey, that sounds sexist, bro.
Exactly. But that means a lot of them are not going to be able, the thing is, how can you be, men don't do this thinking. Men will go get a 6'7" guy will marry a woman that's 5 foot tall.
Hey man, it don't matter. Most men ain't rich. Most women ain't beautiful. It's always been like that.
So women, but now women expect a lot more and don't want to give anything for that lot more.
Well, wish in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one fills up first.
Yeah. I mean, they have to wake up because, like I said, they see these other, these other women. They settle. They settle for what they can get, and they're happy with what they can get. They do not, they cannot. They're settling for. You see these, all these women that are supposed to be married at home, and look at their husbands. They're not They're not 6 foot tall or 7 foot tall. They're not blonde, blue eyed. They're not in finance. They're just regular men. And
You know
black
why?
women got to realize.
Because they
why
weren't slim
do
thick.
you all use the term settle? To me,
We don't.
settle
Women do.
implies.
Wait, let me explain that to you.
Well, settling is nothing but a word. Settling is nothing but a word to cope. Settling is nothing but a word that women use to cope because they suck at hypergamy. That's all that is.
Better you. I got a better one for you. I got a better one.
Go ahead.
When are you gonna settle down? Better you. When are you gonna settle down? That's the actual reality. That's the actual fact. When somebody asks you when you're gonna settle down, okay, it's the same thing. It's settling. I'm settling to be content in a relationship with this woman. You're settling down. Okay,
No,
that's the reality.
Yeah, but
it's the reality.
That's not what they use. That's not what they mean when they use that term. And my point is, I think, I think for years now, men have allowed women to get away with an incredible amount of delusion regarding their so-called self-worth. When you say you're settling for somebody, what you're saying is you're so much more valuable than they are. And what's it based on? And why doesn't anybody ever challenge their delusion on that point? Why don't you seldom hear men say you're not worth the man you got?
Nah, they finding that out. They already found that out. They're already finding that out in the dating market, Uru. That's why they're using the word.
I don't know. Let me tell you why, Line. Let me tell you why I don't know about that. The framing isn't that. I appreciate that the women will never admit that she got outbidded for the man, right? Like it was her competing with 3 other chicks for this dude, and she came out snake eyes, right? She lost to a woman that's greater than her. I don't expect the women to ever admit that, he was dating me, and then he was dating another woman and the other 2, and he let me know, and then he just chose the other woman. You're never gonna hear a woman say that. With that, the framing is always either he cheated, either he led me on, he lied, and the other men who are also in the dating scene currently, I don't want to have to settle for them because that's not my guy of choice, and I can appreciate that. But the issue is that the women aren't accepting that they don't qualify. It's exactly what you say. They don't qualify for a particular type of guy, and they can't accept that. So it's hold on.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, like, they gonna find out one way or another, and they're finding out right now. But I don't accept that settling shit, and I got no problem. I would tell a woman straight up to her. I've said this the other way. I'm like, you're not settling. You're getting what you qualify for.
Hold up.
But y'all telling me I didn't settle when I could have had my cake and eat it too, and the ladies asked me about having my cake and eat it too. Y'all telling me I didn't settle?
Right.
Men don't use the
let me do
word
this.
settle. We don't look at it like that.
No, we don't. Let me do this. Let me read this, and then you got it better. I think that was you trying to speak. And Detroit says, I'm starting to think that Meg the Blob is mutant. She literally ate Tory Lane's Wolverine alive, in the courtroom, but let the new evidence drop in. Look, I think if this continues and we find out that Meg Thee Stallion was truly, because we know she lied about the whole sex thing, but if really it was her that shot him, shot the other chick and blah blah blah, and they both let Tory take the fall for that, and Tory actually did take the fall for that. I think I agree with who said it in my chat the other day. No, that was compassionate. Compassionate Callis put it in his post in his community chat. This Meg Thee Stallion case gonna fuck around and set believe all women or believe black women back 700 years. Now
No, we
I
have.
think he's being funny with that, but truly I
It
think it's
will.
gonna set them back
It will.
because
Well,
that will be the situation. Now I think FD and them will still be on
I
the same
also
train, but
think
yeah.
I also think this Meg Thee Stallion thing in this effort to defend her, I think black women
Mm-hmm.
have made young black women have made a grievous error by doing that. I think that hurt them collectively. I think it definitely hurt hip hop. It's created a permanent schism in hip hop. I think it's hurt everybody. I think it would have been better for them to either leave Tory alone and swept that whole thing under the rug, or expose the truth about what happened. But what they've done now is the worst possible scenario.
You're right about that. Black. Who was I watching? Was I watching Olay channel? It was somebody on a panel discussion who said it was a woman who said similar. She said she hate this, but obviously she's on the other side. But she said she hate this in the schism that it brought and blah blah blah. Was it I want to say it was Olay's channel, but I don't think it was Olay. I can't remember who said it, but they were saying the same thing that you're saying, but obviously from the different other side, which is essentially black men need to just accept that Tory did this and shut the hell up about it. But they did hate the schism, and I think that was building anyway. That this just blew the doors wide open, and if we come to find out that essentially what Meg Thee Stallion and Homegirl did was essentially their own version of Carolyn Bryant. Ooh, goddamn. Then yeah, we black. I think black men are gonna have to make a decision on whether black women should be part of hip hop. And I said it, and I meant it as offensive as I said it. Yeah, black women. I'm about if we find out that this was all a setup and all a lie. I am about hey. Right out of hip hop. Right out.
Well,
Okay, and go ahead, better you.
so did you get the email that I sent you with the Facebook reel and the links?
The Facebook grill. I don't remember.
It was a lady crashing out, and the reason I asked about that was because
let me see, because I might have seen this and I don't remember. Give me a second.
Because in that reel where she's crashing out on that guy, she says, "I'm better than you. I'm an attorney, and here in America, when somebody is better than you and above you, you shut the fuck up." And with that energy,
oh, the dark skinned lady. No, I didn't watch all of it. No, I didn't. The one where she crashed out in the store.
Yeah.
I didn't watch all of it. No, I didn't watch all of it. Yeah. God damn. So say that again, better you. She said what? I'm better than what? And I'm better than you. Say that again.
So the guy had said something to her about how she was parenting her child, and she goes off, and she says, "I told you, shut the fuck up." And he's like, "I don't have to do anything." And she said, "You're in America. I'm an attorney. I'm better than you. And here in America, how we do when somebody is better than you, you shut the fuck up." And that's the energy a lot of them have. I really do think it is that. A lot of them just plain and simply.
But she used the wrong words though. Better you. She said, "I'm an attorney, and when I'm better than you, you shut the fuck up." No, what she was really saying is, "I'm a black woman. I'm better than you. You shut the fuck up."
Even though
she hid
all the
behind that
metrics,
attorney word. Nah, but say it the way you really mean it.
even though we know good and damn well outside of the law you're not. When we
even in the law,
if we
you're
were
not.
in a lawless country, all that lawyer shit would not matter.
Look, even with that, y'all, I'm down to 5% on the phone, so we're gonna have to end in a minute. But no, even with the law, look, America's gonna really remind black women what to think of them. You already see what it's doing. And they feeling that they're gonna crash out more. Better you. They're gonna crash out more. They're gonna snap more. I want us to be careful. I think women in general gonna snap off more. But black women specifically because they're gonna be out there in the wilderness for real, for real. I think black women, excuse me, white women are gonna move back. I think even if they're not gonna get married per se to white men, they're definitely gonna shack up with white men. Increasingly, I think Latinas are gonna shack up with Latino men, black men, white men, whoever they could get, increasing. And I think black women, with all of their stubbornness and hubris, I think they're gonna stay out there and freeze to death. And freezing to death, what you're gonna find is them with their middle fingers up under those covers.
Yeah.
Directed mainly
I
towards
brought it
black
up.
men, but of course.
But the reason I brought it up is because one, I do think that is the type of time they own and the energy
Mhm.
that they speak with. But also, what would being wrong for an individual with that mentality look like? It's like Uru and Tono brought up Crimson Cure and Shahrazad Ali earlier. Those are women
Mhm.
who are accountable to others, but also they're accountable to self. If they
Yeah.
made a mistake, I have no doubt they would come and say, you know what? I said this, that, and the third. And upon further reflection, I see where I maybe chose the wrong words, or you know what, that statement was a mistake. I want to apologize to anybody I offended. I have no
Let me tell
doubt
you
that
the
they could
best
do
you
such a
get.
thing.
Well,
Let me
I'm
tell you what the
glad you
best.
I'm glad you mentioned accountability and Scheherazade Ali, because if you recall, if you watched her appearance on the Donahue show, a audience member, a very famous audience member, appeared in that video in rebuttal to Scheherazade Ali. Do you guys know who that was?
Oh yeah. Oh, fix my life, Iyanla.
Iyanla Van Zandt. Yeah. Now, Iyanla's view of that thing has changed over time, and she's come
That's
more over
goddamn.
to
You beat me to it, Black Guru. You beat.
Shahrazad
I swear
Ali's
that's where I was
position.
gonna go. Go ahead.
But
That's where I
has
was gonna go. Yeah.
Iyanla ever taken accountability for her
That's
prior
exact. Yep.
error and
Yep.
perspective?
Yep. No.
She's
She just
never
wait.
done
She
that.
just added. Wait. Please, I want to say this. All she did was add the sugar on the shit. I'm going to what Black Guru said. That's exactly the same example I was going to use. She never said. She went back and forth with Shahrazad Ali. See, I told y'all sometimes I say it right way, sometimes I say it the wrong way. She went back and forth with her. Then you fast forward. Then she's telling Ebony something different than what she was saying 30 years ago. But she never said, "Hey, I even had it wrong once upon a time." Same thing with Ebony.
Hmm.
Ebony's still on the same bullshit she
And
on.
here's the
But
sad
go ahead.
part. Here's the sad
Mhm.
part about this, and this is where accountability. This is where
Black, I
lack
just
of
want to tell everyone
accountability
real quick.
is.
I'm down to 2%. So if I just shut off, y'all, yeah, I don't know what y'all gonna do, but yeah, we gonna figure it out. Go ahead, y'all.
This is where the lack of accountability comes in. If Iyanla tells Ebony that, I made a mistake and I had a different perspective of things, I learned better, then maybe Ebony can receive her wisdom better and then maybe incorporate it into her perspective, into her actions. But because the elder women are not accountable, it makes it almost difficult to train the succeeding generations to be more accountable.
100%. Amen, bro.
As dope as that sounds, Guru, fuck it all. It's too late. It's too late. So if black men have to say fuck it and go outside and they gonna pull up to the barbecue playing "How the hoot that I got Solina," then so be it. Then so be it. If we gotta pull up playing Don Omar, then so be it. Black women will just have to be out. They will just have to be out in the wilderness. They'll just have to be.
So you guys are telling me that these broads are 3 generations deep of lack of accountability? Yeah, it's done.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's just done.
Yeah, but
It's just
but here's the thing you all got to you still must learn the lessons yourself, even in spite of their failure. Because if you go into other parts of the world where this shit is trending in this similar situation, you got to know that shit is happening so you can interdict that shit. Because this ain't just a problem. You know, this is a canary in the coal mine scenario. This ain't just been localized and parochialized to Black American women. This shit is spreading all over. And wherever you go, you're gonna have to understand and recognize that things are going in a bad direction and head that shit off, regardless
No.
of where you go or what group of women you get with or whatever.
Oh no, I totally understand. I'm not gonna be black pill for black women, only to be blue pill for other women.
No. The red pill remains for all women.
Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. That's what he says. Don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for white women.
Nah, Ed said that. That's Ed saying.
Hey, Z, you got to be controlling. What they don't want you to do, you have to do. You have to be somewhat controlling, because they are, women are just like they're running loose. You got to get them under control. You have to be somewhat controlling so that you can guide them in the
Which
right
is
direction.
funny because according to Ole, our issue is that now women, black women in specific, they're no longer under our control, and that's our issue. Is that we want to be these patriarchal men and whatever. Cue up all the talk from women who said, "Hey, if you let me do it, I'm gonna do it. If you can't control me, I'm gonna take your head off." Cue all the clips of women, black women in particular, saying that outright, overt, just like that. But yet Ole said our problem is that we can't control them no more. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Well,
they have to be willing participants.
If you don't want to be controlled and you don't want to be a willing participant, then fine. Let those other men remind you that you're still black. Fine.
And they're not
Hey,
finding
there was something I wanted to say before the show, before Z pops out. When it comes to paternity leave and time, when it comes to paternity leave and time off from work, ladies, y'all have to face the facts that you're dealing with two different groups of women. You're dealing with the upwardly mobile women that do not want y'all taking time off work because they want you to advance in the workplace. Okay, and then you're dealing with the women that are saying no, women need 6 months off. But then if you take that 6 months off, males are gonna still achieve more in the workplace. Y'all got to make up your mind for whatever y'all fucking want. And then you have to sit down. You have to sit down and question. Okay, Z, remember I was bragging when my first day on paternity leave. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm off 6 weeks, 100% pay." You have to really think. If I'm not getting 100% pay in this type of economy, why the fuck would I take off work when we got these bills? I took off work because I got 100%. They fully understand why they implemented men getting 100% because they knew they would not take off work. Then y'all have to actually look into the fact of why y'all get 80% or 60% off. It's because guess what? We're not manufacturing, we're not producing, and most of y'all jobs don't make money. It comes from taxpayers and grants and everything else, and they implement the 80%.
Wait, Leon. Wait. Don't let women find out that more of their jobs are BS jobs than the men's jobs, and all that's been happening is that the government been allowing these corporations to sidestep a lot of these tax laws as a weird ass way of getting them to keep on hiring women who are just doing the bare minimum paper pushing and really not pushing nothing. Don't let them find out, Leon. Look, we know what it is, but don't let the women find out.
If a corporation or somebody that pays into a system gets a tax break of $10,000 because you're fucking queer, on top of being woman, that tells you that maybe about 30 to 40% of your income is from taxpayers, not actually from the corporation.
Leon,
but they get a tax break.
You didn't even have to go there. If you have the government not telling these people to shut it off because they're zombie corporations, and they said somewhere between 10 to 40% of corporations in America are zombie corporations, and yet we already know the women are all in these offices working for the zombie corporations. What does that mean about your job exactly?
Yeah, you're a tax
no wonder you don't see your job as fulfilling.
Good.
Just saying.
That means that you're really a $30,000 employee that they get a tax break on every year, and they add $20,000 to that tax break, and you say, "I'm shitting on these niggas because I'm making $60,000." Like, fuck out of here. And I just want y'all to, I just want y'all to realize.
They're not
I
going to
want
give
y'all
you
to
anything.
realize.
Wait, let's do this. Land with that, Leon, and then you got to turn around. Go ahead.
I want y'all to realize that the upwardly mobile women have sold y'all on this, whether rather than going home being with your kids, because you're in competition with guys that aren't going to take off work, so they have to give us 100%, and they have to use soft power and certain things to push us taking out that 6 weeks of work. They didn't have to do that to me because there's an old guy that's in front of me that I always want to kick down the stairs every time I see him walking so he can go and retire, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to wait until he retires. So I took off work because there's no upward mobility for me unless I leave or I kick that old guy down the stairs, jokefully. Most guys
Very
aren't going to
noble
do
of
it
you.
if it's not
Hey,
100%.
wait. I want to say this to Leon about his current position.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
I just wanted to have a
Exactly
reason
what
to
it
press
is.
it. I just wanted to have a reason.
Exactly. Like the kind of stuff that goes through my mind when I see the old guy. I thought about like putting ice on the stairs so he would slip on it and
Listen
have
to
to
this
do it.
nigga. Listen to this. Claudia, nigga, look, if he's old, man, he may not get up. That's murder, nigga. That's attempted murder. You are going to prison, nigga.
No,
Prison.
it's even worse than
Hey,
that. Leon,
real quick, MS, real quick. So Alexa, please play the clip of the Latino man saying straight to jail. Everything is straight to jail. Go ahead, Cameron. Go ahead.
I think Leon, man. I think not.
We
only
gotta get
does
turned
he
around
know,
after this. Go ahead.
I think not only he knows, he probably looks at you and winks like, "Nigga, I'm gonna be here 5 more years, just because your black ass." Do not
Just because I know you
underestimate
want
the
me gone.
spite.
Just because I
Do
know.
not
Yeah.
underestimate the spite of older people.
Hey, the power of spite.
If you work in a labor job, that old guy worked longer, harder, in more dangerous conditions than you working right now. He probably lost the tip of a finger. He probably was using equipment much inferior to the one that you use. He probably had to work hours that you don't have to work because of differences in labor laws and OSHA laws and all that kind of shit. If it's an old man on a labor gig that he's been there a long while,
Oh yeah,
let that brother do that for as long as he want to do it.
Black Rule, I'm talking
Look,
just mess. It's like I'm not gonna do nothing to that guy.
No. Black Rule over here with the old man handshake for the brother he don't even know. Look, no, hell no, Black Rule, no. Take his old ass and retire so we can get these positions, Black Rule. We need to feed our families too, Black Rule. Goddamn, we need these promotions too.
I asked him, hey, when does your granddaughter graduate college? Oh, she got about 2 more years. Oh, you old
nigga, he gonna be there for 10 years. He gonna be there for 10 years. He gonna be there for 10. Hey, no lie, he gonna be there for 15 years, Leon, because he gonna wait until she graduate college.
Replay the part of the video where the old guy said it's too damn bad.
Right, go ahead.
All y'all
there you go.
Replay.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
There you go, Black Rule. There you go. Go ahead, turn around. Go ahead.
No, what I was trying to say was that they want it all. They want everything. You want them to make a decision. They want it all. They want everything. That's why they're not happy. Even when they get what they say they want, they still not happy because they want everything.
Turn around. You said they wanted all brand new socks and drawers. God damn, they want it all. Yeah.
They want
Shout
it
out to
all.
Mac
I
10.
mean, even when they
want it all.
They get guys that they say they want, they still are not happy. That Michelle Obama, a perfect example.
Well, it is what it is. They got their jobs. They got the vote. I mean, shit costs.
That's the way you said it. Look, bitch, you got your job, you got the vote, bitch. Now, what else you want? What do you want? You sound like a Jamaican. What do you want?
But that's the thing. I mean, y'all, but understand what y'all learn. What y'all finding out right now is that shit costs.
Yeah.
All that shit you got costs something.
So that's my problem with the FDs of the world, in the foreigners, and even the Kim Fosters. The one thing I will give Dr. Sabrina Strings is she said, hey, if y'all want equality, Y'all gotta see. Romance is out the window now. She did say it in a kind of spiteful way, to be fair, but at least she said it. Hey, if you want to get rid of the hierarchy, you gotta know that romance is out the window too. FD and Kim Foster, they know this. Appreciate what I'm saying. Kim Foster knows.
Yeah.
Now, does she might say this on her Patreon, or she might say it in the members only videos. I don't know. But based off of what I've seen on her public channels, I think she has 3. I've not heard her say none of this, imply it, suggested. So in other words, when I said to FD the first conversation, so y'all just gonna leave the women out there? The answer is yes. He said no to me, but the answer is actually yes. Y'all don't tell the women what this costs, like Lion is saying right now. And so they're throwing a temper tantrum. I would argue, I don't think they wouldn't still be mad. It would have been a different thing if men and women were sat down and said, look, we want to, by the way, I don't agree with this, but we're trying to work on a new normal, and it's going to take some pain. Ladies, this is what you're not going to get no more for the most part, unless you end up with one of them top 20 niggas. And men, this is no longer a thing. They told the men this is no longer a thing. They ain't say shit to the women, and the women are throwing a goddamn fit. And there you go.
Yeah, you only set the rules for men, but you didn't set any rules for women. And now, so the men are just saying, fuck it. We're setting the rules. We're already setting the rules out here in the dating market.
Yeah.
That's why they always talking about settling.
But Mr. Z, they already did present that to the women in the mid-70s. It was called the Equal Rights Act, and then bitches was like, I don't want to pick up no fucking gun. So this is all old hat. This is all old hat.
Yep. I mean, I don't see them lining up trying to push.
I was just about to say
selective service.
Selective service. There you go.
But what comes with this is selective service, like Lion and KMS is saying. What comes with this is putting out your own trash. What comes with this is changing your own goddamn oil. What comes with this is at least 30% of women in blue collar work. I'm talking about municipal work. I'm talking about trash man. I'm talking about trimming some of these trees. I'm talking like all of that. What comes right?
Your oil.
No alimony.
Thank you.
The damn smoke detector. Shit.
Right. No alimony, like KMS is saying. That's what comes with this also. What comes with this 50-50. And what's also come with this is equal rights for equal lefts. So bitch, you touch me, you went further than I did. You touch me, I get the right to knock your head clean off your shoulders, just like I would do a man. Like thank you. And that's what comes with this.
Tell them to listen to Elizabeth Warren's early 2000 interview when she talked about women being put into the workplace.
Yep.
Yeah.
The 2 income trap. Yeah, the 2 income trap. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the 2. Damn, bro, you thinking just what I was thinking. Yeah, the 2 income trap, how economics plays a part in this and how they adjusted the system.
Go ahead, Leon.
Yeah, and women, guess what? All those companies women work for, guess what? They played y'all. Guess what? They use feminism as an economic tool to take the tools out of your man's hands and put them other places while pushing y'all forth. And guess what? Y'all didn't turn into real Marxists. Y'all turned into a fucking buffer group between your common man and the fucking elites.
Here we go, Leon. Aspirational capitalists. Oh, y'all are the worst. How you talking shit about capitalism? Aspirational capitalists. Oh, and it's not even like enough of y'all are ended up with the actual capitalist white man.
Yes. How do y'all become a buffer group? Guess what? Y'all have to make up your mind. We want the men that were the silent generation and boomers that y'all wrote all y'all books about being abusive, or do y'all? But guess what? They could chop off the heads of the elites at any moment until y'all were put in the middle.
Let me do this. I'm gonna have to end out, but let me say this. So I've said it before, but when I first covered it was over a year ago, and I was using my recorder. So I'm gonna cover again Ezra Klein talking to Dr. Richard Reeves, and of course, Dr. Richard Reeves, the way his framing is going to be different than how I'm going to frame it, but he puts out a lot of information. And what Leon just said, Dr. Richard Reeves essentially says that with backed up by data that the women just made themselves buffer class, and they did, and most of them didn't win off of that. Dr. Richard Reeves essentially says that without, in a way, it is funny because he says it unironically, and I'm like, excuse my language, even though Dr. Richard Reeves is not black, white, British man. Nigga, do you understand what you just said? And like I'm saying this, and I know I'm talking about a PhD, well-researched man, Brookings Institute and all. You know, like you just call them buffer class, and I don't even think it's. Let me say this to all the brothers that for the brothers with bachelor's degrees, and you talk to a brother with a master's degree, or brother graduated high school, but you talk to a brother in college. You ever talk to someone and like you're like, but do you understand what you just said? Like you're supposed to be smarter than me. Do you understand what you just said? Like I understood what you just said, but do you understand what you just said? Right? Like, and so
So
I'm
you
listening to
forget
him and
that
I'm like,
bachelor's
do
degree
you
only
even
comes
understand what you just said? Go ahead.
because that only counts when it comes to school. Outside of school, it don't mean shit.
No,
5
but he's a
laws of
researcher. He's
human
literally
stupidity.
stupid. You're right.
Read the book.
You're
Yes,
right, dude.
96
Yeah.
pages.
5 laws of stupidity.
Read the book. 96 pages.
Somebody, by the way, somebody randomly mentioned it, KMS, the other day in my chat, and I thought
But
about
see,
it.
you keep saying the buffer class thing, but you're not asserting the implications of what
You're
that
right.
means.
You're right. You want to go into that, Black
I
Guru?
mean, what's the
Oh, what I mean by
say
that?
that again?
Okay. Oh no, I thought
Yeah.
you wanted to go into detail about that. Okay, so when I say
No,
buffer class,
I'm yeah.
No, go ahead, Black Guru.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
okay. So when
go say, please say what you gonna say. Yeah.
Okay, so when I say buffer class, what I'm speaking to is men were. I would argue the Liberty Bell would have been ring, and it would have been some red marks on that shit 50 years ago at the least, if it wasn't for this thing. And what I'm implying when I say you became the buffer class is now you are in the way of us getting to them. Because I don't know how many of us want to take our own sisters and daughters and mothers' heads off to get to the elite. And it was a genius move that they pulled with this, right? Your own girlfriend, your own baby mama, your own wife, your own daughter, your own, right, grandmother, potentially. So what's implied in what I'm saying in them being the buffer class is they're in the way. They're in the way. And the men who are wayward and don't get it are also in the way because they really have bought into, or this is their narrative of the women need me to be paternalistic in this way and save them from us being wayward, and for them they're playing like it's us being wayward. This is where FD walks in the room. He, in his mind, he's showing that, hey, I'm the proper black man, right? I'm the right one. Same thing with Garrison. These other dudes are he-man woman haters. So that's what I mean by they became the buffer class. You're in the way. You're literally in the way.
And these niggas still, and these women still don't like y'all.
Yeah,
I mean,
Black Guru, I put it
they'll
like
use
this in
them.
a
They'll
blue
use
collar
them
way.
as weapons,
My
as
blue collar
rhetorical
way.
weapons. And I
They do.
think some of the women do like FD and Foreign Man. I think they do actually like them. I think some of them, especially Foreign, I think they would throw Foreign the pussy. I think the goal is to get more men to see to chastise men and to mock men and to be sassy and smug towards other black men the way Foreign is.
Brother, the guy got how many subscribers does FD have?
Over 1 million now.
Oh, it's definitely some black women will fuck. For sure.
And that's only on one channel. Yeah, that's only on one channel. Remember, he has 3.
Thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just on a groupie thing.
Yeah. So
oh, yeah.
So when I look at them and I listen to them speak, and I gotta, because I said it for months now, I gotta cover it. Chief Rock, I still didn't forget about you. With the Mammy Two Shoes, I did not forget about you. We're not even gonna mention the TLC and no scrubs because that's a sore spot. It's been like 2 years. And shout out to Buckeye fan. No, but I do see them as the buffer class, and as a matter of fact, because Black Who just called me out on it, I'll try to cover that within the week. I don't know. Yeah, because if I tell y'all the time Z is doing, y'all will be like, how the hell are you able to stay up? But we'll try to do that within the week or two. Mm-hmm.
when I asked you that question, it wasn't that I didn't understand what you meant, but you kept asserting that about Reeves, and you didn't really present why Reeves should have. You were saying, don't he understand what he's saying? Well, how was Reeves supposed to receive what he was saying?
I'll
We
explain
know
it.
what it means.
So,
But how was he supposed to, you know?
so for
Do you
instance,
understand my
I'll give you
question?
two examples. You have
Wait,
the
Leo, wait, because Black Guru was asking me a question and you jump in and know it. Wait. Ask that question again, Black Guru.
I mean, you saw all the implications of being a buffer. Do you expect him to see that? Because you're seeing it from the perspective, particularly of a young Black man, right? Millennial. He's seeing that from this august, academic, British academic, who's I guess probably a boomer or Gen X, right? So
I think he's probably the older Gen X.
Saying it as if you're surprised that he don't necessarily view things the same way you review it, but yet of course he views things different from what you review it. And so you can draw the same conclusion that the women are buffer classes, but not necessarily see the full implications of it.
True. Now, I appreciate the class, race, how he grew up. You're talking about a PhD, 6'2" tall white man from Britain. So yeah,
he's probably some low level British aristocrat type shit, sir, whatever. So I mean,
oh no, he did. He worked for one of the administrations. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Ben tells me news update. Brickface lady is cooked. I'll look into it. I saw the link. I'll go into it. Don't worry, but they already threw their hands up with her, so they'll take that L from about her. Not really, but kind of. So yeah, I'll look into it. But y'all, Mr. Z has to go. So let's pause right here, and so we gonna just make that low key Black Uru's benediction, low key, he didn't even realize it. Because I'm gonna end up having to cover that. Especially now that speaking of Black Uru, I have to cover it now. Because I think that conversation with Ezra Klein and Dr. Richard Reeves says a lot. And I'll cover it, and y'all will see why I'm saying that. I covered it over a year and a half ago or something like that at this point, and I think I need to cover that again so that we can get into the nitty gritty of the implications, like Black Guru was saying. So we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. Z was able to charge his phone a little bit to 5%, but I gotta go, and I'm gonna not be able to charge it for a minute, so I don't want to just to shut off. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Peace out.